And welcome, everybody. It is time. Week 4 of Smite Prime here, the October circuit. My name is Musy. I have here with me none other than Spirited Book. Of course, behind the scenes, we do have General Jithens, basically Billy, and then, of course, Tess and Rosie making sure that we get a chance to see everything going on today. It has been a hard-fought month so far, with some teams kind of having their moment to shine, but I feel like Clocked In's back in the mix, Book, and that's going to make things very difficult for everybody else today.
Yeah, it turns out Paul coming back into play for Smite Prime makes Clocked In's life a lot easier. They are definitely the team to beat today, and yeah, I'm excited to see what they bring, especially with the new patch that's come through. Excited to see what kind of different, small meta shifts we see, potentially some new gods that we haven't seen in a hot minute back in the meta. Excited to see what's offered, especially because it is finals. We're kind of expecting some similar stuff, but a little bit different at the same time.
We're going to get a chance to see what we are playing for in these finals as well, Book. It is, like I said before, the October circuit. We're getting spooky out in here, but the prize is so delicious and sweet, like the candy that you could be out there getting in just less than a week. $7,000. 7,000 big ones, as well as 125k diamonds. You'd be able to use those. There are so many cool Halloween theme skins out there to be able to pick up, but that's not all. Winners can also walk away with a Smite Prime badge, as well as the Smite Prime avatar. So it is all kinds of sick. I've been able to hold one of these in my hand recently. It's got a little bit of weight to it, got a little bit of heft, and feels good in the palm. And if you really want to scare the ranked teammates that you have out there, or rather the ranked enemies, be able to slap on that Smite Prime champion, let everybody know that you know ball and you are not someone to be trifled with. But, Book, it doesn't even stop there, right? We got prizes on prizes on prizes. How about a little physical something to be able to put on the bookshelf? You know, you invite somebody over, you gesture over to it. Yeah, I'm a Smite Prime champion. Yeah, it glows. So it's got a lot of pull, a lot of allure, and it's really good for just sitting there and being pretty. Kind of like me. But that is what the players are going for today. Let's talk about you out there and the viewers. We've got a little giveaway for you as well, in the form of Lil Thanatos Cupid. That's right. If you go to twitch.tv/Smite Prime, that is specifically twitch.tv/Smite Prime. It doesn't work at the Smite game chat. You're gonna have to migrate for a second and go ahead and say #giveaway. You can enter into the giveaway, and we are handing out this Lil Thanatos Cupid skin. Look at him, all dressed up there for Halloween. I like the skulls and the little sight there as well. You know, they too can build Sunbeam Bow and go ridiculous. So all kinds of fun to be had with that right there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, especially now that it is Halloween. 'Tis the season, and yeah, Cupid's just rocking, looking to be just a little bit more spooky.
Oh yeah. You know is especially scary, Book. This bracket, taking a look at it really quickly on the screen here. Leftovers versus Clocked In, Strength of Wood versus Retirement Home. The Smite 2 Bad Boys are up against 800 GPM, and Glurp against Cesiete. So it's gonna be a bloodbath out there, to be certain, right? And I'm just really excited to be able to get my eyes on some of these games and see how they progress throughout the day. But we do have that lower bracket, Book. Some teams, if they end up falling down early initially, they'll have that redemption arc on the way back up. But first, we're going to pop into the first game, which is going to be the picks and bans that we have for Smite 2 Bad Boys in 800 GPM.
Yeah, this should be a pretty exciting matchup. This is probably one of the ones when I was looking at the bracket where I'm like, this is the one to watch here. Smite 2 Bad Boys. A team that was, for the first 2 weeks, the first seed, and, in that final week, kind of, not throwing, but losing a bit earlier in the bracket than they would have liked, and then lost that first seed to Clocked In. Now they have to try and claw their way up through the upper bracket and maybe go into the lower bracket at times. 800 GPM, though, a team that's been pretty competitive all, circuit long. They've, struggled here and there to compete against the top teams like the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Excited to see if they can really take it to them this week.
It's really hard not to root for a team that has adapting on it, right? Like one of the GOATs of all time in the Smite scene. So really pumped to see if 800 GPM can make it work today already. Some of these bands kind of flying at you so far. Jingwei and Bologna taken away. Smite 2 bad boys don't want to play with them, whereas 800 GPM opt instead for the Yamoja band as well as Aladdin, which makes a lot of sense when Scream's on the other side.
Yeah, Yemo is kind of one of those characters as well that has, I think, risen to prominence now that we see the Moonlight phase, which we'll talk about, as we get into game. But, one of the characters that has a lot of AoE spacing control a lot right now. And, Aurora loves this character. Kind of surprised Scylla isn't banned away just yet. 800 GPM still have that option, but Yemo, just one of those characters Aurora likes to lean on as well.
So it does look like Hekate gets picked off, and it's Osiris that's banned from 800 GPM. I remember last week we were talking, Book, about how it was always Bologna or Osiris that you're going to see out there in that solo lane, but that Scylla you were talking about doesn't get picked up. In fact, it's Agni that's the first pick for the Smite 2 bad boys.
Interesting. Moswell likes this pick a lot. Alongside the Baron Samedi, alongside the Merlin, but Agni as an option is potential flex, can still lean on in ADC, but I have to imagine this goes towards Moswell in the mid lane. And, again, AoE space control, lots of AoE damage and CC from a distance can start fights like that. So Smite 2 bad boys going it first overall, though, does leave options like the Jormungandr open if Klino's been playing it in the solo lane. I think Yorm is in that conversation for top solo laners alongside the likes of Osiris, alongside the likes of the Bologna. So interesting to see if either Smite 2 bad boys, John Rowing or Klino have been leaning on it.
So far, it looks like it's going to be the Neath and the Ares for 800 GPM. So the big snake's still available. That Scylla you were talking about still available as well, but it's already a pretty chunky amount of damage from 800 GPM. And then the Baron and the Thor for the Smite 2 bad boys to follow up on that Agni.
Yeah, I mean, Smite 2 bad boys, they just have a ton of flex potential right now. Agni can be played in 2 different roles. Baron Samedi can be played in 2 different roles, or arguably 3. Then Thor can also be played in that, jungle solo conversation versus 800 GPM. I feel like you can kind of tell exactly where all 3 of these picks are going to be going. So I really love what Smite 2 bad boys have kind of done so far. Make 800 GPM kind of play a bit of a guessing game so far, decide where we think these picks are going to go.
Cabrakan and Ho Yi are the follow-up for 800 GPM. So again, that big snake kind of still out there in the open, but... Cabrakan, I feel like definitely is able to play ball with the rest of them. And the rest of them being a shock that's actually going to get locked in as we wait for the last pick in from the Smite 2 bad boys.
Yeah, I like this chalk. I really like it into the Cabrakan specifically and into the Ares as well. I think Jormungandr kind of would struggle a fair bit into the Cabrakan matchup. I think he can just kind of get run down, forced to ult pretty early on versus here. I think the chalk can kind of be a little more mobile, avoid the Ares ultimate, really kind of avoid this Neath ultimate that's going to be flying around the map. Tsukiyomi being 10th picked overall, though, kind of surprising to me here a bit. Yeah, if you told me Tsukiyomi would be 10th pick, I'd kind of be like, okay. And it's adapting playing it, man. I mean, it just kind of wild that's where the priority of some of these picks are going now. And this is kind of where we're at in the conversation for the circuit. We've been playing, this meta for a hot minute now. Some of the priority picks are just going to be there. Agni first overall, Tsukiyomi 10th pick overall. The conversations for the picks and bans and what's being prioritized has just shifted from week 1 to now week 4.
It's especially interesting to see adapting on the Tsukiyomi too, just because adapting is a playmaker. Adapting is a fragger. Yes. They are going to make something happen on the map. And speaking of that map, look, we're actually going to take a look at that as we jump into Smite 2 Bad Boys versus 800 GPM. First match of the day here on Smite Prime. It is just a best of 1 as well, so whoever loses this has to get knocked down into that losers section, and the winner gets to take another step closer to that winners finals.
Yeah, ideally you're just going all the way through the winners bracket just to go to the winners final, but yeah, so far so good here for both teams. Everything's kind of going where I thought it would in Smite 2 Bad Boys. A little bit surprised though, Moswell's rocking the Jibalanke. We saw him play it, I believe, 2 weeks ago in finals, and Moswell on this character just looked so good here, and already excited to see if he can continue that carry performance here.
So Jibal versus Neath in the mid lane, I feel like these are two like what we traditionally knew as hunters from Smite 1 now get to have their more than a fair share of their limelight over there in the mid lane, as it looks like both teams kind of scouting each other out here. We're fighting for that 30 gold.
Oh.
Who's gonna go up? Who wants it first? Come on. Somebody's got to commit to this. Gyaller flares are out. Autos are being thrown out. Somebody's got to give at some point, but between the Neath and the Jibal, who's going to have an easier time laning? And, you know, they both have global ultimates. Who has the bigger impact?
I think you would say Deduin on the Neath would have the bigger global presence impact, though Moswell can kind of play more of that utility style global presence. But I think Moswell mostly wants to be using that ultimate for trying to all in a target here, because the way you want to play at Xbalanque aspect is by using that ultimate as a reset tool for the poison darts. In terms of the matchup, though, I do think Moswell, despite being on a character that traditionally doesn't have the best wave clear, I think is in a pretty okay spot here against this Neath. You know, Neath kind of wants to, you know, 1-2 from a distance, auto clear the wave, and then walk off onto a side lane or side camp to just farm.
Uh-oh, Calvin just gets completely blown up there. Level 2 hit for the Smite 2 Bad Boys dual lane, and now they look for a little bit more. Donut Doug dashes forward on top of E-Chrome, but the Hou-Yi should be able to get away. Just doesn't feel like Calvin was actually ready to respect that level 2 from the Baron and the Ogni.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that, you know, Baron doesn't have, you know, he's not known for the best, you know, security, but his level 2 is pretty solid. Getting access to 2 of the abilities, the 1 and the 2, you know, having a bit of sustain, just a ton of damage. He's gone for the aspect as well. A lot of people really disrespect this Baron damage pretty early on and yeah, Calvin just takes an early spill, and that is not what you want to do on an Ares.
And it's funny too, because Ares used to be like the support pick, but it feels like recently I haven't had that chance. Hold on a second. Beads forced out from Deduin. Scream was able to throw some damage on top of him, but still not enough. Whereas Adapting right behind the dual lane, it's the revenge from 800 GPM. Aurora goes down. Adapting looking for a little bit more. Donut Doug stunned out, doesn't have the dash available, but does have Aegis underneath the tower, getting dove on, but has got the hot step. The last shuriken from the Tsukiyomi is not enough to put him down, so Donut Doug does get to escape with his life.
Great Aegis pickup from Donut Doug as well to keep himself alive. Doesn't have to really lean on that beads because, you know, the recent Ares changes where his ult no longer cripples. And Ogni Dash, you know, having displacement immunity. We know it this time around, Musi.
Yes.
We're ready for it this time. We're not going to be shell-shocked by it. But yeah, Doug going for that Aegis pickup is a nice look here already and keeps himself alive, though a great rotation early from Adapting to the left-hand side, showing he wants to be active in this early game. He wants to make plays, especially once he hits level 5. So already getting active before that time period is a great look for the Tsukiyomi player so far.
And that's what we talk about too. Adapting is a player that wants to make something happen on the map. And with the Tsukiyomi pick, I feel like he can definitely achieve that goal. That level 5 is going to be terrifying for Smite 2 Bad Boys to go up against. So definitely something that these players want to keep their eye out for, as Scream kind of staring at these firebrands. Hit by the Neath ult, forced to use their Aegis of Acceleration. Stunned out, tries to go in on top of Adapting. It's a rotation too from the Shock. Down comes the Storm Call, and down goes Adapting. And now it seems that Klino has to get out of dodge. Scream, waiting to see if you've got that Thor wall and the hammer, but just doesn't have the cooldowns quite yet, so Kabrakan's able to make a clean getaway.
What an Aegis by Scream there. Just kind of buys himself a little bit more extra HP so that when, you know, the stun wears off, he can just hammer on in. I was a little shocked that he got away with that in the moment, but yeah, just comes out on top of that trade. He's looking for the red buff invade, but I don't think he's going to find it. Adapting is on the way.
Yeah, and Adapting, even though he took that rough and tumble, he is level 5 now, which is that scary talking point that we were talking about earlier. It's kind of crazy how these firebrands are still so heavily contested, even though there is some fresh new hotness on the map book. I think we can talk about it a little bit. We can all see it. We can address the clock in the room. It's daytime right now.
What's it gonna be, Musi, when the clock reaches, you know, the 11th hour? Well, the map is gonna get a little dark here in a few minutes here. Time. As Scream going into the sky.
Hello? What do you see, boy? You gonna get him? Yeah, you get those. Shout out Scream. Anyways, you were saying, Book.
Oh, I don't know though.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, Aurora throws out that wrap it up, trying to get themselves a little bit of space here. But it does seem that the Smite 2 Bad Boys duo lane are able to back themselves off just a little bit. That clock keeps ticking closer and closer to the stars in the sky here, Buck, and I'm a little worried about what's to come.
Yeah, the map will get a little darker here as, you know, it reaches the moonlight phase, as it's been dubbed.
The moon!
Ritual, yeah, the moon comes out to play at the 6-minute mark, and a lot of things happen here. You can see that big circle there in the mid lane, and that will be the, you know, playing for the Ritual of the Moon. Essentially what happens is a bunch of moonlight crystals spawn on the map as hold that. Klino looking for a play here on the...
Yeah, John Rowing's got the ultimate. Stormcall comes out. Scream throws out their stun as well. But the Ares ult doesn't work because guess who's displacement immune when they're spinning? It's going to be Thor. John Rowing axes away. 800 GPM tries to go in for a hot pursuit. But John Rowing's very tanky. They've got that Triton's Conch. They've got the heal. And 800 GPM cannot go after them. Gulp. Who turned out the lights?
Bedtime now, Musi, and this is what we're playing for, the moonlight crystals. Yeah, it's bedtime here. We're playing for the moonlight shards here. You can see those moonlight crystals there. Each moonlight crystal will give you 5 shards, and what do the shards do? Well, they give you a bit of team gold. You know, you get 1 team gold for each shard you collect at the end of the moonlight phase. Everyone gets, you know, a bit of gold for how many shards you collect throughout the phase. Each shard provides 12 experience to the person that picks up the shard, as well as 1.5% max HP, you know, kind of health regen. And then, yeah, at the end of the Moonlight phase, we'll be kind of playing in the mid lane, or not the end, but towards the middle part of it. We'll be playing for that ritual spawn in mid, where whoever comes out of top at the end of this 3-minute mark, as Doug looking on this left-hand side for a purple invade.
Yeah, got some damage off on top of the Ares, but not quite able to steal away that purple. You mentioned it before during picks and bans, Agni's ability to kind of be that long-range poker gets very frustrating for anybody to actually go into. That time that you were talking about is also starting to tick up here. You can see the center, that little lock there is starting to row up, kind of like this Baron ultimate, trying to suck into doing. They have the beads though. Moswell pops the ultimate, but the Neath has already rounded the corners, so they're gonna get out of danger. Adapting, looking to get into it though. Big stun and a Neath ultimate, looking for a little bit of damage. Adapting does has the ult. Does he want to let it fire? Cersei's Hexstone in. There's the Ares ultimate trying to pull in Aurora. He will get pulled, but Klino's got the Storm Call to follow it up. Down goes to Duin. It's not enough to save your Ares, but it is enough to at least trade. But can you make it more? Scream crashes down in with the Anvil of Dawn. And it looks like Adapting's getting freaky with that ultimate as well, trying to find some extra damage, but it's just not enough. Smite 2 Bad Boys pick up the kills. And even as Klino tries to chase after Moswell, it is already too late. The damage is done. And the pillow fight has begun in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1v1 pillow fight here. Scream versus E-Chrome here, just trying to pick up the shards as Scream goes in aggressively here.
Oh my goodness, yeah, E-Chrome just lost all their health, but wait, Scream's taking quite a bit of damage as well. Oh. E-Chrome dashes in, he gets the kill, but unfortunately he pays for it with his life, and that means that the Smite 2 Bad Boys have won the ritual. Judges, show them their prize.
So they will get themselves a Naga minion that spawns in each lane, you know, kind of like a brute minion. It's just very healthy, especially now that Nagas have been removed from Smite 2. You'll get a Naga push minion pushing down all 3 lanes. It's a great opportunity to get, you know, these tower plates that we see, get a little bit of extra gold here as well as just push these towers. It's Calvin. We're looking here, but I don't think he's going to find him just yet. Moswell's still on the way mid. But you can see here, there it is, the Naga pushing down mid here alongside Moswell and Aurora. They'll likely use this to try and take a bit of tower HP here in the mid lane.
It's going to be a solid push here, especially because Moswell's chilling on this Shivalonke. So they got a little bit of tower pressure to be had, but Adapting walks up, shows face for a bit. That'll be enough to convince the Smite 2 Bad Boys to abandon a mid tower, but instead pick up a Gold Fury here. Falls down to about half. It doesn't look like anybody's here to actually contest it, so Donut Doug will be the one to secure it. Smite 2 Bad Boys walk away with the gold.
There's a lot that happened throughout that Moonlight phase. I want to bring it back to Donut Doug pushing the left-hand side. He didn't rotate on over to the mid lane as John Rowing here.
Yeah, throws out that ultimate. Adapting one of their own, and unfortunately this Shock's got nowhere to go, locked down by both the Suku and the Kabrakan. So That's going to be a John Rowing dead.
Doug could be in a bit of trouble here as well. E-Chrome hunting on the left-hand side as Doug is looking for a purple buff invade. Moswell playing aggressive mid, though.
Yep, Deduin doesn't know that they're in danger. Backflip away, but it does not matter. A Anvil of Dawn for Panache, and E-Chrome wins the 1v2 against Calvin. And falls down. Rather, E-Chrome won himself a prize of death, and now Scream makes the rotation. Hey, that Anvil of Dawn helps you get over pretty quickly. It's a double kill for Donut Doug, as the Smite 2 bad boys always seem to be coming out on the better end for all these engagements.
Yeah, they're just kind of winning everywhere across the map so far. You know, Moswell playing aggressive mid, Scream showing to the right-hand side. It's just so much aggression everywhere here so far on the map for Smite 2 bad boys. And it's all off the back of that lead they accumulated for themselves off that Moonlight phase. Again, Doug pushed left-hand side. He got that tower very low. As soon as that happened, the Naga lane minions pushed down all 3 lanes. They used that pressure to go get themselves a Gold Fury, as Aurora now could get killed off here.
Yeah. He's gonna try to get away. Life of the party, and a little bit of a heal action. Nobody's here to save him. Unfortunately, this Baron dies alone. It did look like Moswell was getting some firebrands, so it's not the end of the world, but if you're Aurora, it's kind of feels bad.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what 800 GPM need to do now that they're kind of behind a little bit in the gold department and down a lot of map pressure. You can see left tier 1 down, mid tier 1 down, and it hasn't even been the 12-minute mark here so far. So much gold going the way of Smite 2 bad boys that 800 GPM, they have to take these small advantages where they can. Get their small groupings together and just, you know, look for picks here and there. Aurora steps a little too far forward, and 800 GPM, they make them pay for it.
Yeah, it's about 11 minutes, 40 seconds, coming on 12, 9-6 in favor of the Smite 2 bad boys right now. And as Rosie was able to show us, they've also sitting on something like a 4.5 or so K gold lead. It's now Donut Doug underneath the tower. Dashed a little bit too early, caught out by the Ares ult. The suns come raining down, and the damage is overwhelming. They get shut down, but not before Calvin gets picked off by the tower. E-Chrome's gonna try to finish that up. Meanwhile, in the solo lane, John Rowing, ulted by the Suku. Moswell makes a rotation, beads pop to try to go for a little bit more, but adapting is not able to get away from Moswell, who is now going to continue the chase against Klino. But guess who rotates over? It's Deduin, picks off Moswell like a sticker off a banana, just so that they can get straight to that juicy center. A lot of shutdown gold to be had there too, but over in the dual lane 2 book, it looked like E-Chrome ultimately met their fate.
Yeah, I think E-Chrome knows that they're dead there on the left-hand side, knows the rotation's on the way, and just tries to commit to that tower there. Lovely play from Deduin there to get that shutdown onto Moswell on the right-hand side. That's an important kill going the way of this Neath, who we haven't really talked about too much just yet. The Neath global presence hasn't felt the most impactful so far just yet. We've kind of seen Adapting try to make plays in side lane and use that Neath ultimate effectively, and it's netted him a kill, but outside of that, Adapting has really struggled, I feel like, in this early game. Scream has just been everywhere with that global presence of his own. But Deduin is getting into a good spot here where they can start to be impactful. Going for a Polynomicon first, Book of Thought second. This Neath is going for a potential one-shot build. I imagine this is going to be a Necronomicon third.
Pyromancer picked up by the Smite 2 bad boys. 800 GPM, kind of looking to scale towards that late game, it kind of sounds like. But the question is, will Smite 2 bad boys let that happen? Klino's kind of cut off by a wall there that Scream threw out, but it's not enough to convince anybody to go in after it. Instead, it might be a rotation over to this Gold Fury.
Yeah, I love this. Smite 2 bad boys, you know, you're kind of ahead. You've been winning these fights so far. Continue to push this gold lead, and they're going to pull it. We're still a minute off the next Moonlight phase here so far.
Klino tries to go in to stop them, but unfortunately gets turned around on by everybody from the Smite 2 bad boys. Kabrakan ultimate's out, Ares as well, but Thor's in the sky. He finds the chance to land on top of that backline as Calvin dies up there in the front. Tsukiyomi tries to get in there with the ultimate, but unfortunately on top of so many people, it's just not gonna work out. Scream picks off Deduin in the back off of that Anvil of Dawn, and E-Chrome, the only one left alive, says, I'm just gonna go farm my dual lane. Screw you guys, I'm going left.
I mean, Smite 2 bad boys, they are just grouping so much better than 800 GPM so far. You can see Klino was there first to the Gold Fury, tries to contest, says, guys, surely we contest this, right? He dies. No. Then Calvin goes in. lands the ultimate, pulls some Aegises, pulls some people in, but there's no follow-up instantly. Calvin then dies. Adapting finally gets there in time, ults himself, but he's on his own then, and he dies. And then Deduen all on his own the entire time as well. He dies. Echrome, the only one left alive at the end of it. Another Gold Fury going the way of Smite 2 Bad Boys. But man, yeah, already this gold lead is continuing to build. And now that we're in the second Moonlight phase, got to imagine Smite 2 Bad Boys are just going to continue to push this lead.
And as well, Donut Doug was able to find a mid T2, so that gold lead, like you were saying, it just gets exacerbated how much harder it is to play up against. And we talked about how 800 GPM have this scaling one-shot Neath build, but how do they get a chance to ever use it?
Yeah, I mean, if Smite 2 Bad Boys, if they continue to just snowball like the way that they have as Calvin on this left-hand side, they're looking for a pick.
This could be the moment. Chains on top of Aurora. Is forced to kind of get away. Donut Doug actually is just backing. Leaves Aurora to die again. Which, if I had a nickel, for every time I left Aurora to his demise, I'd have 2 nickels. And it's unfortunate for Aurora, because 2 nickels does not get you that much nowadays. So somebody's got to look at the cost ratio of letting him die versus the reward that I get to have when he does die. Yeah,
the inflation rate of letting Aurora die is not favoring you, I think, in this one. Yeah. But no, I mean, look, great play from 800 GPM. They find a pick here during the Moonlight phase. Now they just have to continue, I think, this grouping play style as Klino and Adapting are here on the right-hand side looking for John Rowing. Calvin here as well, but I don't think they can look for a play here just yet. John Rowing having that ultimate. This mid ritual is where I think 800 GPM need to be grouping, but you can see they're just too split across the map, and this one will go the way of the Smite 2 Bad Boys here.
So, Smite 2 Bad Boys corral around the Pillow Fight arena and are going to be able to kind of take that uncontested. I guess the trade-off here is that while 800 GPM is going to let that go, they're going to try to control some of the farm around their map, but at what point do you have to just kind of put your foot in the ground and make the stand and be like, hey man, we got to fight or someone's got to die?
Yeah, I think it has to be around the Fire Giant. Maybe you're just kind of using that objective as a means to you know, that's going to do damage to the Smite 2 Bad Boys as well. Then we can use that to our advantage as Calvin.
Yep, takes a little bit there. Has to use the Cersei's Hexstone to get away. Doesn't look like Smite 2 Bad Boys are ready to actually jump on top of it. So it's going to be that Fire Giant pit you were talking about, just so that maybe you can force some damage on top of them and try to go for a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it has to be the play here. I mean, Pyromancer's not going to be contested here. Klino's, you know, around looking. You can see 800 GPM. They're grouping. They want this fight.
Yep, there's the Baron ult. Jamal as well. We fight in darkness, but I don't need to see you to hit you. Down goes Aurora. And John Rowing up out there trying to get on top of Deduen. That's not Deduen, that's Echrome. That's the other person with the bow. Well, now they're dead. All the coffins look the same. A crazy wall from Scream and a double tap as well. Ares ult comes out, but unfortunately is not able to find anything except a black and white screen. In just a second here, down he goes. And the rest of 800 GPM are forced to make an expeditious retreat, just not quite ready to go against anybody else from the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Looks like Adapting is going to be the next one caught out here. Stuns out John Rowing. Moswall goes for the dash in, but it's just a little bit out of range. You don't have a Neath ult to make that chase, so you're going to have to let that one go.
Man, Smite 2 Bad Boys have just countered this Ares to perfection. They see it drafted pretty early on, and immediately the response is, you know, Gibalanque, Agni, you know, Baron has a CCU ultimate, Chalk has a CCU ultimate, Scream on the Thor has a CCU ultimate, and the displacement immunity on the 3. There's just such a great counter like picks here overall from Smite 2 Bad Boys to deal with this Ares.
It feels like Ares was at one point the top dog in supports.
Yep.
Like they were that guy. It was ban Ares every single game. I didn't get a chance to see Ares for months. Now we get a chance to see Ares hit the streets a little bit again. And I think off the change off that ultimate, I almost wonder if we're going to see a fall from grace pretty soon here. 19 minutes. Gold Fury being looked at by the Smite 2 Bad Boys. That'll be their third pip. It's 18-11. And the Smite 2 Bad Boys have all but entered the uh-oh territory. A 10K gold lead. That is disgusting stuff.
Yeah, and they're kind of getting these important item spikes that they need. Titan's Bane online here for Donut Doug. Obshard just completed here for Moswell. The team beads for Aurora to keep themselves alive here. They're in a really good position here with their items that they have online. I can't imagine that they won't be, you know, farming for too much longer here. They'll look to force an objective here sooner rather than later.
I mean, when you've got 10k gold, you might as well. You do have the Sunder available for 800 GPM. There's a little bit of a steal potential, but you know, if you were to walk up there as a level 13 Ares, I feel like you kind of get bodied just a little bit. So, but it's like you said before, at some point you got to put the flag down. You got to say, listen, man, we're fighting here. And this is where it is. I feel like I agree with you 100%. FG has got to be the place you make your stand. If you give that up, you just got to lose.
Yeah, but I'm not sure in what world, you know, is Deduin.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Deduin backflips away. Takes a healthy chunk out of Aurora, but Moswell still looking for that chase. Scream finds the wall stun, but no hammer to follow up. They'd use it to try to catch up. Klino's hanging around the area. The rest of 800 GPM buzzing like a hornet's nest, waiting to see if anybody else wants to cross that threshold, but doesn't seem like anybody's quite ready to do so.
Scream did find Deduin's beads there, and so that's why they're going to take a fight here again.
Yep, throws out the axe, trying to bait somebody in there, but unfortunately Scream doesn't land the wall. So again, Smite 2 bad boys, they're able to pull relics, but they're not going to be able to pull anything else, except maybe this Fuego Giente.
Can't imagine 800 GPM. You know, E-Chrome's on the left-hand side. They might try and force this 4v5, though.
Uh-oh, in goes the Cersei's. Calvin gets ulted by the shock. Aurora confirms the Fire Giant for Smite 2 bad boys. A talisman popped, leaves Calvin with nothing and no one. Scream with that Anvil of Dawn, trying to see if they can catch out to do him. Now they're between a rock and a hard place, more like a Cabrakan and a Neat. Pops the Aegis, it buys time, but not enough to save his life, but enough for the team to follow up and kill both Calvin and Deduin. Klino cleaned off the map, and where's the rest of 800 GPM to protect this mid bird? Just now backing, just now respawning, but the damage is already here, and the Phoenix is already dead. In goes the Agni. Donut Doug goes for the dash. They have the dagger, so they're feeling frisky and aggressive. Moswell as well, just trying to get anything out that they can. The suns come crashing down. It cuts Donut Doug off from the rest of the team, but there's no follow-up from 800 GPM. Calvin takes the teleport to go in, tries to see what they can find here. Shibalanke ult comes out. We fight in the darkness and you die there as well. Calvin's dead again, but the Suku ultimate tries to get in there to get something off, but it's immediately turned off by Aurora with that life of the party. So down goes Adapting. Ekrum's gonna be the last one left, and with a crazy man advantage and Fire Giant, I don't think it matters that there's tier 2 towers up here. Smite 2 bad boys are hanging around, trying to see if they could take a pick at that Titan. But I will say 800 GPM have the respawn timer, so that man advantage is gonna get quickly turned around. Looks like it's gonna be a call to back out.
800 GPM, they might look for more here on the chase out, but I don't know. They have to be careful that they don't get turned on immediately by Smite 2 bad boys.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before, where you get your sick defense, you stop the game from ending, you step out just a little bit too far, and then everything falls on top of you, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case for 800 GPM.
All right, well, Smite 2 bad boys, at the end of the day, they come out, you know, pretty big there. They got the Fire Giant, they got some important kills, they got the mid bird, they'll take the left tier 2, and they'll get the Gold Fury as well. We have officially reached the absolute, you know, fine point of territory here, as, yeah, items will be completed here that are going to be pretty significant here for the Smite 2 bad boys. They're going to have a massive gold lead, a big back, level 20 for Donut Doug, level 20 for Scream, level 20 for Moswell as well, level 20 for John Rowing. The good news is for 800 GPM is Smite 2 bad boys, their experience leads aren't getting any bigger. You know, maybe Aurora needs to hit level 20 still. Sure, that's, you know, the small thing going their way while they can continue to scale a little bit more. But this gold lead, man, is pretty insurmountable if you're 800 GPM. I don't even know if they're kind of building towards the tools to get them in a good spot. You know, Obshard completed, Titan's been completed for E-Chrome, but they're still just so far behind. They need to start getting some strong power items. Defense needs to come through here. Calvin maybe needs to start leaning more towards some utility items as we reach the next Moonlight phase. And when you're already down a bird and one of your Phoenixes are weakened, you do not want to lose this Moonlight phase here if you're 800 GPM.
not something that you're ready to give up. But it looks like it might just end up being taken from you as Calvin's forced to Cersei's away. And the backflip from Deduin only buys time because down comes Scream. Aurora holds them in place. Oswald ends up getting the last hit there. All the work, they say. As Smite 2 bad boys start going in for that left side bird, Shockled comes out, E-Chrome instantly deleted. Suns come out though before he dies. It slows down Smite 2 bad boys, but the flank from Moswall is able to find Adapting and Calvin. Not too much longer for the world. It's a triple kill for Moswall, and it would appear that the Smite 2 bad boy is going to be able to wrap up this game 1 and move on to the next one. It's a quadra kill to end it off. A little bit of panache for the Smite 2 bad boys.
Man, I love the new Moonlight phase changes because that was just action from minute 1 the entire time between Smite 2 Bad Boys and 800 GPM. And Smite 2 Bad Boys, that entire 20 minutes of gameplay, they did not let off the gas.
No, it was just the whole way through. We're following race lines. We're going through left turns and other left turns. But before we make our third left turn, we're going to take a quick break and get a chance to break down the game that we just saw. So don't go anywhere. And remember, pop over to that Smite Prime to say hashtag giveaway for that skin giveaway too. And we are back, gamers. Thank you for not going anywhere too far away because it's me, Busey, and I'm back here with Spirited Book. Next to me here is going to be able to help break down the game that we just saw between the Smite 2 Bad Boys and 800 GPM. Book, please walk me through it.
I mean, look, it was just Smite 2 Bad Boys that just got away with such an early lead around that Moonlight phase, that first one at the 6-minute mark. It netted them, the first pressure around the tier 1 tower in mid and left. It netted them a gold fury, and that was just a 4,000 gold lead at the 6-minute mark that they just continued to snowball off of it. And it's off of great plays from the likes of Scream, Moswall, and the Shibalanke mid that we've seen him go for twice now here at Smite Prime. I'm excited to see if he continues to prioritize it throughout the day. But yeah, Smite 2 Bad Boys, it was just constantly looking for action across the map that netted them this gold lead and eventually the win as well.
And there were so many eyes on Adapting for this one here too. I mean, we talked earlier in the game about how we were expecting the Tsukiyomi to be a big impact on the map as we get a chance to see that quadra kill for the game here from Moswall. That was sick. But I think you explained it pretty well. Scream was getting pretty active wherever we saw them, just staying very aggressive. But I also really got to shout out Donut Doug, 8, 1, and 10, hanging out in that dual lane. It felt like the one time that they did die, they were able to take Ares with them, and that set up E-Chrome to get picked off by the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys. So everybody from them is looking so strong right now. It's no wonder why they're, one of the strongest teams heading in there.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I do agree. Donut Doug just played so well. He's, I think, the biggest beneficiary off of not rotating to that first round of the Moonlight Ritual in mid lane. He pushes that left-hand tier 1 tower, and it gets himself a massive lead over E-Chrome that allows him to make plays like winning out in a 2v1 against E-Chrome and Calvin, and then doing it again and trading Calvin for his life under his own tower. So take a look at the bracket here. Clocked in, getting the win over the leftovers, while Smite 2 Bad Boys taking against 800 GPM. Glurp winning out against the likes of Societe, and Strength of Wood versus Retirement Home. Strength of Wood winning that one.
So it's going to be an interesting losers bracket down there. I mean, one of the things about closed bracket is that you kind of look at each team and you go, yeah, they're pretty good. Ah, man, they are also pretty good. Everybody's here for a reason. So the loser bracket brawls are always so interesting to see who has the tenacity to really carry up and through there. And in the past, it was always a Cherry Slush or Orange Kiss, some variant of the Scream team with Benny Q, Cherry O, Cyclone, and Bobby. So without those underdogs, it'll be interesting to see who dominates down there. But for now, we've got another picks and bans coming at you as we move on to the next game that we have in store for you. It is, in fact, Strength of Wood versus... I was waiting for it to show up.
I got you.
There it is. Thank you. Thanks, Book. I was clocked down for a second there with C.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, they're up against...
Who was it again?
I'm back.
All right.
But So for these bans that we see, I mean, knowing that Paul's on the other team, how much are you thinking about that mid laner for Clocked In? Or, do you kind of try to play around that? Odin's already taken off the board. I'm kind of curious, if you had to ban against Clocked In Book, what are you doing?
I mean, Tegvir and Paul are usually the targets of the likes of other teams. They're always the ones being banned out. Some people have leaned on Hydrogen a little bit as well. The Jingwei, a character you just can't afford to give Clocked In because of how prominent Hydrogen has been on that pick. But also Karmic now pulling some, Jormungandr bans as of late as well. I feel like you can't give this Clocked In team whatever they want. And they always have some backup picks ready. Happen's got the Scylla. He's got the Baron Samedi. There's just too many options that this Clocked In roster have that you kind of just have to say, all right, these are our 3 bans, and let's hope that we can take on whatever they're going to pick, because whatever they're going to pick, it's going to be really good.
Speaking of bans, said it before, Odin and now Ares banned away from the side of Clocked In, whereas Strength of Wood opt to take away the Agni. I really like the call out too. It feels like everybody from Clocked In has problem picks, right?
Yeah.
Everybody from Clocked In has something you gotta be like, jeez, it happened, God. Scylla, Hydrogen, the Jing, oh my God, what are we supposed to do? Take away Umoja is gonna be the response from Strength of Wood. So it is kind of like so stressful to go up against this top seeded team.
I'm curious if Strength of Wood are going to take away the Yanis. Instead, it's going to be the Jingwei that they decide to ban away. Clocked In, I got to imagine that they're going to lean on something, Paul really prioritizes. Tsukiyomi is also available. Tegvir has often leaned on that first pick as an option. Jormungandr is available if Karmic wants that. But I have to imagine this is an Osiris first lock-in here for Clocked In. Karmic can play it. I believe Tegvir can also play it. Instead, it's going to be Aladdin, though.
Gulp. That's terrifying. It's one of those gods that goes under the radar, I feel. Everybody kind of forgets about Aladdin sometimes. It's just so bizarre because he's so strong, but then you have to go against Screamer, you have to go against Paul, and if you leave it open, they pick it up. Osiris is going to be the next lock-in for Strength of Wood. That's the other god that you were looking for, Book, knowing that they're so powerful. The big question is, what's going to be that follow-up? It is Ullr for Strength of Wood.
I gotta imagine this Ullr is going to go in the ADC role. Aladdin, I think, yeah, like you mentioned it, I think this is going to Paul, and I don't know how I feel about Aladdin mid as of late. I feel like he slots a lot better in the jungle role, and I don't know if Tegvir has shown me that he can be an Aladdin player just yet. Jormungandr for Karmic as well. I love this too, already. But giving up Osiris to Strength of Wood and you get yourself Paul on Aladdin, who, yes, can hyper carry games in the late game. But he's shown that he can, kind of carry in the early game on characters like Yanis, who have no business carrying in the early game. So on this pick, I feel like Clocked In might struggle a fair bit in their early game around their mid 2v2. I think Tegvir is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in the early game.
He's going to be able to do quite a bit. He does have that Tsukiyomi in the back pocket there. Assuming, of course, it's Tsukiyomi jungle, Aladdin mid. Not Aladdin jungle,
Yeah.
Tsuki mid. I love Smite too. So many flex potential possibilities that you could have here. It's a mixed bag, a candy bag, a Baron, and a Merlin. It's going to be the follow-up from Strength of Wood. So a lot of, I want to call them fairly standard picks. I think we're very used to seeing these from Strength of Wood.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what's really great about these picks so far is these are really scrappy picks. Merlin can kind of fight as soon as he hits level 5, even before level 5, just having those stance switches, meaning once he hits level 2, he's got 4 abilities just ready to go over his opponent who only has 2 abilities. Ullr in the ADC role wants to be scrappy. Osiris, the OG lane bully. Baron Samedi can kind of get in there once he hits 5 as well. And even before then, I love what Strength of Wood have drafted so far. It screams like strong early game scrapping presence to me. And in this meta where we see Moonlight Ritual so much, I'm excited to see what this comp really brings.
They're going to polish it off with that Hoombots there. Clocked In, find the Scylla on her, and we're already ready to pop into the game between Clocked In and Strength of Wood. Still a best of 1, and still Musy, and still Book, Jithens, basically Billy, making sure everything's going smooth admin-wise, and Tess and Red Rosie making sure that Book and I behave. So we get a chance to see everything kind of falling in the way that we thought it would, Book. Paul's going to be rocking that Aladdin mid, and Tagvir the Tsukiyomi jungle.
Yeah, Tagvir on the Tsukiyomi, but more importantly, we didn't get to talk about it because we just flew through those picks and bans. Happened on the Scylla and Hydrogen on the On Her. I've kind of theorized a little bit about this Moonlight phase and what it means in terms of a changing in the picks and bans, as NMR could get looked at a little bit by Tagvir, who's just on the hunt a little bit for pressure early. But I've kind of been curious, like, what is the play here? Paul going for this Aladdin, who's going to be strong in the mid-late game, but everyone else on the team can kind of do a little bit of the heavy lifting in the early game. On her can be scrappy on this left-hand side against the Uller. The Scylla can really get in there. A Tagvir on Tsukiyomi is just going to be great as soon as he hits level 5. Karmic on the Jormungandr can play as a lane bully and then really rotate to fights and just play zone control. Paul is the late game nuke option, right? Like, he's the big red button that they're going to push once they get to late game, and hopefully the rest of the team can kind of get him there in the early mid.
So it is just a test of time, as it were, as Clockton are just trying to get Paul across that finish line. Whereas Strength of Wood, with their composition, you said it before, they're also very scrappy with what they got going on. And I am particularly interested, Book. It's Osiris solo, but it's Osiris with the aspect. So I'm kind of wondering, how does that change from the normal Osiris that like everybody's familiar with?
I feel like just for this lane option, it's a nice look for Snatty. It's going to allow him to kind of play a little more back. It's going to allow him to keep his mitigations up as well, that passive, more consistently. Because if you recall, he uses those passive options as happen in Hydrogen. Could get looked at here, but Gekka still just zoning away.
Yeah, unfortunately, the crush is a little bit off the mark from Happen, so Kyuk is not going to get rooted into place. It seems that Clockton is aware of what the Baron can do at level 2.
Up down.
An up down from Hydrogen.
Ooh.
Fortunately, it doesn't go anywhere, but it looks cool. You got to give him that.
Yeah, I thought they were going to commit there. Happen just a little late on the route from the up down. Maybe didn't expect his own ADC to do that play, as we do see Tagvir already hovering this left-hand side, just looking for a back camp to invade, while an NMR ganking onto Karmic.
Karmic's underneath with that submerge, trying to see if he can get a big knock-up. Catches 2, but isn't going to be enough to dissuade Strength of Wood? Yes! In fact, it will. Jormungandr, Karmic on this pick. Just feels like they can never die, even when they should in these earlier levels.
NMR just tries to pre-beats that knockup, but just can't get it off in time. It uses it too early, and so Karmic just survives. NMR just can't get that gank off, and look at this pressure left-hand side. Happens still just threatening while their ADC is going to the back camps. This is how you want to play Scylla. Be in your opponent's face, make them look at you, make them hesitate on securing their own farm. Happen showing already that he's able to play this pick really efficiently here.
And that's what we all know, love, and expect from Happen. The cripple opens up. Crazy jump there from Hydrogen, but no impale to follow it up. When he does try to throw it, it's a little bit off the mark. The Humbats is on the way here, looking for the flank maneuver. He guns it straight towards Hydrogen. The monkey smash. You got a monkey flip. On her, jumps over the wall, making space from that Amar. Happen, dies in the back, gets first blooded. Impale gets negated by the jump after. NMR looks for it, doesn't have the damage, just barely able to find it with an auto attack, and is not dying to the tower, but with a very low health bar, he's getting out of here. Meanwhile, in the lamp, Paul looking to put some pressure on top of Kaidon. Looks like he's gonna bring a friend as well. The Tsukiyomi locks the Merlin in, no mana and nowhere to go. Paul finds the kill in the mid lane.
And uses Wealth Wish as well to get a little bit of extra gold to their name. Wouldn't be surprised to see if the likes of Clockton start to get active around the mid lane now that Wealth Wish is still active. Can you proc a couple more, Wealth Wishes before it runs out? Get Paul just so much gold, because this is what you want to do. You want to get Paul off to an early lead. Good look, though, from NMR to gank the duo lane early. On her, yes, is praised for his early game, as, hold on, red buff being invaded here.
Being invaded, even that Fear No Evil, but it's just there to keep Karmic away from that red buff, so Strength of Wood are able to secure it.
Yeah, for sure. Left-hand side, this is kind of a target that you can look for if you're Strength of Wood. Look to punish this on her, who, in theory should be good in the early game, but didn't have the access to that CC and ultimate, as still being aggressive on this left-hand side.
Couple of ultimates coming out from the dual lane of Clocked In. but the I'm a Monster is just a little bit off the mark. Happen can't get that last bit of damage they need on top of tempo. So instead, they just maintain tempo in the dual lane. Snatty gets picked off by Tegvir in the solo lane, however, as it seems that Karmic can never die and is never punished ever.
Karmic didn't even need to use that ultimate. It's just a clean gank from Tegvir on the right-hand side, as in mid lane could be looking for more, but no, NMR and Kaidan, they're just going to take their time farming up here, get those, that team gold there, as Paul has amassed himself a 1-level lead, and we talked about it. We want Paul to be off to an early lead if you're the likes of Clocked In. He's already got this Transcendence that he's stacking up now. He's in a really good spot. He's going to have a ton of strength going into the mid game if he can continue to just fast track this item stacking.
So Transcendence for the Merlin, or the Merlin, can you imagine?
I wish.
Transcendence for the Aladdin. So I feel like there's always been this conversation of strength versus int. I'm kind of curious as to know where is your heart, Book? Where do you think Aladdin should be going with that?
I think the way Paul plays it, it makes a lot of sense for him to lean on that strength build, where if you're going into Aladdin, you're kind of leaning more towards that poking playstyle from a distance. You're just getting those item procs off the one in particular. But Paul really likes to play this Aladdin in your face. He's playing it like an assassin, diving onto the enemy backliners. And it just, this tells me the Transcendence pickup that is that he's going to be playing to scale. He's not going to be playing to fight here, as, he's already got himself a kill. Of course he's going to be fighting early because it's Paul, but he wants to kind of just farm it out. He wants to get 2 items, be in a really good spot with a ton of just strength to his name, as 6-minute mark has been reached, and that means Moonlight Phase is available. Let's see what team decides to prioritize the shards.
Yeah, Paul's going to be hanging out that mid lane. Looks like NMR is showing up, but Karmic very low, ulting away from the solo lane. And you said it, Book. It's 6 minutes right now, 2-2. Clocked In, have a 2k gold lead. Maybe we can make that a little bit more. Seems that Kyuka gets pressured out by the dual lane of Clocked In. And so far, Strength of Wood is going to be the ones to have all of the Starlight shards, or Moonlight shards, I should say. Maybe a little bit beyond the shards, maybe a touch of death happen. Forced to sentry away, NMR goes after them, finds the damage, but how much do you want to chase a Scylla? They decide not too much. Tegvir decides, hey, maybe we can kill the Baron instead. What say you? Baron says, I choose ultimate button. Tries to pull somebody in, but is not able to get it. In fact, they get picked off in turn. NMR trying to decide if they want to go after the rest of Clocked In, but they don't have the position to get an ultimate off just yet, so they're going to take a step back and take a look at that purple buff instead. Tegvir doesn't have ultimate either, so they're going to have to give way that chase and maybe take a look at the gold instead.
I thought for a second that Teppo might have been able to, pull off the play, avoids, happens damage, avoids all, a lot of Hydrogen's ultimate there. As Clocked In, they're pulling this Gold Fury. It's going down pretty quick.
1k left on the Gold Fury. Strength of Wood walks up and steal it away from Clocked In.
Wow.
Off the back of a Fear No Evil from NMR. Kyuka gets that last bit of damage they need, but that CC did a lot of the heavy lifting. A very gutsy pull from Clocked In, it would seem, because Strength of Wood just kind of walks up slowly and says, thank you very much, I'll take that to go.
Yeah, Happen, who I praise a lot for being able to secure these objectives with the Sunder and the Scylla combo, as could be looking to zone out this neutral farm, but should be a-okay. But Happen just stands on top of the Gold Fury. NMR walks up, Fear No Evil, CC's Happen, so Happen, no ultimate in that moment, doesn't get it off in time, and so isn't able to just, Sunder, secure it. You can Sunder it when you're in the I'm a Monster ultimate, but just wasn't there, didn't get it off in time, so it gets CC'd, can't Sunder secure it. Kyeka on the Uller, we don't talk enough about how much secure Uller has as an ADC. He is kind of the one that you want to be securing. He can play like a mage with the combo, the 3-1, just secure objectives in front of you if Sunder isn't available, as Snatty gets soloed on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that is just Jormungandr things, it would seem, being able to cross that distance, but it's going to be the pillow fight in the mid lane.
Good juke.
This is Tsukiyomi, Tegvir, trying to get active, Lamp is out, connects on top of NMR, and into it we go, and out of it in a body bag goes NMR, as Paul pieces them up. Late game is now, he says. I want to go ahead and get my crazy curves. It seems that Clocked In will have earned the Moonlight's favor, as well as that kill.
Yeah, and that's, I think, an issue from Strength of Wood, where when NMR doesn't have Fear No Evil, just you have to give way to Clocked In's 2v2. Tegvir is just so strong in the Tsukiyomi now. Paul and the Aladdin in a really good spot. If NMR doesn't have ultimate, you just have to give space, give away the pressure in that moment, give away the Moonlight Ritual. Sure, it's not the end of the world. You got yourself the first Gold Fury, as that solo kill on the right-hand side netted Karmic that tier 1 tower, and this Naga minion still threatening this right-hand side tier 2 tower. The tower's going to take a fair bit of poke here so far.
Coming across to 10 minutes right now, Book. 5-2. 3K gold lead for Clocked In. Off the back of more than a few successful ganks and being able to get that Moonlight Shard. They keep it in their back pocket. The question is, now that you have it, where are you taking it? How do you stop Strength of Wood from getting back into this?
It might be just by, taking their time for a bit, as Root does connect onto Kieka, but, Hydrogen is just free farming there. I think you're just kind of holding on to it for a bit as right-hand side. Again, this Moonlight phase, man, there's just so much action across the map now. Early pressure is so important. We see teams just being so aggressive everywhere on the map.
Uh-oh. Speaking of pressure and damage, I'm a Monster comes out, but doesn't seem to land on anything. NMR lands on top of the Snake, though. So Strength of Wood will find the kill in the solo lane. Happen dashes in under the T1. But Kieka jumps across the other side, straight into Tegvir, gets the stun off into the Aegis, but that means that Tegvir has the ultimate to follow up and get the kill. The lamp doesn't connect because the Baron ultimate comes out. Is not able to pull anybody in, though, unfortunately. So Clocked In, 1-1, across the map, as it were, start to group up and think about where they can go next.
It's likely towards this Gold Fury that's due to spawn pretty soon. Kieka using that Aegis there means that he's going to be a prime target if Clocked In decide to pull this objective here. You can see NMR actually in the enemy jungle as well. I believe he's been spotted.
Yeah, crushes out, Happen. Oh, can't find the root, but it doesn't matter. Actually pulls the beats from NMR. So a win's a win. I think you kind of take that, you walk away. You're like, oh, nice. All right, see ya.
I think if you're Strength of Wood now, you're saying, okay, Clocked In, you can have this next Gold Fury. We're going to prioritize the other round of objectives here. I think they should prioritize maybe getting that tier 1 tower on the right-hand side and Pyromancer, because now you're down 2 relics here before the objective has even been pulled here. And Clocked In, you can see some important items coming through. Paul has Hydra's Lament online, and now it's a 3rd relic being pulled there, as Kaidon loses the beats as well to Karmic.
All kinds of danger for Strength of Wood, slowly getting bled of their resources. And Paul finishes up a Crusher now, too. So this Aladdin just continuously skyrocketing themselves towards that finish line. Yeesh is right. I would not want to be caught alone with Paul in a dark alley. I get lamped and boomed instantly.
Yeah, if he's got 3 strength items, that guy's going to be swinging off the first punch for sure. I mean, yeah, Paul's just in such a good spot already. Brawler's Beat Stick as well for Tegvir. This is an item that recently kind of got changed, and I'm really excited to see how Tegvir can make it work. Just that first initial burst damage is going to be so good, and because Tegvir is on a poke god character, he can just leverage this item so effectively, as Gold Fury, I imagine, will be the target here of the likes of Clocked In as they get here first.
Strength of Wood is right around the corner, though. They don't have vision, and it looks like Clocked In are banking on that. Happen waits around the wind sprite to see if maybe they can jump scare somebody into walking into them, but nobody's ready to bite. Tempo walks up, ready to make some space. Happen finds the cripple, but at this point, both teams are just kind of staring across the aisle right now. Nobody's really ready to go for it. A Cold War begins and a Cold War ends. Both teams walk away.
Snatty rotated on over here, but Karmic rotates first. Kieka's in trouble.
Knocked up. Jormungandr gets the damage off, pinned against the wall. Down goes Kieka. Who's next on the chopping block? Looks to be that Baron Samdi, and the Snake is already on top of them, forces them away past underneath their tier 1 tower. NMR is going to try to argue with Tegvir. Realize they do not have the charisma to make that work. Throws down the Fear No Evil to buy themselves some space, but Tegvir is able to land that ultimate. Goes underneath the tier 1 tower after NMR. Caltrops out, but the monkey jumps over the wall. Chases after them is Happen, and a giant snake comes crashing down. Happy Halloween. Get jump scared. Shouldn't have opened up that can. Clocked In, find a couple of kills, and now take a look at that tier 1 tower.
Strength of Wood, they look like they still want to defend this. Snatty stepping up forward here. He's got Aegis to his name.
And into the lamp they go. Is Aegis gonna be enough, though? It's looking pretty good. Paul's forced to use an Aegis of his own, and Snatty solos him inside the lamp. This Osiris Osiris is going insane. Pop their own Aegis, but the 2v1 after is going to be kind of tough. They make it outside and just barely get picked off by Hydrogen's ultimate on the retreat. Strength of Wood turning around on top of Tegvir. So they'll be able to find a couple of kills in that regard. So it'll be 2 for 2 after all is said and done. Strength of Wood maintain a little bit of peace in all the realms.
But I mean, those are the two people you want to kill. Paul was sitting 2-0, Tegvir 2-0. They get 2 decent shutdowns on 2 important carries. And Relics as well happen very low though to Kaidon. He's looking all in him.
Oh, and down they go. Picked off. Kaidon's giant black hole was able to find the last vestiges of damage they need to pick off Happen. So now it feels like Clocked In is getting pieced apart a little bit. This mid game for Strength of Wood is looking very strong.
And Amar going to invade that speed buff as well and likely pay attention to this left-hand side. Gold Fury available, but the Moonlight Phase is also available here. So you're looking to pick up these shards across the map before the mid spawns in 60 seconds here. But I don't know, man. I feel like Strength of Wood, yeah, they've got 2 kills, now 3 kills to their name off of, you know, just some impressive grouping plays. Snatty, a great solo performance there in the lamp, winning out the 1v1 against Paul, but Clocked In still feels like they have a lot of momentum on their side. Paul being aggressive here in mid, taking this tier 1 tower.
Gets hit by the Fear No Evil, jumps over the wall, and he's gone. NMR chases after, the monkey doesn't connect. So it seems that Hunbots will not be able to give true chase. It leaves Happen alone in the mid lane, though. He'll have Sentry to get away, and Tegvir's waiting out there in the wings. Strength of Wood doesn't know there's a trap being planted here as they start to scatter out and backwards. Clocked In aren't able to spring it on top of them, so they go back to Jay chillin' and farming.
Strength of Wood, despite getting those 3 kills we saw earlier and some important relics down, those relics are coming up right now, right as the ritual in mid is spawning, and you can see they're already just going to give it away to Clocked In, and they got to be careful that they don't also give away pressure around the Gold Fury as Kieka getting looked at here on the left-hand side. Happen on the way.
Yep. Scylla's going to try to make the journey, but Paul is getting pressured out by NMR. Won't be able to have that pillow fight in the mid lane, unfortunately. Strength of Wood maintain control of the ritual site.
Okay.
But meanwhile, in that dual lane, looks like the dual lane of Clocked In getting a little bit of a pincer maneuver happening. The question is, can the Baron make it in time? Kiaka finds a stun on top of Happen, trying to throw out some damage there. And Tempo is here as well. Tegvir waiting in the wings, trying to click on some of those shards, but still no deaths, still no true commitments from either side.
That Aegis looks a little funny there because, you know, Kieka was probably never dying to Happen's damage in that moment, and so you're like, well, why does he Aegis in that moment? He probably expected a little more damage, sure, but he keeps his health bar topped up, and right as, you know, the mid ritual is being taken by Strength of Wood, as Karmic getting low, forced to ult, but Kieka just keeps himself topped up. If Clocked In force the Euler to back, maybe they just go pull Gold Fury. Hydrogen with a great teleport rotation, and here's Tegvir as well.
Whoa, who invited these guys? 1 second, nobody was there, and then the next, he had a double man rotation from Clocked In. I don't even think Snatty knew what was going on until it was far too late. Everybody was so distracted looking at the giant snake, but hey, that happens. Giant snake going through the sky, I think that would catch my attention as well. 18 minutes so far, Book. It's 10-6. Clocked In still maintain a 4K gold lead. And off of that gank on top of Snatty, maybe they want to find a little bit more. Happen put some pressure on top of Tempo and Kaidon, but NMR off to that left-hand side, just trying to sneakily farm some camps under the nose of Clocked In.
Strength of Wood, they got themselves the Moonlight Ritual, and so that's going to be in the hand of Tempo here on the Baron Samedi. I feel like Strength of Wood, they're kind of okay with Snatty dying there on the right-hand side because they don't lose anything aside from the life of Snatty. They still get the Moonlight Ritual. They have these Nagas pressuring down all 3 lanes. Now you can see Kieka over there with his lane Naga trying to pressure down this tower, but just going to use it as a means of pressure as NMR TP's in just to poke out Happen here, who's down a half HP. This should be a go button now for Strength of Wood. You can see they're grouping towards the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Happen's going to be forced to hit that TKO. Lifebinder is not enough of a sustain tool to maybe keep you around for that much longer. As Strength of Wood start moving towards that Gold Fury. Paul boxing it out with Snatty again.
Yeah.
Cannot seem to win against that Osiris. Born in a lab to kill Paul. Gold Fury being looked at and being confirmed by Strength of Wood. Hydrogen showed face for like a second, but was not able to actually get the steal off that they needed.
Great play there. I mean, yeah,
to...
Snatty just zoning off at Paul there in that moment. It's such a great play here, just denying him the option as NMR looking for it, forces the beads out of Tegvir as Tegvir can use that as an angle to go back in.
Tries to find it. A little bit of caltrop damage there coming out as you kind of walking on a Lego. Strength of Wood trying to see if they can make something happen, but Happen just doesn't want to let it go. So both teams kind of go back to waiting in bushes and staring at each other. Uh-oh, Tempo walks up a little bit too much into Paul. Yeah, you all, but unfortunately, Tegvir swoops in with the shuriken and says, hey, don't mind if I do. Let's take a look at that Pyromancer.
Yeah, this Pyro should go away the clocked in. NMR on the way, but doesn't have access to that ultimate. Snatty does, though, and he's on the way. No Sunder to his name, though.
Does he have anything to throw out here? It's going to be the Pyromancer that is confirmed and taken away. Strength of Wood now have a fight on their hands, but the question is, can they walk away with their lives? Try to take a look at Karmic. Snatty goes in for a little bit of damage. And MR walks up, jumps over the wall, still trying to put some attention on the giant snake, but the rest of Clocked In is here to turn around on top of them. Down goes Snatty, bit off a little bit more than he could chew. The ultimate from the Tsukiyomi jumps in on top of NMR and tries to get some damage there as well. Monkey down on her in. The Impale is good, and the Kaidon is dead. So now it's going to be 3 down from Strength of Wood as Clocked In are able to take complete control of the fight.
Man, what are Strength of Wood doing there? They know that Kyuka's on the left-hand side. They know Tempo just died a few minutes ago, had to back and walk up out of base. They know they don't have the mana advantage. They have to know that Hydrogen's there. He just confirmed the Pyromancer. They are down numbers in that fight, and they still force a 3v5, and they lose 3 numbers now all of a sudden. Clocked In, grouping on the right-hand side. They're going to pull fire. Paul doesn't need to even be there.
Yeah, he's going to force Kyuka into the lamp, but Uller has got some combo damage ability to maybe throw out, but unfortunately, Aladdin looks like they've got a little bit more. Another axe. Who's got it? It is Kyuka, who's able to pick off Paul. What a crazy axe coming out at the end there. Lives with just a little bit of health, but unfortunately, this means that Clocked In still get a healthy chunk of the Fire Giant's life away. Karmic ulting after Tempo, who will in turn open that life of the party, trying to see if maybe they can get a steal off, but unfortunately the only thing they can get is killed. So the rest of Strength of Wood show up. Fire Giant very low. It does get confirmed by Happen, but Tegvir is going to end up falling to NMR. The dagger picked up by Happen as it seems the dual lane has got to make a speedy getaway. The solo laner still trying to get active on top of Snatty, who's looking pretty low, but it doesn't stop Strength of Wood for going even further in. Clocked In, make that full retreat with the Fire Giant and the dagger in pocket.
Karmic using the Wind Sprite to just give himself a little bit of extra movement speed to run away there in that moment. Great play by Clocked In, but a pretty decent response from Strength of Wood. They get themselves 2 kills off of, the back of Kyeka with some great mechanical plays there in that 1v1. Happen down to half HP, kind of looking to defend their own jungle here from NMR, who has consistently been in the enemy jungle this entire game.
Looks like Beads was popped from NMR, and because of that, they cannot avoid the fate that is handed to them because of the root there from Happen. So down goes the Hunbots. NMR will take a quick break back there in the Fountain Book. Now that Clocked In have got this Fire Giant, Strength of Wood, we're able to find a couple of picks. That kill onto Paul, is that a fluke or is that something that happens consistently?
I mean, Paul just isn't at the top point of Aladdin just yet. He's still working towards some items as he looks for the lamp as well. Snatty doesn't realize that Happens on the way. He's got to be careful of the root here.
Yeah, and the rest of Clocked In swarm around this Osiris. Get off of my friend. Paul goes back in just for a little bit of extra damage. Snatty is down for the count. Paul notably is going to be one of 2 that doesn't have Fire Giant in this scenario. Tegvir doesn't have it either, but Clocked In still get to sit for another 140 seconds, a little more than 2 minutes or so with this FG buff.
I mean, Gold Fury spawning here. Why are Strength of Wood, why is Snatty just kind of there in mid? What is the point, I guess, of my question? Like, why is Snatty on his own? He's taking a 1v1 against Paul. He's done it before, sure, but the rest of the team groups up as Karmic does get picked on the right-hand side, but he got the tier 2 tower. That's totally fine. The rest of the team's getting the Gold Fury there first of the game, and Paul still pushed up in mid lane, able to threaten these towers as much as he wants. This Aladdin really hasn't been punished too much because the likes of the member Clocked In are always there to respond if there's a grouping to deal with Aladdin.
And Paul showing off just how quick this Aladdin can be on their feet. Strength of Wood tries to surge forward to catch Paul as they were farming that midway, but he just runs up over a wall and gets out of there. Now Tagveer is going to be the new target. It's going to force to back up a little bit, but with that Magi's Blessing, even though NMR has ult, doesn't look like they'll actually be able to force anything to happen. Speaking of happen, walks at Strength of Wood just to take it back now, y'all.
60 seconds on this Moonlight Ritual. Strength of Wood pushing and looking to respond here to it. And they're grouped up. Yeka the only one not here, but Happen just able to juke all the abilities in the world here in the mid lane.
But is able to hit that cripple off on top of Tempo. No follow-up quite yet from Clocked In. It feels like both teams are kind of playing with a little bit of time there. The dagger is popped. Must have been running low. Didn't really have a situation to use it in. It's always funny to see how Happen is not afraid to just kind of run at you, which is so scary. I mean, I think you have talked about this before, Book, how Scylla support can kind of get in people's heads because you still think of Scylla as the mage. You're like, you get a little startled. Pyromancer confirmed for Clocked In there. Strength of Wood just waiting for their opportunity to get in, but I'm not even sure what it is anymore.
Clocked In, though, they've seeded mid position, though, and that's allowed Strength of Wood to kind of take up a good spot around this Moonlight Ritual here. They have positional advantage. Clocked In now, they have to worm their way into the mid lane here pretty safely, but look at the damage from Strength of Wood. It's just so much AoE poke damage from a distance. Clocked In, they got to be careful here.
Karmic and the ultimate World Serpent snake their way in as the rest of Clocked In start to show up around. Inside the bush is the Scylla, just trying to see if they can keep Strength of Wood off of that ritual site. Karmic submerges, looking for a little bit more. Cripple onto Snatty. There it is. Bit of damage. The I'm a Monster comes out, lands a bit, but doesn't have that hit that they need. Meanwhile, in the back, Baron Ultimate comes out. It does manage to land on top of Paul, forced to use the Aegis. Caught in the Merlin damage and caught out is the mid laner of Clocked In. But this does earn a little bit more moon shards for the team. But without a Aladdin there to dissuade the aggression from Strength of Wood, they're going to go ahead and walk back in and take control of the site again. Clocked In, being neutered of their damage, is going to say, all right, cool. We're going to catch back you in a little bit.
The problem with this Aegis pickup from Paul, you know, it's great. You look at the enemy team and you're like, oh, they just have so much burst damage. I need an Aegis here. It isn't able to, you know, immune away the Baron ultimate as soon as that ultimate from Paul is down. And so Tempo just punishes Paul for daring to dash forward aggressively, uses both dashes to try and look for a pick on the Kaidan, can't find it, and immediately gets punished. Now Strength of Wood looking to take advantage of this 4v5. They're pulling fire.
Fire Giant down to half. Sunder is available in a couple of seconds for Happen. World Surfing comes out. Tempo secures the FG for Strength of Wood. They'll have the dagger as well. Happen looking pretty low. Forced to use that shell is Karmic to keep the Scylla alive. And it's a clean getaway from Strength of Wood. They don't find any picks, but an FG pick from Strength of Wood is fairly significant.
Yeah, what a great play by Strength of Wood. I thought they were in a little bit of trouble when Karmic went in that deep and just got so many pools on the back line. Strength of Wood, their escapability in that moment looked a little, you know, kind of spooky in that moment. It is October, and so Strength of Wood show no fear, though, in that moment. They get the fire, the Sunder from Tempo, and then they're able to just walk away. And now what's the next call? It's the Gold Fury, their third pip going to them. They're in a really commanding position all of a sudden. Despite being down 6,000 gold, they're still fighting back into it.
Ancient Gold Fury picked up for Strength of Wood. On top of their FG, bunch of towers left to be picked off. I mean, Book, the Aladdin was supposed to be this late game hyper carry for Clocked In, but you said it earlier, because Tempo is on this Baron pick, and Aladdin doesn't have bees, they can't operate. And if your hyper carry can't operate, where does that leave you? It leaves you in a position where even though you're up on gold, suddenly you're not quite winning the fights that you want to. Strength of Wood walk up to take a look at this tier 2 tower, and it's gone. Like, immediately picked apart. So now that gold lead is actually starting to shorten by so quickly a margin. It's only like 3k or so. We're approaching that 30-minute mark or so. 17 to 10 for Clocked In. And yeah, look at that chart, the way that it spikes all the way down. Scary stuff for Clocked In.
I mean, Clocked In just do not have an answer to Snatty. Despite Snatty having 6 deaths, he's pretty unkillable. at this stage of the game now, all of a sudden, he's in a really good spot because part of it is just because Paul is Aladdin, right? You don't have a mage that's looking to front to back alongside the Anhur. You kind of have this character, the pseudo-assassin, who wants to be one-dimensionally diving the backline. Paul doesn't do well into the Osiris. We've seen that happen now. He doesn't do the best into the Humbots. It's okay, but he doesn't have beads, so that 1v1's not the best. Paul's only option is to dive the backline, and if he's diving the backline and Tempo is able to just use the ultimate, use the Baron ultimate, pull him in because he doesn't have beads, Paul's options becomes very limited, and it's very difficult all of a sudden for him to play these late game team fights. Strength of Wood, they just have the easier to execute draft all in all.
I mean, yeah, no beads, that's tough. And can he even build Magi's? Is there room in the build
I don't know.
Magi's Blessing for this Aladdin? Because I feel like you'd lose out on so much damage there. It's crazy how you kind of make one build mistake and all of a sudden it's like, I can't play the game, can I?
Paul still has the revive wish, and I imagine that's why he still has the lamp. You have to imagine maybe he sells the lamp here for a Magi's, and if not, he's gonna go try and full power build and just maybe he one-shots someone off the 3. He goes in, knocks up the likes of Kaidon or Kieka in a moment's notice and just one-shots him. I think that's the avenue Paul wants to go for. And if he dies, at least he's taking 1 or 2 carries with him in the moment. And I think Paul is just hoping the likes of Tegvir or Hydrogen can start pulling their weight and doing the damage that they need to and really take out some members of the side of Strength of Wood, as happened. Just trying to zone out members as Strength of Wood, they're grouping here, but I can't imagine with 12 seconds left on this Fire Giant that they're going to go for this.
It's a risky push, but it's one they're going for. Life of the party comes out from Baron, but doesn't actually catch anybody. Meanwhile, Karmic, with that World Serpent, tries to go for a target. Cersei's Hexstone pop by Tempo to make space for themselves, so Strength of Wood for 1 ultimate finds 3. In the lamp is Snatty against Paul, and Paul pieces up that Osiris. When you catch him in the 1v1, doesn't matter. You cannot find the Baron. Tries to get that second lamp out there, the wish for power, but it's a little bit off the mark. Happen falls to Kaidon. Paul looks to see if they can avenge their friend, but Merlin does such a good job at making space. Paul throws out the damage, gets hit by the axe, and there's the Aegis and the wish to revive and get back into the action. And speaking of, Karmic trying to find a way out, submerged, throws out the spit, and gets a lot of damage on top of Kieka, forces the Aegis, but Tegvir is there to finish up the kill. Meanwhile, Hydrogen jumping after Tempo, blocks him with the pillar, and puts him in the grave. Clocked in, find a way to squeak out ahead of that fight. And now they get to take a look at more things on the map. Fire Giant is respawning.
Strength of Wood, they go for that play, but their Fire Giant just runs out at the wrong time for them. It runs out right as Clocked In go for the engage, and Snatty becomes a prime target in the 1v1 against Paul, who does have the damage, yes, doesn't need the Magi's to deal with this Osiris. And all of a sudden, Clocked In, they're right back in it. They're back in the driver's seat. They're going to pull this fire, and I don't think Strength of Wood can respond. You can see they're already gone towards this Gold Fury to respond with that. Moonlight Phase in 30 seconds. This is, I think, going to be the game-breaking play here. Who gets this Moonlight Phase? Because the siege becomes so much easier for either team, depending on who gets it. And yeah, Strength of Wood, they're not out of it, but based off that play, Clocked In are certainly right back in the driver's seat. They're the ones that can force where they get to play. And yeah, it is tough here for Strength of Wood to suddenly play out this late game.
And it's so interesting how the dynamic shifts just based off of the fact that Paul finds an ult onto Snatty. The one person who was kind of soloing Paul earlier, but I feel like once Paul got that Titan's Bane online, it was such a game changer to be able to get those penetrations, piece apart this Osiris, because if you can force the 1v1 where you can't peel the Aladdin off of you, it's a very tough situation for Strength of Wood. So as long as they can find Paul before that lamp comes out, boom, Strength of Wood W. But if Paul hits that lamp and nobody's there to go in after him, Paul's gonna be able to get at least 1 kill. And that's how Paul likes to play. They will find the 1 kill they need, and then they will try to do a little bit more. But if all they get is 1, if all they do is trade, he's kind of happy with that. And that's how we've seen him play with Aladdin, with Pele, even with things like Merlin and Yanis. Dude just likes to W key at you and kill you. Now Clocked In with this Fire Giant. wants to see if maybe they can force out a little something. We're waiting for that ritual, the Moonlight Ritual, to come up, because like you said, Book, those Nagas that get spawned super help in being able to make easy pushes.
Yeah, Strength of Wood would love to get this Naga, pushing power here, especially because all the Phoenixes are weakened by the Gold Fury, the Ancient Fury.
Yes.
So they would love to get this, but Clocked In, you can see they're grouped here first. They have positional advantage, and they don't even have Karmic here to just zone members away from Strength of Wood, excuse me. But the Ritual hasn't spawned yet. Now it's up, and gotta see if Strength of Wood respond here.
Strength of Wood are here in force. They take control of the zone. We're getting ready for the pillow fight. Happen walks up. Paul, looking for a little bit of damage, throws out the Kufic Invitation. Tempo takes a little bit of poke there. Strength of Wood are now backing away. Very much afraid of what a Fire Giant buffed Clocked In could be if they lose too many members. The sun is gone. Battlefield gets very cold. Ice in the veins of Clocked In, as they are known killers out there on the field, but still can't find their opportunity to get this party started.
Yeah, and part of it is due to the fact that Strength of Wood, they've done a good job of clearing out the waves. They still had some tier 2 towers up, so they can afford to give this Moonlight Ritual because it's not the end of the world for them. They still don't have weakened Phoenixes. They're in a really good position. They have a tier 2 on the left-hand side. Clocked In have to do a little more homework here before they can look to siege a bird.
And Strength of Wood even have like a little bit more of the shards too, so they're feeling okay about it so far. But Clocked In are not interested in the ritual. They're interested in that Phoenix. Chicken's on the menu. Let's see if we can get it. Happen. Tries to go in there, finds a little bit of damage. In fact, forces the Uller to back away. Life of the party comes out, but is not able to find anything. I'm a Monster used by Happen just to get a little bit of damage off. Maybe take the Phoenix a little bit, but tanking it a little bit too much. Happen health bar looking very low and forced to back out. Fear no evil from the Hunbots, but Paul is able to get away, and Karmic dashes in after the rest of Strength of Wood, but it's a call to retreat from Clocked In because the Nagas are here to push out these lanes. NMR, what are you doing? Still too low health. Paul throws out that ultimate, but it doesn't land on top of the monkey and happens sentries away from the rest of Strength of Wood after making silly faces at them and being like, no, you can't get me. I'm Scylla, I'm super fast. But Strength of Wood, a successful defense against Clocked In.
Yeah, they do a really good job of just buying space around their Phoenix. And you can see the health bar of the left-hand side Phoenix. It's not low at all. Clocked In, they're not able to walk in and kind of take down the objective at all. They just really had a really hard time walking in. And again, part of it comes down to Paul is on Aladdin. He can't create space like a traditional mage can do, like Kaidan especially can do on this Merlin, just by way of damage. And so it is really hard for Clocked In to siege, to play siege defense. They're kind of more focused on the fight. And if Strength of Wood don't give them the fight and force them to play around these offensive and defensive objectives, it becomes a lot harder for Clocked In to play out these fights as a team. I think you're looking to split the map now if you're Clocked In. Gold Fury going to go the way of Strength of Wood, so again, these Phoenixes are weakened. And I gotta imagine Clocked In, maybe you just look for a split pushing angle. Maybe send Aladdin into the left-hand side, make him threaten a bird, force a 1v1 angle, while the rest of the team looks to defend the Fire Giant. Because I can't imagine that Clocked In, maybe you're just taking a full 5-on-5 though, because you favor the fights in the jungle a little bit more than you do around these Phoenix sieges.
Yeah, oh yeah, like try to force something around like FG or Pyro or something like that, because that way Strength of Wood has to like take a look at you. Yeah, speaking of, they're gonna try to do exactly that. They pick up FG for a second just to see if they can bait Strength of Wood away from their hidey hole. Happen takes a little bit of poke from it, but is still fairly chillin' and not too concerned. Strength of Wood, the bait is placed, but they're not quite ready to bite yet. It's gonna come down to whoever blinks first. Staring contest between Clocked In and Strength of Wood. Karmic walks up, goes for a little bit of the spit action, but isn't able to find anything. Happen through the bush, throws out the crush, but again, everything's just kind of chill. All is well in this moment, but you can see this angle that NMR is taking off to the side, trying to keep eyes on top of Paul as Clocked In start to pick up that Fire Giant. Hydrogen hitting it means there's a little bit more commitment. Less than 10k. Kaidan's not here, but it's not a commit on top of FG yet. Clocked In are just trying to find the perfect scenario here.
They're going to repull, though, and now it's getting lower and lower, but they still just can't commit to it.
There it is, Karmic with the ultimate world surfing, and Tempo throws out one of their own, caught into pillar, forces Cersei's Hexstone away. Merlin gets quite a bit of damage off there. I'm a Monster comes out, but happens too low to follow up. Fear No Evil is gonna get Tegvir killed. Karmic left alone. The beads pop by the monkey to try to make sure that they can get their damage through, and they will. Low health bars for Strength of Wood, but no follow-up from Clocked In. Happens poked out, TKO'd. Now Paul's gonna try to force something. Walks up on the wall, jumps over. Can't find the target, forced to dash away. So Strength of Wood find their kills and find their backs.
Nice play from Paul just to bait out the beads of Kaidon, because if Paul commits there, Kaidon's dead. So great relic usage from Kaidon, sure, but a great bait from Paul in that moment. And yeah, I mean, Tegvir just goes into the back line, tries to get off the damage he needs to, but as soon as that ultimate doesn't kill anyone on the side of Strength of Wood, NMR just drops the ultimate. Tegvir has to beads in place and still ends up just dying to all the AoE damage that Strength of Wood have. And now that they're 5-man strong, they're able to pull this Fire Giant. I would imagine as Clocked In are nearby, though, they can try and defend this. Happen still has that Sunder to his name.
He's gonna dash in, get the root off on top of Snatty, but again, you're down 2 people, you're down 2 damage dealers. Fire Giant getting pieced apart, picked away. It's confirmed by Strength of Wood. Happen has the Sunder up, but was not able to cross the distance to go for the steal. Now Strength of Wood immediately take a look at that Pyromancer. Paul charging up the Kufik invitation, cannot steal it. NMR confirms the Pyromancer for Strength of Wood. It's the 2-for-1 special, baby. Strength of Wood walk away with both objectives.
And Gold Fury spawning here in a moment here. So Strength of Wood can look towards that, and that left-hand side bird losing a fair chunk of HP to the Pyromancer as well. That's the one you want to get if you're Strength of Wood. You want to be sieging this left-hand side because it's the best bird to get if you go another Fire Siege. So yeah, I imagine Strength of Wood, they'll take this Gold Fury and immediately beeline it down left. The next Moonlight phase isn't due to spawn for a bit still. Maybe, I'm trying to remember what the timing is off the top of my head. There's a lot of math that's involved. And as we know, we don't do math on cast music. Never do math on cast.
Never, not even once. I don't do math.
No. What, math? I don't even know her. Strength of Wood, I imagine they'll take the Gold Fury and they'll push down this left-hand side. And a lot of credit to Snatty, man. He's died 7 times again, sure, but he's just done so much poke potential onto the front line and back line. He's just been able to stay alive with the help of that passive, those mitigations, doing so much work to just be a body in the faces of Clocked In.
It's insane to me, too. That Fire Giant Scuffle was supposed to be so good for Clocked In because it baits Strength of Wood into the fight because Clocked In can't siege. But then when you set up your scenario to be able to have your perfect engagement and then it doesn't work, you're like, gulp? What's going on here? Clocked In now are going to be on the defending side of this siege as Strength of Wood start to group up around the left side. Phoenix is going to be down to half. It's debuff by Ancient Gold Fury. There's Life of the Party from Tempo, as well as the I'm a Monster from the Scylla. Hydrogen will be the first to fall. NMR in the back is able to get their damage off. Now we're taking a look at Tegvir. Jumps away from the Tsukiyomi and looks to get a re-engage off, but the bird is down. Mission complete for Strength of Wood. It's going to be a shift over towards that mid Phoenix.
Tempo just engaging there, and I've been curious, how do Strength of Wood start a fight? It's just Tempo going in and ulting and forcing members of Clocked In to back up.
Backing up is what you're going to want to do here too. Clocked In, down a member, and have to take this siege, but the Phoenix is already all but dead. Falls down. Strength of Wood have such a good siege, it would seem, off the back of this man advantage. Now, question is, can you find a little bit more? Tempo's tanking it, trying to soak up some of that damage, but look at this angle from NMR around the side. They don't have ultimate, but they do have a thirst for blood, a thirst for hunger and killing and murder, and Paul chases after NMR, who has the dagger, bees the ultimate that's off the mark. Paul forced to use the Aegis, blown up anyways, and down goes the flagship member of Clocked In. Strength of Wood want to take it all in this moment, start piling inside of that Titan room, and down goes the health. It is confirmed. Strength of Wood send Clocked In to the losers bracket.
The losers bracket just got so scary because Clocked In got sent all the way down there. Strength of Wood with the upset here. I mean, we've been talking about it this entire cast so far. Clocked In, they're the team to beat, and they just got beat by Strength of Wood.
Exactly, and it's so crazy because Strength of Wood was this team that we've been having our eyes on. Dila likes to say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. First it was Smite 2 Bad Boys, now it's Strength of Wood, and you beat Clocked In pretty handily there. That's gotta feel really good. We're all excited, but we're gonna take a quick second to have a couple of sips and take a quick breather. Hey, you should as well, because we're gonna be right back after this break. And we are back, gamers. That was insane. A bit of an upset that we have here, but it's still me. It's still Book over here, and we are still in week 4 of Smite Prime. Of course, we got General Jithens in the back, basically Billy, showing us these beautiful replays from the game that we're seeing right now that Tess and Rosie were able to give to us. Book, walk me through this. This was an insane game. Took almost like 50 minutes to happen, and Strength of Wood walk out with the W.
Yeah, I mean, what an insane play by Strength of Wood. I feel like their team fights were just easier to run as a composition. Moments like this, you know, individual plays from Paul are fantastic to watch. And we saw a couple of those from both Paul, from Hydrogen, from Tegvir, just small individual plays, sure. But as a team, I feel like Clocked In never really could get anything going as a team against Strength of Wood, who you could see as a team, they're just playing better. Kaidon, kills happen. Kaidon in a 1v1 against Paul, and look what happens. Keka shows up to bail out their mid laner. Just as a team, Strength of Wood looked so much better than Clocked In that game.
Like, the coordination was 100% there. I really liked a lot of the angles that NMR took, especially to try to find and isolate, be it Paul or anybody they could catch out. And I think what it came down to is something that you called out fairly early on. Paul did not have beads. Paul did not have beads, and Strength of Wood had a crazy amount of peel, and Clocked In was relying on Paul to be this late game hyper carry. The rest of the team there was there to get him to that point, but once he got there, he just got completely shut out.
It feels bad to go beads in certain games, especially on characters like Aladdin. Tsukiyomi is another example as well, who did go towards the beads, but usually if you're playing an all-in character, you're kind of going in and just dealing the damage you need to and then popping Aegis. But I feel like Tegvir and Paul, just as a unit, never really fully committed as a dive unit together to get to the backline and take down the right targets. No, one of them was trying to force the Aegis and the other was trying to follow up, but it never worked in tandem with each other.
Taking a quick look at the bracket as Losers is getting all kinds of crazy, as Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to be falling into Losers as well. They lost to Glurp, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Benny Q team. And Clocked In will be going up against Sesiete. So it is wild down there. The two top-seeded teams are going to brawl out. Whereas, meanwhile, up in semifinals, Strength of Wood and Glurp will be going up against each other. But if you haven't already, guys, please make sure the giveaway that we got going on right freaking meow. Go to the Smite Prime Twitch channel. That's twitch.tv/Smite Prime. Get in that chat. Type in hashtag giveaway. Enter to get a chance of the little Thanatos Cupid skin. Little Birdie told me that if you also type in something cool like Musy, hashtag Musy is so handsome or something like that, like it's supposed to like help you get like better chances, definitely for sure. It's a little bit of a placebo effect, but I hear, hey, if it works, it works. So give it a shot just to see if it does, and report back to me with like screenshots or something. Just let me know. But remember, you can't do it in Smite game. You got to do it in Smite Prime chat. But for now, you and me, Book, we're going to take a look at the picks and bans for the next game that we got coming at you right now. It is Glurp versus Strength of Wood in semis. Not what I thought we were going to have today, but God, I love being here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you told me these two teams would be here and Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys were going to be duking out in losers finals, I don't know. I would have smacked you upside the head, man. Like, this is wild. Glurp and Strength of Wood playing to go to the finals here. And already, I mean, what do Glurp respond to what Strength of Wood played last game? Do you target out Kaidon with the Merlin? Do you take away NMR on the Hunbots? Snatty on the Osiris looked disgusting. I don't know, man. This is a tough one, I think, for either team here. Across the way, you got to deal with Benny Q, Speak No Evil, Tuba, who's looked so good as of late, Valo, who's just been putting out carry performances from the jungle. Excited to see what this Strength of Wood team can really cook up here to deal with this Glurp team.
So bands coming at you real fast. Odin and Baron on the side of Glurp. Strength of Wood, take away the Ogni. I like the Baron ban here, Book. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan because tempo on that Baron pick was like a peel machine, and being able to just stand up in front of anybody with that life of the party looks so good. We're gonna take away Merlin and Ares as well. So that's a call out to Speaking No Evil and a Emoja to polish it off.
Yeah, I mean, Kaidon clearly showing they're very comfortable on this Merlin, so that's going to be the takeaway here from Glurp as well. Yeah, you mentioned it. I love this Baron Somedy ban. Tempo's been playing it pretty lately. Happen's been playing it a lot lately. It really has risen as a character in the support role as of late. That's been really, really strong as both a peel bot, but also kind of as a potential just in-your-face bot, similar to Scylla, just not as safe as Benny Q. Of course, why not?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Hecate there for Glurp. I mean, it's just one of Benny Q's many gods. I'm kind of interested. We didn't see like Yanis or anything like that, but Open the Gates is just such a handy tool to throw in the middle of a fight that it's just something you want in your back pocket. But it's Bellona and Uller for Strength of Wood. One of the two solo lane goats that we have out there. Well, one of three. Jormungandr's there too. But between Bellona and Osiris is what we always talk about.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Osiris is still available here and Strength of Wood decided to go for the Bellona and not double up and go for both Osiris and Bellona. Stick the Osiris in the jungle. Strength of Wood clearly showing that they're not going to take both. And this is going to allow Glurp. No, still, it's going to be Jormungandr locked in for Glurp. This is a ton of just AoE control here for Glurp already that they've drafted for themselves. I really love what they've got on the table here so far.
There's so much. Oh, jeez Louise, Humbats as well. A lot of big circles to be had here. And D'Lo likes to call that the caveman combo, right? Where you can't really miss. It's hard to miss giant circles, right? You got it with Yorm, medium circles. Hecate and Humbats absolutely have got those giant circles. So Strength of Wood playing into that is going to have kind of a tough time trying to navigate all of that.
For sure. And Osiris, again, still available. One of those picks that we like to think we prioritize so much as of late has just gone through the draft so far. Like, it is not being prioritized by Glurp. It's not being prioritized by Strength of Wood. They're clearly showing that they want these specific frontliners, the Jormungandr that's going to create space, play the big circles, and Strength of Wood, the Bellona, to deal with the enemy carry, specifically the ADC, as well as just being kind of an impossible body to kill in your face.
You could say it.
I don't know, man.
I see it. I'm looking at a book, bro. I don't. Oh, that's terrifying. Is that, what is that? It's a Jigway and Aladdin that got locked in for Strength of Wood. And a Ymir. D'Lo out there. He's cheering on Strength of Wood in this moment. That's crazy. The Scylla and the Artemis will be the last pick for Glurp. Book. We got to talk about it. Uller, Jingwei, Aladdin. I'm scared.
Yeah. And I'm wondering where these picks are going. Is it Aladdin mid? Is it Uller mid? Like, I have to imagine it's going to be Uller mid for Kaidon, Jingwei ADC, Aladdin jungle. We kind of saw last game the struggles of Aladdin in the mid lane specifically and not having that kind of mage presence. And we also talked about how Uller kind of fits that mage style presence of just having that big burst damage. It's a generally physical heavy comp. No, actually Aladdin magical as well. So Strength of Wood, they've got a very balanced composition as a whole. There. Lots of frontline presence, lots of front to back presence, and lots of dive presence as well. Man, I love this comp from Strength of Wood, but is it enough to deal with just how much AoE, CC, and damage that Glurp have on the table?
I really like this Artemis pick from Glurp as well, because Strength of Wood feels to me like a team that wants to get on top of you and just do a bunch of damage. Like Bellona's got the rally, Aladdin's going to jump in there, Uller can jump in, get an axe off, Ymir needs to stand next to you. You know what's so good into all of that? This Caledonian Boar in the back pocket of Tuba. So being able to have that, as well as things like Open the Gates as well, Glurp can kind of play this give and take of, am I going to go in? Or am I going to play to get engaged on top of? And I really like the flexibility that I think a team with Benny Q at the helm to kind of lead them on is going to be really relevant.
Yeah, and I also like the Artemis presence just because it scales decently well, like the Jingwei. If these two ADCs are just going to play the farming game, play for late game, which is what we see some of these ADCs kind of do. I feel like lately it's been both ADCs either scale for late and go Artemis Jingwei, or it's both ADCs are going early game and it's Uller on her. So it's one or the other, and this time they've gone for the late.
We're going to pop into game here. Glurp versus Strength of Wood here in the semi-finals book of Week 4 in Smite Prime. It is the Aladdin jungle for NMR and a Jingwei mid for Strength of Wood. Okay.
So Kyeka's going to have the early presence in this lane then. I wonder if that's a bit of a bamboozle against Glurp then. They're saying, we're going to have this early presence in mid. Though, also want to note, though, is this an avenue for Kaidan then to just put that late game scaler in mid where they can be effective in the mid lane and really kind of funnel strat Kaidan? Because with these shards that we kind of see on the table as of late, I've really kind of thought about, can you funnel strat a late game hyper carry like Jingwei, like Mercury in the jungle? Is that an option? And maybe that will be the avenue. The other thought process is, when we get to the mid Moonlight ritual, timing around the 7-8 minute mark, that's when you rotate Kyeka into the mid lane to play this Uller, and you rotate Kaidan over to the duo lane and just have this Jingwei continue to free farm.
Ooh, speaking of farming, Kyeka jumps on top of Speak No Evil. Thought there might be some blood here. In fact, a double stun puts the Scylla in kind of a tough spot. Do they have the sentry to get away? No, it's going to be the crush that they throw out. And Speak No Evil maintains their cool. Dual lane, no blood quite yet, but tempo's taking a bit of poke still from Tuba. It seems like everything's kind of calmed down for a little bit.
Yeah, and this is kind of how the dual lane should go. You should expect to see Strength of Wood play aggressive in this left-hand side. They have the Ymir, they have the Uller. The Artemis Scylla, yeah, it can kind of fight back a bit in the early game, but it really is just the strength, leading to this dual lane for Strength of Wood in particular, as you can see Valo on this left-hand side invading those back camps because NMR's hanging out here on the right-hand side, securing that neutral farm. This is twice now we've seen the jungler on, the order side kind of forego the right-hand side neutral camp, do oracles, and then invade that back left-hand side camp on the enemy side. Interesting pathing from both junglers so far.
And speaking of junglers too, Book, I noticed that Valo is going to be sitting here with the Humbat's aspect, so losing a little bit of damage, but they get to pick up that stun, which I feel like plays a bit more. Yeah, I do too. Like, it gives Glurp all that much more CC to have in their back pocket.
Yeah, I really like... I'm a big fan of Humbots, going to the aspect. It does mitigate or lose some of that damage that he kind of brings in the late game, but, getting more CC to play setup, man. And you look at your team, if you're Glurp, you have a ton of damage on the Hecate once she gets to late game. On the Artemis once she gets to late game, she's a hyper carry. So I don't mind if you're Valo playing more setup style in the mid to late on the Humbots, who already kind of plays that style anyways. My concern, though, is you already have so much AoE control CC to your name already. Why not play towards more of the damage style? I almost would have liked to have seen NMR play the Humbots aspect last game and Valo play non-aspect this game.
Valo gets that stun off with the aspect on top of NMR. You take a little bit of poke here just so that they can win out next to these firebrands. Zav makes the rotation as well. Jormungandr's been showing up more and more as we've been watching more of these games, even though a lot of our focus is on Bellona and Osiris. Although I do feel like Bellona does pretty well against the Yorm, what with the disarm and the shield bash.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I feel like Yorm does end up winning that matchup in terms of the lane, but I don't feel like Snatty is picking their characters for the lane in particular. I think solo lane more so is about playing towards these team fights, about what you want on your, backline dive as a whole. And I love that Snatty's gone for this Bellona, wants to be in the face of Tuba in particular, wants to be diving this Bellona, has gone for the bead so they can avoid just how much CC is on the side of Glurp. And they'll be able to just get right to the back line, look to dive someone, especially because they have double ADC. They can afford to just be the body while the rest of their team, is front to back styling the gameplay, is looking to just 100-0 this Jormungandr in their face. I really like what Strength of Wood have done as a draft. It's going to be how they execute their composition that really determines if they can be effective in this early mid game and continue to transfer that lead into the late game, because it's similar to the last game where we talked about Paul and the Aladdin and how it wants to scale. Kaidan wants to do the same thing this game.
This game, in contrast to the last one, is fairly quiet. It's 0-0.
Yeah.
As we approach that 5-minute mark. Although, speaking of evil, maybe he wants to try to put a kill on that board. There's the ultimate from Scylla. Kyoka in a bit of damage, a bit of danger, taking a bit of damage. But not quite enough. It's going to be the back off from Strength of Wood. They're not able to make anything happen quite yet.
This is all because Glurp are just kind of zoning this left-hand side wave. Kyoka can't step up to clear it, and so they're losing a ton of experience in gold here. Tuba hitting level 5 first on the Artemis in a really good spot. NMR here, though, on the left-hand side, looking for a play.
There's the jump in from NMR, but can't find it. In fact, they get out pretty much immediately. It's going to be the solo lane where the real action happens. Valo finds the stun, a little up-down action, and down goes Snatty. First blood is going to go to Glurp, and this Bellona is going to be in a tough situation against the Big Snake.
Great play over there on the right-hand side. You know, NMR's on the left, so Valo heads straight to the right-hand side, gets a gank, gets Snatty's beads as well. So Glurp off to a good start with the first blood, and you know, Strength of Wood, Glurp are continuing to freeze on this left-hand side. Kyoka really is going to struggle finding farm in this early game. Glurp doing a really good job of just being a nuisance for this Uller. We saw, you know, Kyoka kind of hang out in his own jungle, clearing up some of that farm. I almost wonder if they should lane swap. I almost wonder if you stick NMR in this duo lane and have Kyoka farm in the jungle for a bit.
I'm a Monster comes out. It is bedtime after all. The shards are out there for the taking. It feels like Glurp will have an initial advantage there. But while this Glurp dual lane is able to throw out a fair amount of damage and be scary, it hasn't translated to kills. But I think it's like you said, Book, they're just kind of playing for that zoning action, denying farm for Kyoka, so that this Uller that's supposed to kind of be an early game nuisance never really gets the chance to do that. NMR's hanging out in that left side jungle. And with Humbats around the corner, there could be a little bit of a scuffle on our hands here. Valo walks up to NMR, finds the stun, the purple buff. Doesn't look like they're able to get it. NMR jumps over the wall into the dual lane of Glurp. Into the lamp we go. Catches out Speak No Evil, who sentries across the other side of the lamp. Now it's a bit of a staring contest between the two. I wish for the kill. Down goes Speak No Evil, and a Ymir ultimate charges up and then takes the lamp out. It's saucy, but it doesn't really find the damage that they want. Beads popped by Tuba to make some space there. It looks like the Caledonian Boar stops any further aggression. Glurp only suffer one death.
Valo and Tuba both committing that ultimate, though, means that the likes of Strength of Wood should, you know, get themselves positional advantage here in the mid lane for this Moonlight Ritual that's due to spawn in 3 seconds here. Strength of Wood, they're doing a better job of collecting these shards so far, as right-hand side, Zav finding the solo kill onto Snatty.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Book. Jormungandr is going to be pretty good into this Bellona. Shield Bash and Disarm can only get you so far. Kaidan tries to fight inside that ritual site, but gets shoved away the moment that Speak No Evil shows up. And now it seems that Glurp will be able to have all the shards that they ever could want. 8 minutes so far, 2-1, a 2k gold lead for Glurp, and looking to extend that just a bit more as they confirm that ritual site.
I wonder if this is because Kyoka multiple times now has been zoned off the wave, so they need to have Tempo play this left-hand side and kind of play babysitter for a little bit for Kyoka to really secure their farm in this early game. And that has enabled Speak No Evil to rotate to this mid lane and just play the zoning presence. They get themselves the first ritual in a position where, honestly, I thought they had no business of getting. They used 2 ultimates on the left-hand side. They got themselves a kill onto Speak No. I feel like Strength of Wood, they just should have committed on looking for that Moonlight Ritual and confirming that objective. Now you have siege potential here with these Naga minions, and you got to imagine Zav on this right-hand side now getting 2 kills onto Snatty is going to look to use that Naga to pressure out this tier 1 tower and continue building that gold lead.
It's going to be super tough for Snatty to be able to operate against this Jormungandr now that they've got like a 2-level lead and a Helm of Radiance there too. So standing next to this Yorm gets really dangerous. Open the gates. Ooh, forces the Aladdin underneath the tower. They're going to soak up a couple of shots there and shot over the wall. Mezd jumped on. NMR gets completely deleted. Valo and Benny Q looking very good playing off of each other there.
Just no beats in that moment for NMR, so just gets caught there by Benny Q's ultimate, then the Fear No Evil as well. Just more CC on top of CC from this 2v2, and NMR can't go anywhere, that man. Valo over the top, over the wall, finds that one. First Gold Fury gonna go the way of Glurp. They're in a commanding position all of a sudden, and check it out. Animar's actually gone for the Devourer's Gauntlet. He's not going to be very effective for a hot minute now. He needs to continue stacking that Devos.
So Devos instead of Transcendence. I mean,
yeah.
Is this like a Barbed Carver angle? Is that what we're looking for here?
I think you're just comparing. Look, Aladdin wants to scale. They want a strong stat stick strength item if they're going for strength. You know, we saw Transcendence last game. The difference is the Devourer's Gauntlet can perma-stack. It can continue to perma-scale for as long as the game goes. If it goes 50 minutes, he's going to have over 100 stacks.
Okay.
He's going to be in a really good spot. But it's going to take longer to be effective here versus Transcendence that once it's capped, it's capped. But you're in a great position with it all of a sudden. Here, it's going to take a while for NMR to really have the damage that they would like to have.
Freeze was a little bit off the mark there from Tempo. Speak No Evil punished them for it. Just a little bit of damage to say hello and introduce themselves to the friends and family. NMR steps back up to it, but just keeps getting poked out. This Scylla support has got to be so frustrating to play against every time, because how do you ever miss a crush?
Yeah, it's just easy confirmable damage, easy confirmable CC in the slow off the crush. Just such a nuisance here. Just throwing out damage from a distance does miss that crush though, so unfortunate for that one. But you know, listen, you miss 100%. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take there. As Speak No Evil dashing in, but just gonna look for a poke.
Tries to go for the cripple. Yeah, we're on a little bit of a missing spree, but that's okay. It's kind of like we were talking about last game. Just the visual of a Scylla running at you kind of stresses you out a little bit. Solo lane. Valo is here to put pressure on top of Snatty, waiting for that Bologna ultimate, but stuns him, jumps after him. The Eagles rally used. There's the ultimate from NMR, or from Valo rather. Down goes Snatty. Yeah, Zav's just gonna chase after them underneath the tower. A little bit of a flashback action there. This Hunbat's, I mean, we saw it last game, we see it this game. It's just so impactful, and Fear No Evil is just crazy to play up against, as Kaidon's forced to jump away, and Speak No Evil is just doing Speak No Evil things, just throwing out ultimates.
NMR hunting this left-hand side, though. They're trying to get a pick onto Tuba because Pyromancer's being pulled here by Glurp. They just have so much pressure here on the right-hand side. But Tuba's aware of it. Look, he's backing all the way up to his tier 2 tower here. He's playing this super smart here while Glurp decide to, you know, force the right-hand side gank and confirm themselves the Pyromancer here.
And Tuba also is sitting on this Dagger of Frenzy Learning Bow with their ultimate. So even if NMR tries to jump on top of them, they get stunned out, then they get rooted, then they get learn bowed, and soak up so much damage. A Mez on top of Kaidon. Looks like it'll be a trade. The left side T1 goes down, but Glurp look for the mid T1 in turn as they start to walk back home. NMR's gonna be there waiting for them. Kufik Invitation comes out. He dashes past, throws out the lamp, but it's off the mark. Valo doesn't want to chase after him though. Zav is here. Not sure who invited him. What? Now that you're here, might as well drink up. Tries to throw a little bit of poke, but Strength of Wood wants none of it. They're gonna go home.
Strength of Wood, you gotta imagine they gotta start grouping for this Gold Fury that's due to spawn in a few seconds here. But no, Zav is actually gonna take an opportunity to back to base. I thought that might be why they rotated here early, but instead they're just gonna take their time around this objective. Curious to see if Zav goes back to the right-hand side now that Valo's over there to cover the way. But no, instead it's a pincer angle here. They're looking for Snatty.
Oh, they're going to be in a tough spot. They have ult. They up, down, go for the panache. NMR tries to get their damage off, but, oh, yeah. The ultimate from the Humbats is going to be more than enough to keep Snatty down and not be able to get their damage off. But with so many resources piled into that solo side, Strength of Wood make the rotation over towards that Gold Fury pit. But Speak No Evil stands in front of all of them and dares them to do it. So no Gold Fury pull for Strength of Wood. They just gotta hold the L. That is the loss of Snatty.
Despite 2 ADCs to their name, Strength of Wood, they don't feel comfortable pulling and burning the objective in front of a Scylla, who we've seen multiple times just confirm with the ultimate and the Sunder. Maybe doesn't realize that Speak No Evil doesn't have that ultimate available in the moment, but still, Strength of Wood, they gotta find an angle here. Snatty multiple times now has been ganked on this right-hand side, and there's been no answer from Glurp on the left.
Gold Fury picked up, put down a couple of times. It falls down to half, but Strength of Wood is here, so Glurp pull off of it. A lot of restraint being shown in that moment as they kind kind of dispersed there, Book. It doesn't seem like they're quite ready to make a full commitment. And because of that, they get to maintain control. You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but also if you don't shoot, you don't miss. So wait till they're gone, pick up Gold Fury, burst it down. You've never seen a Gold Fury die so fast before in your life, because it is dead. There it goes. All right, it took a second. Everybody started rotating away, but it's a second Gold Fury for Glurp.
Just so much confirmable damage in that moment from the composition of Glurp. They have the Hekate blue stance, you know, shred. In that moment, you know, Tuba's got the items, the frenzy, and the elbow in those moments. So it's just easy confirmable damage to just burn, as NMR could get caught here. He's all on his own.
Oh, he dashes away straight into Zav.
Oh, good lamp.
Into the lamp we go. Invite all of your friends. As the Aladdin falls down, a Glurp finds themselves with another kill, waiting for the Uber to pull up so that they can leave. But now, what's the angle after that? I mean, Zav has to back, so we take a look at the Pyromancer, Strength of Wood. None the wiser, or maybe they do know and they just know they can't really do too much about it. Tempo's in the area. You do have Kaidon off to the left side. Be looking for a little bit of that flank angle. No, they're going to steal away some jungle camps. Pyromancer getting pulled down, less than 1k, and
he's in trouble.
Confirmed. There it goes. Valo chases after Tuba. That's not Tuba, that's Snatty. But he's out. He's good. Everybody's Jake chilling. Pyro pocket in Bob for Glurk, and they'll be okay.
Valo just mistimes that monkey toss, the teleport to it, and so Snatty's able to get out, you know, alive. Gets the tier 1 tower on the right, so that's something going the way of Strength of Wood. But still, it is a massive gold lead for Glurp here, 16 minutes in as the Moonlight ritual in mid is about to spawn. Already 15 to 34, favoring Strength of Wood, but this was the case last time around, and Glurp still managed to take the ritual. And they're looking to do the same thing. Tempo on the way, though.
Speaking of things to things, it's 6-1 right now. 17 minutes in the game. Glurp maintain a pretty solid gold lead here, about 4k. It's been kind of quiet so far.
NMR.
A couple of picks here and there. Maybe we get a little bit rowdy here as NMR tries to take a look at those oracles, but Val is in the area to say, hey, no, get out of here. Glurp maintain control of the ritual site. Strength of Wood are just not ready to contest them for it. They're just not really ready to go for it. So they'll be able to have all that and more.
I'm trying to figure out when Strength of Wood feel they can contest. They want this Jingwei to continue to hyper farm. She's got 2 crit items online, the Devourer's Gauntlet. At 86 stacks now, when do Strength of Wood feel comfortable looking for a play? And you got to imagine it's going to be soon, because the next Gold Fury is going to be the 3rd one for Glurp. They'll be in a really commanding position having all 3 pips. Fire Giant available here. Glurp can kind of force it whenever they want. They got 3 items on their ADC and on their mid laner as they're looking right-hand side for a play.
Yep, they're gonna catch out Snatty yet again. Health bar looking pretty low. Tempo walls off Valo, but Karmic is gonna give chase after them. Now it's the Ymir that gets turned on by the rest of Glurp. Tanky he may be, doesn't have a lot of tools to actually finish getting away. Humbat's ultimate there to secure the kill on top of Tempo. Strength of Wood down to support will not be able to stand up to Glurp as they take a look at that Fire Giant. And at what point do we stand up to them, Book? Because it feels like Glurp can just do whatever they feel like doing. Fire Giant falls down below half. Here comes that MR. You got the lamp. It connects, but it doesn't get you the FG. Benny Q confirms it. Meanwhile, inside the lamp, 2 members of Glurp going after them, and NMR health bar drops very low. Valo playing the role of the bouncer, making sure nobody else can go in after them. Speaking of Weevil pops out. They leave it to Zav to finish off the kill. Fire Giant in pocket. A dagger to boot. Glurp is looking pretty clean at this point.
Yeah, I mean, great play by NMR. You know, lamps the person with the Sunder so that confirmable relic isn't there in that moment, but still, Strength of Wood just cannot step forward into the objective. They are too far behind stepping into the pit, especially in a 4v5. Tempo has been a big way of Strength of Wood stepping forward to look for plays, look for freezes. If he's dead, Strength of Wood, how do they step forward here? 0-4-0 on Snatty. He's really struggling this game to get to a backline target and be effective. He's just too far behind at this point, and he might die again as well.
Yeah, over in the left side this go around, Tuba's gonna give chase with that Artemis. Shield bash, but catches Snatty in the root. Eagles rally off the mark. Caldonian board will keep the Bellona in place, and No matter how long you try to fight, Fire Giant buff and a man advantage, a Humbat's ult to boot. Jeez, they're already dead, Valo. Snatty goes down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zav catches the ire of a couple of folks from Strength of Wood, but being a giant snake has its privileges. One of the privileges is being able to get away whenever you feel like it. They're just gonna chill.
Man, this Bologna pick just has not worked out at all for Snatty here. He's been ganked so many times, had his bead forced while being ganked and still dying in those moments, getting ult and beads forced in moments like that, and still just cannot live on this character. I come back to the picks and bans. Where's the Osiris that we saw last game that was just so good from Snatty? This time around, it's just not the angle here. And Strength of Wood really struggling to get into this game. They really just have not had the play angles. It was one play early on from NNR, and that's been it so far. Still just so far behind as Glurp continue to wipe these towers off the map.
Yep, left side T2 goes down. Now it's going to be the mid T2 is going to be the next object of desire for Glurp. Gonna go ahead and shred that away fairly quickly. I mean, you've got Valo and Tuba that are able to deal quite a bit. The wall from Tempo is good, it buys time, but Fire Giant buff and a lot of sustain. Glurp will be able to take it and walk away. Maybe take a look at that Pyromancer. Strength of Wood, though, are in the area if they want to stop it, but they just don't feel confident, so they're gonna give it up.
Curious note, because I haven't really gotten a chance to talk about it. Items for Benny Q. Staff of Mirrodin first item on the Hecate. Not something we see too often. Yeah, I like it. I actually really like it. You can just combo two of your ones, and you'll have the purple and blue stance ready to go just in a moment's notice. You can also double shield, which will just provide a ton of damage on a backline target, especially because you look at the composition from Glurp. You're Scylla dashing in, you're casting 2 shields on that Scylla. That's doing good damage to the backline. It's a great avenue, and it just provides, you know, more overall DPS options for Benny Q to look for, especially because characters like Hecate want to be leaning towards these full CR builds. You know, Mirrodin, Gemma Focus online. Rod Tahuti, I think, is just a luxury option that he can go for because they're so far ahead. Probably would have gone for a Chronospin in third, maybe, that we so often see. But still, Benny Q is just able to provide so much damage from a distance consistently with so much CDR already.
Hey, you want to talk about items real quick, Book? I'm taking a look at a Kaidon's build, and I think it really shows how this game has been going for Strength of Wood. Yeah. You got Rage built second with 0 stacks. I mean, it's just tough. Right side bird being looked at. Yeah, I think free might be a good way to describe it. Already down to half, but a solid Mirwall from Tempo actually says, no, you cannot have it for free. You're gonna have to work for it. You gotta cash in some of that money. In fact, it's enough to dissuade Glurp from going in any further. Shoutouts Tempo.
This is a go button.
Crazy good wall. But Speak No Evil dashes in and finds the target. Rally over the wall, caught inside the open, the gates. Bologna's trying to get active on top of Tuba, but it is unfortunate that they cannot make anything else happen. Beads popped from Valo, denies the axe. A wish for wealth at 22 minutes in the game. Can Strength of Wood find the last hits that they need to make it happen? Looks like they're gonna be able to find some last hits on top of Zav. A big shutdown for the Aladdin. The gold will do well, but it leaves Tempo out high and dry. Pops the ultimate, but they're gonna fall down. Behind them is Kaidon! Wait, who invited you? The Jingwei finally getting some stacks of rage, but Speak No Evil roots them in place. Can you weave it? You cannot! Shut down! They are! Kyaka. And Speak No Evil now stands in front of Kyaka, trying to make sure that their mid laner can get out of dodge. Zags, and gets popped, unfortunately, because the Aladdin comes around from the left side, a steel chair in hand. Glurp shut down. Glurp got stopped. Book, finally, Strength of Wood finds their opportunity to stand up for themselves.
I was wondering that entire fight, like, where is Kaidon? Where is this Jingwei? This entire team fight, Kaidon just finds a way over the wall with the ultimate to the backhand side flanks, finds Tuba on his own, and then plays for Benny Q, forcing him so low. Kyeka does an amazing job just staying alive for so long. Valo stays alive in the lamp for so long, or sorry, NMR stays alive in the lamp for so long as well. Snatty just does so much work pulling relics off that engage, and it's all right when Glurp Fire Giant just runs out. I saw it, I'm like checking the timer, like, it's running out, Our Strength of Wood gonna engage, and they do exactly that in a moment where Glurp did not back to base with their important item spikes after getting all those towers off the map. Strength of Wood take a fight after pushing lanes, getting some more gold to their name. It was the most even fight you could have taken in that moment. And Strength of Wood come up with amazing shutdowns. and some important relics off the table, it's enough to get them closer into the game. They're still down 5,000 gold, but suddenly you can contest this Fire Giant.
Is this the Strength of Wood special? I feel like we saw this in the last game where they were on the big screen here. They did the same thing to Clocked In. Glurp going to take a look at this Pyromancer, putting it down pretty low, 2k health. NMR looks for a steal, but Tuba will be able to confirm it. So while Strength of Wood won that last fight, we're not getting too crazy now. Everybody, we can all take a couple deep cleansing breaths. But this ritual site is about to unlock in 30 seconds, and that could spell trouble for anybody getting involved there. And now we also have, Book, there are 2 rage stacks for Kaidon, so now this Xingwei is able to get a little bit more damage off more consistently. And it's kind of crazy how Snatty has been dying so many times, but finally gets in there. Uh-oh, Speak No Evil falls down to half. Freeze did quite a bit there. Over the wall comes the Aladdin. Fear No Evil and Caledonian Boar. And open the gates. 3 ults in for what? No kills. NMR gets out and gets away. Strength of Wood maintains control over the ritual site. They're able to start getting themselves some shards here, begging Glurp to just try something. They don't have any ultimates for this fight, except for Zav and Speak No. So that means that they just have to watch helplessly as Strength of Wood gets to maintain control. Snatty off to the side. The Bologna has the Eagles rally available. Could be the go-in angle. Benny Q looks like a pretty good target if that's something you want to take. Clerk walks up towards that ritual site. Snatty finds Benny Q, forces the beats, but it's too late. The damage is enough. Down goes the Hecate. Strength of Wood looks for a little bit more. NMR dashes in very quickly, thinks twice about it, dashes back out. We refocus our efforts, take a look at that ritual site, hold on a minute. Fire Giant spawned. We don't have to do this day-night time nonsense. Let's go get the good old-fashioned FG.
Strength of Wood come up big there. It's off the back of Snatty, who I have criticized a lot this game, but he comes up big again, engaging first. That allows NMR to come in secondary later to the fight, but still already Snatty finds the kill on the Benny Q, and that's net them this Fire Giant, avenue here, but can they confirm it?
2k health left. There's the Fear No Evil on top of the Aladdin. The damage is good from Ballo, but not enough. Kaidon picks up Speak No Evil. Fire Giant is confirmed by Strength of Wood, and now they're gonna look for even more. Standing in the back, picking on Tuba. Bologna built in a lab to kill ADCs. NMR finds Vallo, and Strength of Wood turns this game all the way around.
Strength of Wood come up massive around the Fire Giant, and they get themselves the ritual. The Naga minions pushing down all 3 lanes is huge pressure on the map to keep their left-hand side Phoenix alive now. They should just be able to run it down here, get this Gold Fury, and look to siege some Phoenixes. I don't think you can necessarily siege the... I don't know. This is tough here because do you get the towers first, then go for Gold Fury, and then have those weakened Phoenixes? Do you just go for the Gold Fury because it's gold going to your name, and then you go for towers and don't go for Phoenixes? Because I don't think Strength of Wood can look to siege just yet. But I'll tell you what, though, the gold lead, there is no lead. It's even. We're 75k to 76k. It is even between these 2 teams. Strength of Wood, down so much gold, have clawed their way back into this game, and they're looking to take the lead now. This is their first gold lead of this game so far, 28 minutes in.
Oh my gosh, 12-9, Strength of Wood find their first Gold Fury, and it's an ancient one. Tier 2 towers across the map tremble in fear as Strength of Wood start to pick them off one by one. We start with the left side there. So now, Glurp's in a position of having to play off that back foot, having to play the defense, but like, what was the switch? What just happened? Why are Strength of Wood winning now?
It's Snatty, man. He's just able to get on top of Tuba, and Speak No Evil's playing this style where he's trying to dive, be in the faces. This is just leaving his carries off to dive a couple times now. Speak No Evil in the pit trying to steal fire. Tuba cannot step up to this Bologna now, who has Berserkers, Bridwin, Nemean. There's no world Tuba can just
that's gross.
100-0 Snatty in these moments. And I love what Strength of Wood are doing, using that Ancient Fury to just take these towers, continue building a gold lead to themselves, because you look at their comp, Aladdin, Xingwei, who's gone for a crypt build, all these characters are just getting so much stronger. Even Kieka on the Ullr. Ullr kind of known for being a lane bully, really strong in the early game, and he falls off late. But in Smite 2, I find Ullr is still really strong in the late game, just continuing to scale off of 3k pots to the point where he could just one-shot someone off the axe. Strength of Wood all of a sudden are in a commanding position in this game. Fire Giant can run out in 90 seconds. I'm not quite sure what they can continue to use this fire for, if you even look for a bird here. I think if you're Strength of Wood, you're content on just looking for deep ward vision in the enemy jungle and setting up for this next fire, because you've shown now you're in a position you could just win team fights if you play them right.
100%. I mean, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Snatty is just kind of nuts. And what I really like about how the way that Snatty plays, Snatty can die like a million times and it doesn't change their game plan.
Yep.
It has been from minute one. Hey, are you a carry? Are you a damage carry? Can I hit you on the head with a hammer real quick? You mind? Go bonk. A little bludgeon action. And with that shield bash and the disarm too, it puts Tuba in such a rough position. And then, you know, thinking a little bit ahead with the old noggin here, if Tuba has to use Caledonian Boar for Snatty, that opens up an opportunity for NMR to just swoop in afterwards, that the Aladdin has the chance to look for Artemis too. So it's just kind of a tough position. Strength of Wood have managed to hold out for so long, like they did against Clocked In before. It is just the Strength of Wood special.
Tuba just has gone for the Magi's, and honestly, I do not like it here against the Bologna, who just has such an easy time proccing it, wants to be using the Scourge there to just force the Magi's in the team in the 1v1 anyways. So you're not getting value out of that there if you're the Artemis. I would have liked a Berserker Shield, something a little more just defensive in terms of prots. Even a Mantle of Discord would have been nice as well. This Magi's Cloak is just going to be ineffective in the 1v1, I imagine, against Snatty in particular, who, yeah, like you mentioned, is just having a field day. Kaidan with 111 Devo stacks. You asked me about the benefits of Transcendence versus Devour's Gauntlet. This is where it's just so much better than the Transcendence. You can just continue to perma-stack off these last hits. 93 stacks on NMR as well. They are in just such good scaling positions all of a sudden. They have hit control around Fire Giant. Glurp are not out of this game, though. They have avenues back in. They have all this AoE damage, like we mentioned, but I think the question now becomes, where does the damage come from Glurp? You know, is Tuba able to free cast in fights so far? No. So it's not going to be him. I think it has to be BennyQ, but he's gone for the CDR build. He's got Soul Gem online now, which is going to be a big chunk of his damage online now all of a sudden, and maybe that's the difference maker. But I don't know, man. I like just how much damage Strength of Wood have here at this stage of the game. They are just in such a strong position with their comp.
Strength of Wood is actually taking a look at that Ancient Gold Fury right now. So much vision on the Fire Giant pit. This Jingwei and Aladdin kind of slip under the radar, but Glurp, seeing the Gold Fury picked off, are going to take a look at that FG. They look at Snatty's force to get out of there. Wind Sprite away. Do they have to ult as well? They get hit by the Humbat's ultimate, jump over the wall, so the Eagles rally is down. Glurp forced Snatty into that TKO, but they aren't able to full commit onto the FG. It's going to be a call to back off for a quick second. Snatty is so tanky now, too.
Kaidan.
That Berserkers plus Nemean. Kaidan just hanging out in that mid lane. Doing a little bit of that farming action. It's never too late to farm. It's never too late to whip out the old scythe. But now Glurp search forward for a little bit more. Take a look at that Pyromancer. Strength of Wood walks back up to try to contest this. Pyro down to half. Every member of Glurp is here and present, but NMR's a little bit a ways away. Open the gates, comes out. Does it catch anybody? No, it does not. Pyromancer still being contested. It's going to be left behind. Talisman is popped, so NMR dies. So much damage comes out. Snatty finds the Pyromancer, and Zav is big snaking it through the backline here, trying to see if they can find Kaidan, who's forced to ult and try to get away. The rest of Glurp is going to chase after them. Valo finds the last bit of damage they need, and now Strength of Wood have lost 2 damage carries. Speak No Evil making a lot of space out there in the mid lane, keeping the rest of the team away. Glurp are going to take that win, and they're going to hit the quick back.
NMR cannot be the one going first there. We saw it there. He was the one that went in first. It wasn't Snatty this time, and it just cost them so much. The beads was popped there and still was not able to survive the Caledonian Boar that stunned him in place. And the rest of the damage from Glurp were there to kill off the Aladdin first and then hunt down Kaidan. And all of a sudden, Glurp, they can pull this Fire Giant. They're 5 men strong. Tempo does have Sunder and is on the way, but I don't know if he gets here in time.
Glurp has pretty solid amount of shred here. Fire Giant getting picked down to about 12k. Strength of Wood is here. Snatty goes in. It Looks like they're shoving them off of FG, but with the Hunbat's ultimate and an Eagle's rally, Speak No's low, Snatty's lower, gets picked off by Valo. Glurp, now with the man advantage, still looking pretty good. Speak No's pretty low. They're going to have to back up. In fact, Snatty, yeah, off of that, is able to force Glurp off of that FG. They can't pick it up anymore. So Strength of Wood take that win. They're like, cool, we get to buy ourselves a little bit more time. Time for the pillow fight in the mid lane.
From a 3v5 to a 4v5 all of a sudden, you're really happy if you're Strength of Wood there, forcing Speak No Evil to have to back. That's your Sunder secure, and all of a sudden, Glurp don't feel comfortable continuing that Fire Giant siege. And Strength of Wood, they stall this out, and they're looking to take this mid ritual. I don't know if you can, though. Speak No Evil and Benny Q are here. The rest of the squad is on the way.
Kaidon's off on that left side, too, a little bit isolated from the rest of the team. Does Valo know? They're not able to quite get there.
That's
Open the gates
guys.
comes out, but it connects on top of Tempo. They use the Cersei, so CC immunity. Glurp maintain control of the ritual site. They'll be able to have that. They get a little greedy. They're looking for that Fire Giant as well. Snatty's still dead, so Strength of Wood have to fight the 4v5 in order to keep him off it. 12k health is the FG. Tempo and Kyuka run into Speak No Evil. 7k for the Fire Giant. Tempo walks up. Speak No's pretty low. Ymir ultimate. And Tempo seals away the Fire Giant. Strength of Wood now find Benny Q. And they look for even more. Tuva's got the dagger, but can it be enough to save your friends? The answer is no. They're all dead. Zav, the only snake left alive, tries to piece apart Kaidon, force to ult away, get back to the rest of the team. Strength of Wood. Fire Giant in pocket. 4 people dead. It's time to run it down mid, baby!
Immortality Witch from MMR as well. They're just gonna run it down mid here. Man, what a confirm from Tempo. Gets into the Fire Giant pit and steals it away. Strength of Wood, they're gonna go to the winter finals.
What happened? What happened? Glurp had control the whole game, loses it off of one right side Phoenix push. The Jormungandr tries everything he can. No scepter saves you from this. Strength of Wood took down a king, and now they're moving on all the way to the finals.
Wow, man. I mean, Strength of Wood, man. I have no words. Just out team fought them, man. Glurp just struggled around the objectives, and Strength of Wood said, guys, we're going to get to late game eventually, and when we get there, we'll win this game. And that's exactly what they did, man. That was a crazy 2 games now from Strength of Wood, and they're going to the finals.
Yeah, if you told me it was a Strength of Wood finals, I would have been like, I would love to see it, but I don't know if it happens. I mean, clocked in, Smite 2 bad boys, they feel so dominant and confident, even Glurp, the NEQ squad, but Strength of Wood been doing their homework. So, hey, it's going to give us a chance to study up for a second, because we all got to take a quick break, but we're going to be right back. So don't go anywhere. And remember, don't forget, hashtag giveaway in that Smite Prime chat to get that skin. All right, we'll see you in a bit, guys. Welcome back, Smite gamers, to week 4 of Smite Prime. If you might have seen a little bit from before, it did appear clocked in 1 over Siete, but that's not what we're here to talk about. My name's Musi. I'm joined here by Spirited Book next to me, Tess, and Red Rosy Panda out there, making sure that we behave and give us all the action that we can see. General Jithens, basically Billy giving us the replays, which we're going to see here in just a second. Book, another Strength of Wood special that we got to see together, and oh my gosh.
I cannot believe that they won this game, man. And this is the play right here. Fire Giant just runs out, and Glurp take the re-engage, but Strength of Wood say, look, this is as good as it's going to get for us. We just finished Titan's Bane for Kaidon. And look at Kaidon. Watch where he is on the map here. Just kind of at the back there. And I'm trying to figure out, where does he go? He goes into the lamp initially. Still a lot of time bought. I want to know where he ends up, because suddenly he's just at the back line.
Oh yeah, the Jing Wei, dude.
Yeah, the Jing Wei.
It's like a stealth mission. Like, how did you get back there?
How did you get back there? And Benny Q just wasn't ready for it, man. And unlucky for the likes of Glurp, they just stuck around, I think, too long there. Right as their Fire Giant runs out, Strength of Wood do an immaculate job of getting back into this game. And again, off of this play, they get themselves a Fire Giant, a Gold Fury, and then Tempo, man. I mean, this steal just nets them the game by far. And I believe it's either a Sunder steal or it's the Pyro Bomb he dropped.
It's one of the two. You can see the Sunder is on cooldown for tempo there, but stealing that and then running away with the rest of the game. It was insane what Strength was able to make happen there. The slash lines tell a story of Valo going insane, but Snatty giving their life to the cause consistently.
Yes, absolutely. Snatty was the sacrificial lamb, allowing Kaidon to just get off all the damage that they wanted to on the right targets. Hyaka playing setup man in the mid late for Kaidon to get off a lot of their damage, as well as doing a lot of damage of their own. It is NMR at the top of the player damage charts as well, and this Aladdin man just did so much work in the mid to late with the lamps.
Let's take a quick look at the bracket, see where we're at so far today. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. We know that Clocked In was able to win out over Societe, hard fought in the little bit that we were watching in between games. Smite 2 Bad Boys take out the leftovers. That means that we're going to have Smite 2 Bad Boys versus Clocked In after all, but it's going to be in the losers. Oh. And in fact, to that, whoever wins there gets to go up against Glurp. And then between those and the losers round 4, get to sit at Strength of Wood, sitting at the top. Insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. If you told me that we'd see this matchup, Smite 2 Bad Boys and Clocked In, I mean, look, we were expecting this matchup, I think. Just not in losers round 3, in a best of 1 where the loser is out and the winner goes on to play Glurp in the losers final.
Speaking of winners, if you out there in the audience want to win something, we got a little something out there for you. Little hashtag giveaway that we got going on, the Lil Thanatos Cupid skin. Just remember to go to twitch.tv/Smite Prime. Go to the Smite Prime chat. You have to go to the Smite. I cannot emphasize this enough. If you do it in the Smite game chat, I'm going to point at you and laugh. You got to do it in the Smite Prime chat. Type in hashtag giveaway so you can join up and get a chance at this Lil Thanatos Cupid skin. Halloween is right around the corner. We're getting festive. We're getting crazy. So making sure that you have that in your back pocket. And then, you got some other variants in there. You got the Radiant version, the Opal version, the Shadow version. It's all kinds of cool, but you got to type in hashtag giveaway in the Smite Prime chat before you can do any of that.
Yeah, and make sure it's, Smite Prime, not Smite game.
Not
like
Smite
Musi said, if you do it in a Smite game, we're going to point and laugh at you. Everyone else can point and laugh at you as well. It's got to be Smite Prime, yeah. But yeah, I mean, our next matchup here, it's... I just can't believe it, man. It's my 2 Bad Boys and Clocked In, man. One of these teams is going to go home without the gems and without the cash.
Well, let's just jump into it, Book. It's time for picks and bans between the Smite 2 Bad Boys and Clocked In for all the marbles. How did we get here, right? Like, we talk about it in a bracket, but this is an insane matchup to have where it is right now, and to know that it's not going to be that best of 3. We're still chilling in that best of 1 scenario. It really comes down to having the proper picks and bans for your team. So Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys, I mean, already taking things like Agni off the table, but what else are we not allowed to play with here?
I'm curious to see what Smite 2 Bad Boys, want to ban in particular, because they would have watched maybe back at some of that last matchup from Clocked In and seen, Paul, on the Aladdin, it was all right, sure, but at times really struggled because they didn't have a traditional mage. So maybe they're okay letting that through and banning away some of what Clocked In have. Do you want to know as well, Clocked In versus Societe? Yes, Clocked In won, but that was a close game. Clocked In looked to really struggle that game as well. Wonder if Smite 2 Bad Boys might look to take advantage of some of the picks that they just had on their table, such as the Tsukiyomi that Tegvir has been running all day long now. I don't know, man. Clocked In, despite last week looking so hot and good, like just ready to outright win this circuit, they look like they're really struggling this weekend so far.
So Agni, Osiris banned away, Clocked In. Smite 2 Bad Boys take out the Achilles and the Jingwei. Makes a lot of sense. Clocked In respond with the Baron Sambi, which, again, between Happen and Aurora, both of them look good with the Baron Samdi. I know we're going to see Tempo have it again, so just take it out. I'm happy to see that gone. Smite 2 Bad Boys got another ban to go, but then first pick will be available for Clocked In.
Yeah, I love this Baron ban away. It also bans it away from Moswell. He's shown that he really likes this pick in the mid lane as well. So that's a double ban from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Hercules the final ban here, and Bologna's open, Jormungandr's open, Tsukiyomi's open, Aladdin is open. Do Clocked In go to lock in the Aladdin? I would suggest no. Yamoja, though, is a great snatch away here from the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Aurora in particular really loves this pick.
And that does leave a few things open for Smite 2 Bad Boys.
There's a lot of
I
things,
agree with
actually.
you. Picking up the Aladdin right away, maybe not the play, but that does mean that Scream could pick it up for himself. It looks like Smite 2 Bad Boys instead are going to go for a Neath Merlin combo. That's...
Ooh. Huh. Neath ADC, I think. You got to imagine it's not going to be Merlin ADC, though. I don't know. We've seen Moswell now play Gibelanke in the mid lane. I have theorized that the way you play around these mid rituals is you stick a hunter in the mid lane just for that early pressure. Go stick a mage in the long lane. Let them just farm it out over there on their own. I don't know, man. If that is the game plan, you got to imagine, though, it's going to be Neath ADC as a snatch rate. But why do you need to prioritize it this high? I don't know. This is a tough one here. This is hard to justify. I'm not going to lie.
Sukiyomi and Aladdin get locked in for Clocked In. And then Smite 2 Bad Boys hover a Fenrir and a Nemesis?
Aurora. Yeah.
Woo.
I think that's going to be Aurora. I think that's going to be Aurora on the Fenrir. I would love if we get to see... Yes. Aurora from all the way back in Smite 1 beta, man, was playing this character in the support role. He was the OG Fenrir support. To see him play this again today, if it is that, I imagine it has to be because of that Nemesis lock-in that's likely going to Scream here to deal with this front line that Clocked In have and try and deal with some of the dive potential that Clocked In have. Because that's all that this composition has right now is just dive. I would love if this is the option here for Aurora here, the Fenrir.
It looks like we got the Jormungandr and the Uller as the last two picks for Clocked In. So again, like you said, a lot of dive to be had there. And the Bologna is the hover for Smite 2 Bad Boys, likely going to John Rowing. So if that's the case, I think you're on the mark. Neath ADC. Do you... Book, is there ever a reality where it's Merlin ADC Neath mid?
That's what I'm trying to work out. I'm trying to think of the matchups of why you would run this in particular. And I kind of mentioned it previously of like ADC right now isn't rotating to the first round of the ritual. You're kind of, having 3v3s in mid around the first round of the Moonlight Phase ritual. And so you want a strong mid 3v3. And that is what Smite 2 Bad Boys have drafted here. No matter which one is going into the mid lane, the Merlin can be scrappy, the Neath can be, early pressure into scrappiness, sure. But I have a funny feeling this is going to be Neath ADC, and you're just going to go really scaly here and look to just, get the int online, make impacts across the map with that ultimate. My concern for Smite 2 Bad Boys starts to become, where is their objective shred? Yes, they have a Merlin, but their tower pushing potential will not be the best. Yes, you have Nemesis. Yes, you have Bologna, two auto attackers to try and help that out a little bit, but you don't want Scream to be hitting the tower. You want him diving. You don't want John Rowing to be hitting the tower. You want him dying. Across the way, the more I looked at this Clocked In composition, man, the more scarier it looks. It is Sukiyomi, Aladdin, Yemo, Yorm, Uller. And that is just aggression from minute 1 to minute 20, 30, 40 minutes into the game. They just want to W key. But we saw this before with Paul on Aladdin, and that's where this is going. Your composition becomes incredibly one-dimensional if that's what you decide to go for.
Well, and I think something to note here, too, is that Smite 2 Bad Boys don't have the Baron. They don't have the Artemis. I feel like they don't have as many response tools, not as reactive to what Clocked In does. So I feel like it's going to come down to, like...
I mean, you say that, but the Fenrir, man, as soon as Paul jumps in and Aurora pops that ultimate, bites down on the Aladdin, Paul doesn't get to play the game, man, if he goes for Aegis.
It's going to be scary for the Aladdin to jump in, but we're going to go ahead and jump into the game. Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys in the losers bracket. So it's going to be an all-out brawl. And like you said, that is not a Neath.
It's on her. It's on
That's
her.
an on
It's
her.
Doug going to be playing the on her. That makes a little more sense here in that it's a traditional ADC in the long lane, as we see people scrapping here for the first round of the gold.
Hey, 30 gold ain't nothing to sneeze at. Clocked in will die for it if they have to, but a lot of early pressure to be had with picks like Yamoja, like the Uller Axe to be able to throw out. So Smite 2 bad boys aren't quite ready to take a big bite out of that yet. So On Her does recontextualize, I think, a few things for us for Smite 2 bad boys, just because, like you said, it makes a bit more sense.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, Roar flanking though, actually. Moswell stepping forward, and see Paul already forcing the Aegis. They do get it, but now Aurora, I think, is just going to continue to follow, happen around the map, I would imagine.
Gonna go right on back to that dual lane where they'll slap each other among minions and hunters. So that go around, I suppose. But it is interesting because I feel like Aurora and Happen are both so aggressive for their supports. The purple buff Abandon. Happen has the Sunder, whereas Fenrir goes to pull the purple buff from Clocked Inside. A little bit of a give and take here for both teams.
That was a really early Aegis there from Donut Doug. Maybe expected more follow-up, but Aurora, is he able to steal this one away? It's going to matter a lot, and I don't know if he can. It's going to be a Sunder fight here as both ADCs trying to defend their own purple buffs here.
We're waiting for the stun. There it is. And because of the stun, the purple does get confirmed by Hydrogen. Looks like the Sunder was not even popped from Aurora. Smite 2 bad boys haven't finished off their own camp. This does mean that Clocked In hits level 2 first in the dual lane. Wait, hold that thought. Aurora, the Donut Dog was left by himself with a wave. Gives a chance to go in, but Happen and Hydrogen have so much peel for themselves that even with the small level advantage, it just doesn't quite matter.
But look at this now. The wave was prioritized by Smite 2 bad boys, sure, but Clocked In, they're able to fast clear it because of the characters that they have. But you look at this. Hydrogen still going to stick to the wave, and the rotation from Scream will mean Happen does have to back off. But Tegvir could look for Scream in a 1v1 maybe over these Oracles.
It's very very scrappy right off the gate for us here, Book. I feel like last game it was not as exciting, I think is a good way to put it, but this time around, these players are just ready to go in on it. Moswell takes a fair bit of poke from Paul, trying to get that mid camp. They'll be able to have it, but they'll have to walk away. That means that their mid wave is going to be left for Paul to be able to pick off by himself.
Yeah, I feel like this Moonlight phase change to the map has really forced teams to prioritize this early game a lot more than they did previously. And that's why we see so much of this scrapping over just small things like these purple buffs, like the getting both of those mid neutrals, like literally pressuring for everything. The 30 team gold at the start of the game, and all 10 players across the map are there to defend it. Like, it is just the smallest of margins of how to get yourself a gold lead that you try and just snowball as quickly as you can and try and just get as big of a spike you can before the 6-minute mark.
A little bit of a quick pause here for Clocked In and Smite 2 bad boys. It gives us a little bit more time to talk a bit about some of the dynamics that I think these team comps are bringing us here. And I think you're also on the mark too, because I've noticed it so far today, and I'm sure you have as well, because I mean, of course you called it out. Everybody's fighting so much more, especially in the dual lane. It gets increasingly aggressive, but I really feel like Fenrir has a chance to shine there, especially with the aspect.
Yeah, that's kind of why I like what Aurora has gone for with this Fenrir. I feel like it is scrappy. You know, Yemo is scrappy as well, and that's why it was first picked. She can kind of be really effective and just make plays across the map at all stages of the game. The same can kind of be said as with Fenrir. He falls off late game a little bit, sure, but he's always just going to be a body, a bit of a playmaker god, and Aurora is very comfortable on it. I'm excited to see if he can continue this trend. The problem is that across the board overall, the likes of Clocked In have a better scrappy comp as a whole, in all honesty. Like, you have Aladdin, you have Tsukiyomi, the Yorm, the Uller as well, really wants to scrap. So the question for me is, Smite 2 bad boys going to be able to kind of dissuade some of this early game scrappiness? Maybe kind of take their time, maybe wait for the plays that come to them instead of just forcing their own plays themselves.
It's going to be a little bit of that give and take to see who's going to establish that pattern. But with both teams being so willing to just argue over anything, it's kind of hard for these initial patterns to form, just because the pattern right now is kill him, get him. I want him. I want their shoes. I want their house, their car. I want everything. What do you got, a scooter? Razor scooter out there in the garage? Give me that. Not allowed to have anything here. Not in this game.
They want all of that.
So far, yeah. and a bag of chips, right? and
But not
everything
their
in your
relics.
house.
Never their relics.
Not the relics. No.
No,
You can
no,
keep
no.
that. I don't want that.
You can have that.
But for this night and day cycle, like why is it that everybody is so focused on fighting so early? What is it about the night and day cycle specifically that is like encouraging this from players?
I think it's just the way that you can snowball very quickly off of it. The shards give experience and team gold across the board, but more importantly, the Nagas that immediately spawn provide so much map pressure that if you just allow it to push the wave and push onto your towers, most of your tower health is going to be gone. So you have to defend it. Meanwhile, the enemy team just takes that opportunity to go look for a Gold Fury, an early Gold Fury. And we've seen it a couple times now that usually the team that takes the first round of the Moonlight phase also gets the first Gold Fury of the game. And that's just because of the map pressure that the Moonlight phase provides themselves. Just the way that these teams have decided, okay, the way we draft now is all about scrapping early. It's about being effective in the early game is just such a huge difference from what we saw last weekend, where it was just, all right, we're drafting late game compositions, and whoever gets to the late game first is going to win. And if it gets to the late game, it's about whose composition scales just a little bit better than the others. This time around, it really does feel like it's, we're drafting early game comps, and it's either we're snowballing and we're winning the game, or if it does go to late, who just happens to have the better late game comp between the two teams, if it's able to go there. And oftentimes, so far from what I've seen, it's the team that kind of scales a little bit more than the other that's able to get to that late game at that point.
And I feel like as these teams start to snowball towards that late game, it feels like Strength of Wood has it down pat of how to respond to that. We've seen it twice so far today. That Strength of Wood special, where they're just like, yeah, you know what? Sure, you can have all that. We're just going to wait to 40 minutes. How about that? You make one wrong push and we're just gonna decimate you, right? You're donezo, kiddo. But
sounds good to me.
It's super fun to see how the day-night cycle just encourages these teams to just start brawling with each other, start going for it. Because the moment you start to lose a little bit, like you said, that snowball effect just kind of takes over. Those Nagas start pushing in, you start to look for a little bit more pressure on the map. Now you're taking away farm and everything like that. Classic MOBA things that happen when you put giant brute minions at every single lane. of like, yeah, we'll be able to go ahead and take all of that. So, man.
Yeah, I like it. I like what they've done. I love what the map changes have kind of encouraged. Just lots of scrappy early game fighting between the two teams and just teams that we've seen in general. I really like these changes that we've seen as well. But my question is, where does it kind of lead to for Smite 2 Bad Boys? Because how do they specifically decide to play into Clocked In and their comp? They have arguably the better scaling comp with the Merlin, with some of the other characters that they have. It is, my question is how do they get there? Because yes, they have good playmakers. They have Aurora on the Fenrir. It's just, does Clocked In continue to just make plays themselves, which are a whole lot easier as we get back into game one, or our game here between Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys. I keep forgetting that this is only a best of one between these two teams. It's not best of three. It's do or die. One of these teams is either going on to face off against Glurp, or the other one is going home. And these are arguably our two top teams. These are the people that we expect to see in the finals. And it's best of one, man. That can kind of weigh on your mind when you're in these tough situations.
Yeah, and especially because I was talking about it with you a little bit earlier, where I was like, man, Clocked In, losing to Strength of Wood in the way that they did, that's got to kind of mess with you a little bit too. Because it's not where you would expect it to come from. And now you're in this situation, because I was there with you. Like, yeah, game one. Oh, wait. It's just game. It's just game between two of the strongest teams of the division. Like, it gets super, super scary for both of these teams here. We're coming across 4 minutes here between Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys. And no deaths on the board quite yet, but look at the gold here. Clocked In pulling out about 1,000 gold ahead so far, which, not too terribly much this early in the game, but I think it just kind of speaks to how well Clocked In is doing in terms of farming patterns and everything like that.
Yeah, for sure. And this is kind of what you expect. I mean, you look at the two comps and you say, okay, the comp with Tsukiyomi Yamoja, Uller, probably Jormungandr into the Bologna matchup as well. As Happen drops the ultimate onto Doug.
River's Rebuke forces out the Aegis from Donut Dog.
Gekka.
Aurora jumps over the wall. Can't find the stun, but is able to find a bit of damage. Aurora jumps in on top of Happen. The follow-up from Donut Dog, pinned against the wall. Sunder comes out, Happen dies, and the Sunder damage is not quite there. Hitting level 5 is on her, throwing out the damage. Hydrogen jumps over the wall, but who's invited to the party? None other than Moswall. Burn it down, he says. Tegvir, a little bit too late to the rotation. Cannot save his dual lane. Smite 2 bad boys, up 2-0.
Man, Kieka's got me like just scarred, man, because I thought that was him on the way, but no, Hydrogen shows up late to back up their support there as Tegvir is looking for more here. Can he get the kill on Aurora? Has ultimate, but isn't going to use it off the Fenrir, and so he's going to back up to safety. But Aurora does secure that speed buff for themselves. And man, just an aggressive play from Happen. He forces Doug's Aegis early there. It looks really good, but I think that's all you needed. You got the Aegis from Doug. Walk away. Tegvir's on the way. Wait for the Tsukiyomi, the character that punishes the enemy ADC for not having Aegis more than anyone else, as Scream steals all 3 of those elementals.
Little bit of a wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Get on the floor. Let's jam. I'm gonna take these. Sorry, I know you did all the work, but I'm just gonna have this for myself. Poor Karmic cannot have anything in the fire pit. But no, I'm right there with you. It felt like Clocked In just got a little bit too aggressive there. Ended up overextending and just kind of paying the price for that moment. So now Smite 2 bad boys will be able to have a little bit of a leg up over Clocked In, which when you know that you're up against names like Paul and Tegvir and Hydrogen, Happen and they're all big names. What am I even saying? Like, it's all scary, but now it's time for bed. Nighttime hits the field, so we get a chance to see who gets to take a first crack at that ritual.
Yeah, and the timer, I think, will be really important to keep an eye on. Where does Aurora and Happen, when do they decide to rotate out of left-hand side and make a play here in the mid lane? Is Paul playing aggressive and Scream is nearby? Aurora, though, could get caught, and Tegvir's nearby as well.
Tsukiyomi's around the corner. There's the ultimate from Fenrir. Picks Hydrogen over, but River's Rebuke keeps Aurora locked in. Tegvir around the side. Down goes Aurora, and Donut Doug runs into the Tsukiyomi, jumps away, but it's gonna get hit by the laser beams. Tegvir goes underneath the tower to find more. Happen helps secure the kill. Sunder, but Tegvir will be able to get it. Unfortunately, Happen dies, but dies to the Chaos Tower, so hey, all good. It's just a fast way to back at the end of the day.
John Rowing's teleported here to the left-hand side, and I think that's just a response to the potential play here. Aurora and Doug both dying here as Scream invading the red buff, looking for Paul, who has no dashes. No, has that too to get away, and now looking for the lamp fight as well.
I mean, Scream already ulted, but Paul jumps up out over the wall. Slice and dice does quite a bit, but I gotta wait for the cooldown. The wish for power turns it on top of Scream. The enemy has arrived. Karmic deletes Scream inside the lamp. The bodyguard of a lifetime keeps Paul happy and healthy.
I love what Smite 2 bad boys do. As soon as they realize that their jungler is dead, go secure those elementals, because there's nothing else that we can really fight for in this moment aside for the ritual in mid, and that's a bad time to die for Scream here. But it will just be the supports for now, just contesting each other around the mid ritual. Moswell's gone off to farm, and I feel like Smite 2 bad boys might just give this. Scream is teleporting mid, but Paul is here as well. This will be a mid 3v3 fight for this mid objective.
Looks like Paul standing up in front of everybody from Smite 2 bad boys. I mean, Moswell and Aurora can only just watch as the ritual goes down. Slowly but surely being collected there. I think you're right. I don't think Smite 2 bad boys want any kind of piece of this. The early aggression from Clocked In ended up panning out. Paul being able to live through that fight from Scream ends up confirming that ritual for Clocked In, so they'll be able to collect that for themselves. We're about 8.5 minutes so far, but Clocked In are up 1 kill. It's 3-2, but more than that, 3,000 gold for themselves in their pocket.
These gold leads just so early on are just, you know, we'd see a 3,000 gold lead around maybe the 10-12 minute mark, not 8 minutes, right? Like these are just such quick gold leads that can be built so fast. Part of it's to do with the scrapping, part of it's to do with just how many objectives and ways to gain gold there are on the map. As Hydrogen in trouble here, Scream's looking to hunt him down.
Ooh, beads popped, and Aurora goes underneath the tower to finish off that kill. Happen gets a bit of damage off with the River's Rebuke, but the real damage has already been done. Smite 2 bad boys get their kill and walk out. Meanwhile, Clocked In finds some action over there in the solo lane.
Mid lane, the lamp.
As they'll be able to take down John Rowing. Yep, and Moswall is dead. Paul finds them in the lamp and eliminates them off the board. This constant aggression that you're talking about, Book, it's every lane, it's all the time. It's nonstop PvP.
Yeah, and I love it. It's just so fun to watch. It's just hard to keep track of. They're just fighting everywhere on the map. We see a fight in left, a fight in right, and a fight in mid as well. Just so much action. It's hard to keep track of just who is coming out on top of it. I think Clocked In obviously coming out on top of that one, getting, you know, 2 kills, 1 in mid, 1 in right, versus Smite 2 bad boys who only get a kill onto Hydrogen there. And Clocked In going to take advantage of that, and they'll pull and take the Gold Fury for absolutely free.
Paul in the mid lane, arguing with the giant dog, gets picked up by the Ragnarok, forced to pop the beads, but a lot of damage from Moswall is going to keep this Aladdin nice and low. The shell is not enough. Aurora finds that last bit of damage they need. Looks like they popped the Sunder to make it work. Karmic, here from solo lane, rather, from that gold is not enough here to save Paul. They'll just hang out and confirm a little bit of that farm.
And that's why Paul loves to go Aegis in moments like that, because of the mage damage from Merlin and other characters, but needs beads to deal with the Fenrir that they had, had trouble with that last game that we saw, from Clocked In, really had trouble not having beads, had Aegis instead. This time around goes beads, and now really wishes that they went Aegis in moments exactly like that. So already just the relic choice being punished yet again as Hydrogen in trouble again on the left-hand side. Doug can't find that final shot, but Scream will find the kill on the Hydrogen yet again.
Oh, but now the Nemesis stunned out and caught inside the River's Rebuke. The Aegis is there, able to dash away. Happen does not have the gas to go after them. Now they're stuck alone in a room with Donut Doug, who is just there to say, you cannot go after Scream anymore. A little bit of bouncing bubbles, but Scream is already out of range, so Smite 2 bad boys get their pick and go home.
Scream with this Nemesis, man. We don't see it too often. We saw a period of time where, Nemesis was kind of good in the solo lane. She's still really good in the jungle, though. Just able to, help with the all-in onto one character and then stay alive with the help of that shield for just a little bit longer. And in moments like that, Happen just doesn't have the damage just yet on the Emoja. And Scream just lives after an important dive kill on the left-hand side on a Hydrogen yet again. That's 3 times now Hydrogen has died on the left-hand side, twice under his own tower.
Coming about 12 minutes here, Buck. It's 5-5, tied in terms of kills, but Clocked In still maintain a gold lead, about 2.2k. Math is hard. But now between Clocked In and Smite 2 bad boys, I mean, we're talking a little bit about damage. I noticed Happen's sitting there with a Glad Shield. So that's even crazier that Scream was able to get away from that, because Happen is trying to do damage, but it's just not enough. Scream's just able to walk up and hit somebody really hard. This Nemesis pick is really scary for Clocked In.
He's here again, and you can see Happen trying to cut off the Nemesis from getting away. Tegvir on the way as well. Scream could be in trouble here.
Nemesis ultimate, Paul jumps in, is able to put Scream into the lamp, but Scream is happy to be here, soaks up so much damage with the shield, but with the help from Hydrogen, now it's Scream that's getting turned on, tries to kill Paul before they go down, but they are just barely holding on. But now you need to make sure that you live when you pop out. Can you, Paul? There's the beads popped, Aurora forced out and away, and Tegvir going crazy with the Tsukiyomi ultimate. Now let's try to see who else we can find. Paul did end up dying in the melee. River's Rebuke comes out, Moswall taking a lot. The waves are crashing down, and Tegvir finds the double kill. Clocked In, now looking to extend it a bit further. Donut Doug forced away by the axe, and a rally from John Rowing is a little bit off the mark. Karmic moves up, sees if they can find a bit more damage. It's going to be the Jormungandr Uller show. Aegis forced from Donut Doug, and they are underneath that tower, and they are dead. Just as predicted. Now Hydrogen gets to take a look at that tower. The ultimate from Karmic keeps them out of range. They'll take a tower shot before they leave, but John Rowing's here to defend. A full minion wave pushing in between a disarm and a shield bash. Looks like it won't be enough. Now John Rowing's gonna have to deal with a 2v1. Karmic looking very low, popped out by the Sanguine Lash. Now Hydrogen has to get away from John Rowing. Jump over the wall. Rowing does not have the ultimate. Disarm and a shield bash to follow. Hit by the axe. Aurora walking up after them, but Hydrogen already looks to be scot-free Gonna go ahead and hit that quick back.
Aurora wrapping him back around the backhand side. He's looking for Hydrogen, but no, Hydrogen just gets his back off in time. They will invade the purple buff, and Happen is able to get the Pyromancer over here on the right. But Gold Fury is available, and look where Moswell is. That's a good amount of objective damage. Smite 2 bad boys looking to answer with their first objective of the game, but Clocked In on the way.
Your right tower.
Sunder up and available for Aurora. Gold Fury falling down 2k health. Hydrogen axe form throws it out. Who gets it? Moonlight Phase begins. I need to know who got that. It was Moswell who confirms it. Smite 2 bad boys are gonna be able to. I know the Moonlight Phase is coming. I need to know who got gold. Smite 2 bad boys find that objective. They'll be able to confirm it, and then they disperse shortly thereafter.
Yeah, nice call by Smite 2 bad boys to just use the grouping that they had there, and it's got them kind of back in the game. It's only a 4,000 gold lead, and it's, you know, just kind of hanging around 4,000 or 5,000. It hasn't, you know, gotten to the 7,000, the 8,000 gold lead that we're a little worried about Clocked In getting here. So Smite 2 bad boys, despite kind of losing out on some trades, some objectives, some important kills, they're still right there in it, despite the gold lead kind of looking a little spooky at times. You can't really count this team out just yet.
It does feel like their composition between things like Nemesis and Bologna should in theory do pretty well against, like, I'm thinking specifically like Tegbeer and Hydrogen, right?
Yes.
Because Bologna, if like Suki just jumps on them, she's got some tools to be able to argue with them a little bit. Eagle's Rally is a good initiation tool, and this Nemesis is just able to look at tanks and be like, hey, give me your prots, I'm gonna go ahead and fight you for a little bit. Is this a situation where Smite 2 Bad Boys is trying to scale to late, or are they gonna start fighting super hard now? Like, what is the timing on this?
I think it's about just being competitive at this stage, and we've seen it time and time again. They're still looking to scrap. We've seen multiple plays this left-hand side where I think they feel they can abuse a specific carry. I mean, you can't imagine that Scream can pay attention a lot to the right-hand side. The Jormungandr is just too safe with that ultimate. You know, Paul on Aladdin, if he's near a wall, is incredibly safe as well, can hop over that. Scream has chosen a lane that he can really focus and prioritize, and has really just paid so much attention to it. Doug has a level lead because of it. He's in a really good spot to really start kind of opening up the game here. And look, they're kind of grouping to defend this mid ritual here. No, Doug is actually heading to the left-hand side. So Smite 2 Bad Boys, again, will give up this ritual here and prioritize farming. I like this call.
Paul chasing after Aurora just so that they can get more of the Moonlight Shards, playing for that ritual, as Clocked In are going to be able to build that up a bit. Smite 2 Bad Boys, you know, you think maybe if you give up the rituals because you're looking for something else, but really they're just focusing more on some of the farm that's on the map. Ritual is going to be all but confirmed here for the Clocked In team, but yeah, Scream hanging out on that left side can get a little scary, but no, Hydrogen backs off. Everything's just kind of chill.
I'm curious, did Hydrogen get his own purple buff there? Because that's what Scream was looking for in that moment, was the purple buff invade here. And Clocked In, they didn't get themselves the ritual just yet, and now they've kind of used this as a bait here, because Aurora could be in trouble.
Fortunately, Fenrir is just a little bit too tanky to take down. Stampede and Ansile, just a lot of damage reduction. I like that Ansile pickup too, especially for Karmic. The Snake won't be able to do as much damage with their Stinky Breath. Pyromancer picked up 4k health and dropping. Smite 2 Bad Boys, are they giving up another objective though? Pyromancer is confirmed by Clocked In, so it would seem that the answer is, yeah, not really going for too much here. Maybe we find Karmic. In goes Aurora. There's a Brutalize. Force the World Serpent. Ragnarok comes out, forces the Talisman. Paul's pretty low, is going to have to back up, but Karmic surges forward, maybe looking for a bit of damage before taking it back a second. Off to the left side, Scream maybe looks for an angle in. Gold Fury is respawning. If Smite 2 Bad Boys can TKO Clocked In, they're able to have it all to themselves.
No team beats here this time around for Clocked In, though. That important tool will be down. Aurora gets looked at here and pulled back in.
Paul jumps over the wall, throws out the Kufing Invocation. There's the River's Rebuke, catches one of the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Aurora is going to get picked off first by Tegbeer. Meanwhile, in the back, the Tsukiyomi is taking quite a bit of poke. John leaped forward, but eventually gets picked off by Hydrogen. And now Scream hanging around that bottom right side, looking to position themselves. They can find a pick, but It gets stunned out by the axe, followed up by the Moonstrike, goes in after Hydrogen, who jumps away. Denied the kill is Scream, but they're able to make a bit of space for themselves. Happen gives chase. Trying to see if they can find anything else. The Smite 2 bad boys are in full retreat at this point, down 2. They do not win the man advantage. Paul baits the jump in after them. Karmic and Paul making space because the rest of the clocked in team are picking up this Gold Fury, falling down below 2k health. It'll be the second one for clocked in, a successful fight.
Aurora just on his own in the pit there, gets caught to start out that fight, and John Rowing goes to try and bail out their support, but the rest of the team, the carries, the damage dealers just aren't there at all. Scream trying to bail out Moswell and Donut Doug as they're getting dove, and they don't net any kills for themselves. John Rowing eventually on his own gets collapsed on. He ends up falling there. It's 2 clean picks for clocked in, and then they're able to use the man advantage to just zone away the rest of the members of Smite 2 bad boys and net themselves their second Gold Fury, the third one of the game. And it's now what, 7,000 gold lead in the favor of clocked in. They're in a really good position. The gold lead, if it continues this way, could get out of hand really quickly. Smite 2 bad boys, they need to find an answer soon, but I don't know what you're really looking for here. Is it to just kind of hang out around this fire giant while Donut Doug goes and split pushes left for some farm? I feel like you're just kind of taking your time here and just hoping that clocked in just do the same. Don't force anything in the next few minutes here and hope you can continue to scale at this point.
But Clocked In has been doing such a good job just kind of staying on top of those objectives, even things like the ritual, the pyro, they look for gold. So hoping that they don't go for something seems a little, oh my goodness, by Scream takes a lot of poke, but wait, Paul's taking quite a bit too. Beans cannot save you. Moswell finds the pick. So a little bit of a topsy-turvy how the tables move as Smite 2 bad boys find themselves a pick on top of Paul. So, hey, all right, it's not all bad, right? You're down maybe 5k gold or so, maybe closer to 6k. You're down 3 kills, it's 11-8. You're 21 minutes in or so, but Smite 2 bad boys, they're doing what you asked, Book. They're staying competitive. They're staying relevant, right? Yeah, maybe you don't have the best ways in, but if you're able to find little moments like that, you can keep Clocked In on their toes.
And again, that little kill puts Smite 2 bad boys back from a 7,000 gold lead to a 5,000 gold lead. It just, little moments like that are what's stopping Clocked In from really kind of blowing open this game. Small picks here and there that Smite 2 bad boys are finding that it's just sitting at around 5,000. This Pyromancer will be pulled here by Smite 2 bad boys.
Sub 3k, jump in an axe. Aurora caught out. Pyromancer confirmed by the Smite 2 bad boys. Aurora's forced to take that Cersei's out of dodge. Meanwhile, John Rowing is now the new target from Clocked In. Up, down, crazy stun, but boy, there are too many people here, but he pines Paul anyways? What do you mean, brother? Sanguine Lash go burr as Smite 2 bad boys make a 1-to-1 trade, which is honestly an ideal thing that could have happened for them. That Bologna was supposed to die.
That was so scary there, because if you get that pick, if you're Clocked In, you're in a 5v4 advantage. You just have Paul reset, and you go straight to Fire Giant, force the 5v4 situation. John Rowing, by himself, keeps Smite 2 bad boys in this game by finding that 1v1 or 1v5 kill eventually. And it just keeps it competitive, man. That was so scary in that moment. And Smite 2 bad boys, they got themselves the Pyromancer. That's an important objective now that they've gotten outside of the Gold Fury. They're showing they can be competitive despite being down around a 5,000 gold lead. Or though, if he gets picked off here, this could be spooky. He's the one with Sunder.
He's gonna have to brutalize away. We're gonna Ragnarok away. We are out of there. The dog on wheels. Gonna make their speedy escape. Recognizes that their life is very, very valuable because they've got that Sunder. But knowing that defenders down in Alt and a Stampede, Clocked In start to pick up that Fire Giant. Karmic gets brutalized by Aurora, kind of shrugs it off and wonders, why are you touching me right now? It's crazy, man. 6k
this
life
is quick.
Left for the Fire Giant. Getting burned away. Smite 2 bad boys are not in the vicinity to steal it. It's gonna be the call for the burn. Throws out the bomb. Here comes the confirm. Tagveer confirms the Fire Giant for Clocked In. It's Smite 2 Bad Boys, not quite ready to give chase. Scream going for the pincer maneuver. The River's Rebuke is out. John rowing up, down. Eagles Rally tries to go for the same 1-to-1 trade, but they're not able to find it. Tagveer finds a roar in the back and tries to find a little bit more. Donut Doug is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Down they go. Hydrogen gets that kill. Now Moswell left alone in a dark room with the big snake. Karmic convinces the Merlin to go back home towards that Titan room. As the rest of Clocked In start to walk it up this mid lane, they're gonna at least get this Phoenix.
Scream has to back soon. This might be game here if Clocked In decide to go for it. Tier 2 towers up, but 3 members dead. 19 seconds on Aurora, and they're gonna go for it here. I don't know about this.
Paul goes in on top of Scream. They get the knock up, but that's about it. We're pulling the Titan room. Clocked In want to end this sooner rather than later, but Moswell denies them the chance. Happen is dead, and Scream looking for a little bit more. Tries to take down Tagveer. Karmic's pretty low too. Fire Giant buff doing so much work right now. The Titan's down to sub 4K. Scream shuts down Tagveer. Karmic is dead as well. The Titan stands strong, and Hydrogen forced to pop that dagger. Tries to get out of there, but the chase from Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to make sure that he doesn't have an easy way out. Scream goes for the ultimate. The axe is off the mark. Slice and dice. That's 400, but not quite what you need. Scream still looking to see if they can finish off this kill. Dash is blocked by the axe, and Hydrogen should be able to get home safely, but an ambitious end call from Clocked In all but kills the Titan.
I was gonna say this Titan is so low here. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're kind of in a position where I'm not quite sure if they can really hang in this game here. They have to force a fight sooner rather than later. Scream still hunting here onto Hydrogen. If he gets this pick, this would be huge for them. But Hydrogen just too safe on this Uller. Once all 5 members of Clocked In are respawned, they can likely just kind of find someone to backdoor the Titan. It's going to be a full split here, I would imagine. Paul can do it. Happen can probably not be the one to do it, but Karmic maybe even could do it as Sprint here. They're looking to take down Scream. Moswell's on the way, though.
Stunned down, forced to use the Aegis. They're going to have to get away. Caught inside the River's Rebuke. Happen. Try to get that last bit of damage that they need. And there it is. River's Rebuke. The waves will be able to sweep away the jungler. Aurora getting chased by Paul and Karmic as well. The dog has got to get out of here because the pound is right around the corner. That Titan looks very low, and that is a big hungry snake. Karmic wants to take a bite. World Serpent goes in, looking at Donut Doug. Trying to find the new target, just making space for Tagveer. Meanwhile, in the back, John rowing, trying to get their damage off, but it is a lost fight from the beginning because you do not have your team to back you up. Karmic in a similar situation, but his team survives. His team is coming for it. Ragnarok popped, and for what? Just to pull away Hydrogen. Donut Doug is dead. Aurora getting chased by Hydrogen, but the Titan is dying, and Clocked In are gonna put Smite 2 Bad Boys out of this tournament and move on to the next one.
Clocked In, despite Smite 2 Bad Boys hanging with it the entire game. They just force the end call there. They don't get it, but they put themselves in a position where they can just, go back in again and end the game, and they do exactly that. They catch Scream out in the jungle. And Smite 2 Bad Boys, one of our tournament favorites, is going home. Clocked In, they stay strong, and they hang in it.
It's going to be Clocked In versus Glurp in the losers before we get a chance to see Strength of Wood out there on the end. But before we get to that, first we're going to take a quick break. So please don't go anywhere. It is only up from here, gamers. Oh, hey, welcome back, guys. It's Smite Prime, October, week 4. I'm still Musean. I'm still joined here by Book right next to me. Welcome, General Jithman's basically Billy back there, making sure everything's running smoothly. Rosie, making sure we can see everything, and Tess, telling me what to do. Thank you, everybody, for being here. But Book, I gotta tell you right now, that last game we just saw, I'm flabbergasted. I'm floored. Help me out, please.
I mean, look, man, Clocked In, they just looked so ready to win that game. They just had the gold lead for most of the game, honestly. Smite 2 Bad Boys couldn't really get themselves in it at all throughout that game. And yeah, man, it's just tough. I mean, that game, Paul shows why he plays Aladdin, how effective he can be in diving the backline. And part of it comes down to Smite 2 Bad Boys. They don't have the best composition in comparison to, say, Strength of Wood did against the counter dive. This play by John Rowing, though, is absolutely sick, though. finding the kill in the 1v5 situation. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just all this, man. This end call here, and despite it not working out, they put themselves in a position where they can just be able to run down mid and end the game anyways after a quick little fight and scrap. And yeah, Clocked In, man, they just seem to have already fixed the issues that they had in a couple of games ago. You know, we said the Baron is really going to ruin Paul's day. Oh, Paul has Aegis in a composition he kind of really should go beads into. And Paul went beads and they banned the Baron. So Clocked In, they look to be better. They're doing better just off of games that they literally just played. Off their one loss, they just have already fixed some important issues that were costing them games. And they're continuing on through the bracket, despite going to the lower bracket pretty early on, let's be honest, but still fighting through it.
It's definitely a scary place to be in these losers brackets, but Clocked In are ready to clean house and go crazy. Yeah, that Titan push that they made initially, very ambitious, but I think it shows that they still have a lot of drive. They still have a lot of that fear factor. You know, it kind of reminds me of like the days when Benji would play solo lane and they would just walk at you and you knew like, I don't know if there's somebody there or not. I don't know why they have all the confidence in this world. I'm probably dead. Let's get out of here. They're channeling that type of aura in my mind. Let's take a quick look at the bracket here to see how we ended up in this moment in time. As we know for a fact, it's going to be Clocked In versus Glurp and Strength of Wood waiting in the wings, watching with the hawk's eye to see how this set goes. It's going to be our first best of 3 that we have today between any of the teams involved, I guess. So now, no longer do you take the 1L and then have to go to losers or go home. There's a little bit of wiggle room. I think this benefits both Glurp and Clocked In, which we're actually going to pop into the picks and bans here in just a little bit. But Book, between these two teams, who are you most excited to see? Like, what's going on? Oh, actually, hold that thought. Book, I just remembered. It's a best of 3. Mm-hmm. You know what that means?
Absolutely.
Vault bans!
Love this. In the best of 3, basically, after a god is played, that god cannot be played for the remainder of a set. So, for example, Team A plays Thor in game 1. Neither team can use Thor in games 2 and 3. So, yeah, this makes priority of picks just a whole lot more important in game number 1. And I feel like game 1 in these best of 3s, you know, with the vault bans, this system that we kind of have and use, it's made game 1 so much more important.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of down to the wire here with a couple of these picks, especially because there have been some very contested picks, I think, throughout today.
Yep.
Baron Samedi has shown up as something that really needs to be acknowledged from both sides. Aladdin makes another resurgence. The strength variant looking very strong right now, be it Paul or Valo, who wants to, maybe pick it up for themselves. Hunbat's ban is right on the money there from Clocked In, speaking of Valo. But what I think I really like about these vault bans is that it forces a lot of variance in compositions and kind of like a mini game in these picks and bans, which was already a mini game of what are you leading with, right? What are some of these first picks that you want, and what do you want to have in the back burner for the second game? Umoja's off the board, Merlin as well. So now Glurp is going to figure out who they want to ban next.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be really telling this game 1. This is an interesting one. Do want to note, though, something very important. Aladdin, off the table for everyone this series and onward. Aladdin being comp banned, so he's not going to be available to Paul or Valo or Tegveer. Tegveer doesn't play it. It's going to be Paul or Valo, let's be honest. Or Benny Q. Benny Q's played it from time to time. But that character off the table completely, doesn't need to be picked, doesn't need to be banned. So that opens a lot of different options here. Osiris's priority probably becomes a whole lot more valuable. Baron's priority probably still valuable, but not in the same way we just previously saw, where people were picking it to deal with Paul on Aladdin and really kind of countered him out, forced him to go Aegis or Beads, and if he went one or the other, he was still going to struggle. Osiris banned away here by Clocked In, and you got to imagine Tsukiyomi going to be available here. That probably is the avenue I would expect Clocked In to go for.
Yeah, Tegveer's been looking pretty good on it. Oh, Jing Wei slipped through the cracks. Hello. Yeah, Hydrogen will snap that up the instant it's made available. But that does leave picks open. I mean, we saw the Osiris ban. So usually that means that Karmic is going to, or not Karmic. Well, I saw Yorm and I thought Karmic. Zav takes the Karmic Zav takes the Yorm from Karmic. Yorm and Karmic are just synonymous to me at this point. It kind of reminds me of Scream and Aladdin, where if Karmic's able to get this pick, it's devastating. Hecate is going to go in the hands of Benny as well.
I wonder if we see the Yanis here from Paul, though Ullr being locked in tells me that's probably going to go to Paul in mid lane here. Baron Samity 4 happen as well. I love the takeaway from Glurp. You know, we've seen all day today the Yorm Bellona matchup and how much Bellona really struggles into the Jormungandr so far. And so with that Jingwei locked in first overall, okay. Amaterasu by Glurp. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen it of Amaterasu, and I have no idea. Is this support? Is this support Amaterasu?
No way, right? Also, that's a Giannis cover from Clocked In. What's going on? These vault bans, there are no vault bans. It's not supposed to get this crazy this quickly, right? There was supposed to be normal team compositions, and then over time it gets sillier and wackier. We have Amaterasu already, and a Giannis with an Ullr and a Jingwei. Is that okay?
Okay.
Is it Jingwei jungle?
Break it down.
Guan
No,
Yu?
I think it's.
Sorry.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Sorry,
Help
Muses.
me,
From the top down, Clocked In, and what they have. They have Ullr, Jingwei, Yanis, and these are the three characters we have to figure out where they're going. Tegvir, probably going to be piloting the Ullr. It's going to be Ullr jungle. He's ran it before. Yanis going to go to mid. It's Paul. It's Paul and Yanis. Let's be real. Like, this guy absolutely cooks. And then Hydrogen is just a Jingwei one trick. He's not a one trick, but he plays it all the time. So that's where those three picks are going. Let's look at this Glurp comp. Yorm, Ama, Guan Yu. Hecate is going to go mid on her ADC. That's pretty straightforward. I have no idea where these three characters are going. I would imagine mayhaps, it is Guan Yu support and Amaterasu in the jungle. And Valo is going to pick up the Amaterasu to try and deal with what Tegvir really has on the Ullr. You know, the Amaterasu Ullr matchup is kind of interesting because, well, Ullr has the stun from a distance, and the Amaterasu is just going to try and silence the Ullr abilities, I would imagine.
Well, we're going to get some hands-on evidence in just a second here, Book. We're going to hop into game 1 between Clocked In and Glurp here in the losers final of Smite Prime, week 4, the closed bracket.
Yep.
All the marbles. The big kahuna, big fish, $7,000, 125k diamonds. You want to take a crack at Strength of Wood? Well, my friends, got to beat up each other a little bit here first. And taking a look, Book, you were right on the money. Amaterasu jungle and a Guan Yu support.
Yeah, everything is kind of where I expected it to be, you know, based off the picks. I can't imagine Yanis goes ADC or jungle here for Clocked In, and Paul loves this character. You know, went for it last week and absolutely cooked here. It's the first time we've seen him play it today. My question is, Amaterasu. Why Amaterasu? The Vala's gone for the aspect. And so Ama's going to have that haste ability on the one, you know, just going to be super mobile, super fast. But what does Ama really do here? Well, she can split push. She's pretty decent early pressure as well. So my question becomes is, where does Valo kind of translate this character, and where does he decide to go? What lanes does he decide to lean on? And into this comp in particular, I'm not quite sure. I'm just super interested to see how he navigates it, because you look at Paul, is he an easy dive target? Well, not really, because he can portal over the wall and he can portal to peel himself, and Vala's going to have a hard time diving in. It says Tuba and Speak No, they're here.
Just kind of showing face around this purple buff a little bit. I mean, Speak No has the Sunder, but Happen does too, so Clocked In, drop that buff, they go back to lane. Also want to point out,
I like this.
Zav's also has the aspect for Yorm, which I haven't really had too much time. I haven't seen it too often. So that's kind of interesting. But I had a thought while you were explaining what Amaterasu can bring to the table, and I want to know your thoughts on this. We've been talking about how this day-night cycle encourages a lot of aggression early, how you need some scrappy people to fight in the center of the map. Can Ama do that from the jungle? Is she someone that can show up in that mid lane for the ritual?
She can, for sure, but I feel like what I think it will do more than anything, it's an easy shield target for Benny Q to land, as Speak No and Happen trading over here. And don't think it'll lead to anything, but I think it's just an easy shield target for Benny as Tuba goes in mid we're fighting as well.
Yeah, Tegvir throws out the axe a little bit off the mark. Luckily for Hydrogen, I mean, when Tuba jumps in, Hydrogen will have a dash, but maybe not right now. Both teams just kind of feeling each other out a little bit. But yeah, I'm right there with you. This Amaterasu, I feel like there's potential, but I worry a little bit. Speak No dashes onto Hydrogen. Health bar's getting kind of low here. We're stuck, and the Amaterasu has joined the party, catches Hydrogen out. Haven's gonna be the next one on the chopping block. Impale from Tuba, and the auto. Down they go. Glurp up 2-0. 2 minutes in the game. Happen and Hydrogen take the rough and tumble.
Just spotted too late on this left-hand side, and Valo gets themselves an important first kill of the game here, and Tuba gets one as well. All of a sudden, this Alma can look to accelerate this pace, and this is what you want to have happen if you're Valo. You want this Amaterasu to get off to an early lead. You want them to get off to their early auto attack items so they can force the early objectives. That is one thing I will note that Alma does really well. She can look for Gold Furies really early on, Pyromancers early on, Towers early on, once she gets a couple items online. So if Valo can accelerate this lead, can continue to push the advantages, they can very quickly snowball this game, which is what we've kind of been seeing all day. Teams trying to snowball early game leads into bigger objectives, which, you know, catapult their leads to the point where they're insurmountable. We saw it with against Strength of Wood with multiple times where they got, you know, big leads against them, and they were able to fight back into them, sure, but they struggled for a long time throughout those games.
Tegvir getting dashed on by Valo. Oh my damage! Valo just eats up Tegvir's health bar. Imagine if Valo had that Sunbeam bow finished. I think that would be a dead Uller we're staring at. And I think you called it out pretty well early. Amaterasu has this unique position against Uller. You get the silence off, and all of a sudden, Tegvir is kind of in a really tricky spot where they can't stance switch, they can't jump away, they have to be in the right stance, otherwise it takes even longer for them to jump, so... It's scary out there. This Amaterasu, I'm starting to drink the juice here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Again, like, where does Valo really translate this play style that he needs to go for? Like, he can look for plays like that in Tegvir's jungle, especially now that he's level 5 and Tegvir's still only level 4 and has access to that ultimate, versus Tegvir, who really won't get access to any big, you know, power spiking ultimate of any kind. You gotta imagine Valo can just play aggressive in Tegvir's jungle and take whatever camps he wants. Is he going to do it for now? Probably not. Once he gets first or second item, he probably can start playing that way. But is Valo going to be able to continue to accelerate? It's all about how he decides to play, where he decides to put map pressure. Is he going to, you know, prioritize this ritual in mid, or is he going to go to a side lane and just perma farm and perma, you know, push these towers down and just find more gold? So I'm really excited to just see, but that's all we can do. We can predict all we want. As left-hand side Happen in a bit of trouble here.
They let loose that ultimate. Impale pushes Happen to safety. Funny enough, Tuba saves the life of the Baron Samdi. Hydrogen gives a little bit of chase, but Jingwei by herself, you might be able to have Wei, but doesn't quite have the big boom capability that she needs to stand up to Speak No and Tuba alone. There's a lot of volatility, I feel here, Book, where there's a lot of focus being put on Valo, what this Amaterasu brings to Glurp if she's able to spiral out of control, but then you looked over and you realize they're playing against Clocked In, and Paul's on this Giannis pick, which just finished up their Cronus pendant. So it's just kind of, it's very tense, I think is a good way to describe it. Happen putting some damage on top of Speak No. Hydrogen has the ultimate. Doesn't look like they need it though. Not really ready to go after Speak No Evil. The Guan Yu is able to stay pretty healthy, the sustain that they have.
Hydrogen dashes forward, trying to cut off the angle, but Speak No just goes to the other side, where Tuba is able to then body block for auto attacks. Speak No gets the red buff and walks away to safety. Nice little play there between those two, but yeah, I don't know, man. I love the Alma pick. We've seen it already. Like, he can play aggressive against Tegvir. Good look. But Paul is level 8 now, 5, almost 6 minutes in, right as we're about to hit bedtime. And if this Giannis is allowed to just kind of sit in mid and, you know, farm a little bit, all of a sudden you're kind of in a stuck position if you're Clocked In, as Speak No gonna get ran up by Tegvir.
Yeah, speaking of stuck, there's the wrap it up. It's gonna get on the horse and get to safety, so Clocked In, burn the ultimate from the Guan Yu. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Glurp trying to confirm themselves some Moonlight Shards so they can get ready for that ritual. Valor tries to dash on top of Paul. They take the portal on out of there, so they are safe for now.
Do you want to note that is an option that Valor can go for? Is trying to just all in Paul. Stop him from portaling with that dash. The only concern I have is if Valo does want to play this playstyle where he's all inning a carry, he has to start with the dash. It silences the carries, it stops them from fighting back. But once that dash is down, the rest of the members of Clocked In can easily collapse on Nisama as Valo takes a blue buff here from Karmic. That's a nice little look already for the Amaterasu.
It's kind of what we expect from her, too. We're talking about how she's good at maybe focusing down carries, but also the split push potential, the farming. Valo's just able to kind of power farm on this Amaterasu, which is interesting because Tagveer is actually a little bit ahead. Valo only just now hitting level 8. So it's kind of not a mixed identity, but you got that initial gank over to the dual lane. You wanted to start that snowball, but didn't really go anywhere with it. We're sitting about 7.5 minutes so far. Paul gets some damage on top of Speak No, who's forced on top of the horse because Life of the Party came out for Happen. Benny Q and Happen sitting in the middle of the ritual. Benny Q has to back away. This ritual encourages so much fighting, so much scuffling here in the mid lane. Benny Q gets hit by the Wrap It Up. Forced to beads, and Speak No takes the teleporter to get back towards the mid lane. The tension in the air, you can cut it with a knife. Here comes Valo, looking around that side, trying to find that dash-in angle.
Mid.
But they get portaled by Paul. Half health by a Giannis. Ay. No thank you. And Speak No's taking a lot of poke again. Clocked In, just fighting Glurp off of this ritual. It encourages a rotation from Zav. Open the gates. Happen kind of in the middle of it right now. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Down goes the Baron Samdi. Zav using their ultimate as well. So now Paul and Tagveer go back to staring at Glurp sitting around this Moonlight Ritual. Climbing up to about 100 there. Glurp will finally be able to confirm it, but that was tense.
Yeah, I feel like that fight could have just exploded in a moment's notice off of just some random ability. Paul with the portal on the left-hand side to catch out Valo, I mean, must have just popped up on the ward, and Paul just, whips over there with his mouse and pops the portal, catches out Valo, tons of poke damage there. But Zav with the rotation to mid lane helps secure his team that first ritual, and immediately look at this Glurp rotating for this first gold fear because of the map pressure that these Nagas will provide. Tagveer is looking for a play, but Benny Q will secure the first gold fury for Glurp.
Yep, and you can also see too, Clocked In had to use some resources to try to put some pressure over in solo as well. Tagveer is over there, so it just keeps this Gold Fury wide open. Happen. I don't know if you want this. Life of the Party, trying to see if they can pull somebody in, but a Beats from Tuba and a Horse from Speak No have them avoid the fate of partying way too hard. Coming across 10 minutes or so here. 0-3. Glurp is ahead by almost 2k gold, maybe 1.7. Tagveer forced to beads, open the gates, not able to find the mark that Glurp was looking for. So, again, back to farming and back to normalcy.
I do want to note, though, you kind of touched on it a bit ago, the Jormungandr aspect, the knock-up increased, will make it so much easier for Benny Q to secure that ultimate. Just either you have to either beads that Jormungandr knock-up, or you're just in the air for 5 years. Or you're getting knocked up and then you're getting pulled by Hekate ult. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic here for Clocked In of what are we immuning here? Because there's going to be so much long CC. It's not just quick little bursts of CC, a quick stun here or there. It's a long knockup. It provides so much time for Glurp to kind of chase members down or put themselves in good positions to follow up off of that CC. Long duration CC for the side of Glurp. Clocked In really got to be careful about how they use these beads that they have on themselves as Karmic.
Yeah, down he goes. Valo and Zav diving underneath that T1 tower. This Hercules pick that we saw, I feel like Karmic likes to play characters that take forever to die, be it Yorm or be it Hercules, but when you have a Jormungandr and a Amaterasu running at you, does mean that you end up getting pieced apart pretty quickly.
And he used that ultimate there in that moment just to try and look to pull Paul into the tower or pull the beads. But yeah, great play on the right-hand side. And we haven't touched on it yet. The Hercules Yorm matchup. Herc is great into Yorm because he can kind of proc that passive really easily with the 2, with the push. You can easily put Yorm in a state where he just takes more damage than you'd ideally like, obviously. But it is a matchup that I think is going to struggle here because I feel like, look, Bellona's great, right? Like, she sucks in this matchup. She sucks into Yorm, but she's so good in the mid to late game that you almost kind of say, all right, screw it. We don't care that we're losing this laning phase because we'll get to the late game and then I'll be impactful versus Hercules is going to be a bit of a push-pull bot in the late game. He's not going to be as impactful as, say, a Jormungandr is, who's in the faces of Hydrogen, in the faces of Tegvir, stopping them from casting all they want from a distance and just providing so much setup for the members of Glurp to really follow up and provide so much damage. And they got damage for days to use.
Speak No Evil kind of waiting in the bush, seeing if Paul wants to step out and play ball. Answer's gonna be no. Valo making his way over to that solo lane though. Karmic again in a tough spot. Half health. The Jormungandr ulting after them. Karmic getting pieced apart by this Amaterasu. They're gonna ult just to finish the last bit of damage they need, but wait! They driving strike away. Tegvir's here. Karmic's alive! The rotation from Clocked In dissuade Glurp from going in any further. Shoutouts to mitigate wounds. Karmic gets to live another day.
Wow, I thought that the members of Glurp could have committed there. Maybe just so scared of the rotation. Zab using that ult kind of just to play zoning, stop the angle to go towards the tower. Doesn't fully commit there. Instead dashes away with the final, tick of that ultimate. As Tuba and Hydrogen just trading here on the left-hand side a little bit. As Hydra is going to dash in. It's a big crit, a second big crit.
Yeah, jeez. What are we trading here? Blows? Fists? It's nothing nice. It's nothing kind. This Jing Wei, they've already got the rage here too, so that's going to be a bother to try to go up against. Speak No gets caught in a portal. Luckily, the Unstable Vortex already came out, so they won't take too much damage afterwards. This Guan Yu, by the way, Book, able to sustain so much. Just lets them soak up a lot of the damage. Speaking of soaking up damage, this Gold Fury is down to sub 3k. Down to 2k. There's a Sunder in the pocket of Happen. Doesn't look like we're gonna need it. A Gold Fury going the way of Clocked In, completely uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great look there. Forces Tuba back on the left-hand side. He can't really step up because he's missing a good chunk of his HP. And the rest of the members are just kind of, standing around. They go to the elementals on the right-hand side and they get those, sure. But, I mean, you have an Uller and a Jingwei who has crit, like 2 AAs that can just shred objectives. That's just free. What are you going to do? Stop us? No, this is our objective. They don't even need to commit Sunder in that moment. It's all theirs.
And that, paired along the fact of being able to get some good farm underneath their belt, Clocked In kind of ties up this gold lead. More than that, they actually pull ahead. So even though Glurp has all the kills at this point, Clocked In is still able to maintain a gold differential here. Yeah, it's just about tied at this point. Tegvir goes for a throw. Speak No Evil. It's going to take a quick step back here. Again, very tense game. We're waiting for that big blow-up moment. Karmic goes for the pluck. Open the gates, forces an ult from Happen. We're back to staring at each other. It's bedtime as the sun goes down, the moon comes out. And Glurp again is kind of hanging out around in this mid lane.
70 seconds still before Clocked In can kind of try and get the ritual as Happens knocked up, but just going to trade back some poke here and there. Is A-okay in that moment as Tegvir is hunting here on the left-hand side. I don't know. This is, I agree. This is very tense, and this has been the slowest game I think we've seen today.
Uh-oh. We're picking up the pace now. Happen falls down to health. Throws the root on top of Speak No Evil, and we slow back down. Able to walk away. These tanks are ready to brawl. There's so much sustain on both sides. I mean, we talked about Speak No Evil's got the Guan Yu heal. Uh-oh. Hi, Valo. Hi, Happen. I'll miss you. There it is. Amaterasu got the Braggy and the Sunbeam Bow online, so now we get to shred through people. I don't care if you're a tank or not. You get pieced up. Paul's next on the chopping block. A good stun! Whoa. Beats force from Paul in order to get to that wall to teleport away. Tegvir's here in the mid lane as well. Glurp turn their attention over to the Pyromancer. Now you have Zav Kind of hunting for Paul. They loop around. They find the knockup. Big damage. Akate damage over the wall as well. Boom goes the dynamite, and down goes the Giannis Tagveer forced to jump away. What a great move from Zav there.
Yeah, that was so sick. Just walks right by Tagveer, like ships in the night. Just walks straight towards Paul, spots him out, has no beads, and that's because Speak No pulled it in a moment ago. What a sick sequence of events from Glurp there. And it feels like Clocked In, they're just really struggling to find something to actually go their way. They're being competitive, and they're showing it here as Tagveer dashes in, but they're not really finding the wins outside of that one gold free that they pulled a bit ago. Glurp, they're just so much better here.
And there's the life of the party. Support ult for support ult here between Happen and Speak Now. Clocked In sit in front of the ritual. You're 100% right too, Buck. I mean, Clocked In were able to steal that Gold Fury away, but like, they can burn objectives. They were able to sneak it. They didn't win a fight to earn that gold. They just kind of did it underneath the noses of Glurp. Whereas Glurp says, if we want something, we can fight you for it, and we will. Especially if they keep some really smart tactics like they did with Zav there, just being able to show a bit of restraint. Glurp wins the ritual, so they'll be able to have that ritual of the night there. Or the moon, rather. The moon! But now...
But Glurp haven't even fought yet. Like, they haven't team fought yet. That's what's so interesting, is they're just being very slow, methodical. They're pulling a beads here and there. I say that, Benny Q, in a world of hurt here, gets his beads forced, but has that teleport to get away to safety.
Ooh, open the gates, came out just in time there. Happen and Paul tried to put the damage in. Speak No's gonna be here at the tower line. You got 3 people from Clocked In to make a play at this T1 tower. So here comes the rest of Glurp. Valo coming in from behind. They've got the Naga there to back them up. Tower is pretty much dead. Guan Yu on the horse finds a stun, but Paul body block from the portal. He can't get out, but Speak No gets out of the way. So now Paul's able to make that distance. Valo's pretty poked out. Speak No chasing after Happen, who's gonna go down. Zav, World Surfing Ultimate, has joined the mid lane, but already Glurp is done with this fight. They're going to move on to bigger and better things. It's going to be that Gold Fury.
I feel like both those two members could have died. Just split targets there from Valo and Speak No. Speak No does a brilliant job of just body blocking Paul. I feel like Paul maybe thought, look, this is a Giannis we're up against. He's going to get away to safety all he wants. There's no world I catch him. And Speak No goes, no, God, you can come get this guy. I'm just going to body block him. I'm going to get in his way. He can't get.
I'm chilling.
Yeah. He's not chilling.
I'm
he's
wide.
Dead, though. But no, I mean, Paul gets away. They do manage to catch Happen, though, in that instance, and that gets themselves their second gold lead. It's 2,000, so it's not a crazy lead or anything. It's just, again, slow, methodical leads, slow, methodical gameplay where they're just, letting Clocked In step up for the tower, and then they punish them for it. Then they go to the Gold Fury. Then they'll just kind of go and farm their ways for a bit. They'll wait for the Pyro to respawn, and they'll look to maybe pull more relics around that and look to pull the Pyromancer. And Clocked In, again, we saw the play on Benny Q in mid. It looked good. It looked flashy. But they don't kill him. They get the beads, sure, but they still do not kill him. It's a big old goose egg for the Clocked In kill counter. And Glurp have 7.
20 minutes so far, Book. 0 to 7, like you said. Glurp's up about 3k gold or so, maybe a little less than that. And this is probably one of the cleanest games I think we've been seeing today, where there hasn't been it hasn't been very rowdy, right? Like, yeah, there's been a lot of tension. There's been a lot of will they, won't they, Who's gonna kiss first, right? Who's gonna blink?
It's like a romance.
None of that here. Yeah, right? I mean, it's October. If you're on AO3, so be it. But there's so much tension, but there's nothing happening here. Valo seeks to break it. Dashes on top of Paul. He's still got a portal available, though, so you know that you can't go hard after him. It is wild, but how do you break it? If you're Clocked In, you're competitive, but how do you break it?
I mean, Hydrogen just finished Titan's Bane here. He's in a really good spot. I think you're okay giving this Pyromancer, and this is what Glurp want to do. They want to force this lead now because they know if Clocked In get to the late game, it's suddenly a lot harder for Glurp to really play this game out. You got Hecate, sure, but the Ama can kind of be dealt with in the late game. Norm a little bit easier as well. So Fire Giant will be pulled, but they're looking for the fight.
Glurp baiting an FG here. Karmic drives in, Speak No on the horse, baits it out, but Open the Gates is gonna do a old switcheroo maneuver. Karmic gets shoved all the way back. So now Glurp group back up and take a couple of steps back. So again, there was a little bit of exchanging of blows there, but nothing quite happened, right? But Glurp is still waiting around the wings, wondering if they can catch anybody. They're gonna walk back over to that fire giant pit, pick it up, and do it all over again. But this time, the only one here is Happen and Karmic. And there's the rest of Clocked In. Fire Giant down to half. Paul around the backside looking for the flanking maneuver. Life of the party comes out, trying to pull in Valo. Fire Giant 4K health. Glurp dropping it, going for the fight. Happen very low. Zav hits the ultimate, the World Serpent. And Benny Q is dead. Tagveer finds them. The fight crumbling for Glurp. The health bars are too low. Speak No and Tuba gotta get out of there. Valo getting chased out by Hydrogen. The Jing Wei has joined the party. She needs to stack some range stacks. Get over here. I need to talk to you. Paul in the back. Ready to throw out an unstable vortex or a portal. People are lining up. The baseball's out. Zav goes down. And the beads forced away from Tuba. Paul looks for a little bit more. Unstable vortex out. It connects. Driving strike from Karmic. There it is. Double. Boom. Pulls in Speak No and down they go. Tuba with 1 health. Picked off. It's a triple kill for Tagveer as they chew through the rest of Glurp. The tension has been broken. The 2 main characters have kissed. And now it is time for a real novel.
Clocked In. They're going to try to end this story sooner rather than later and pull this fire giant and likely take it. 4 kills. And it's, you know, at a time where you kind of want those kills to come through. They'll get themselves their first fire giant of the game. And it's off the back of Paul just free casting on the backhand side. Nobody looked at the Yanis. Nobody looked at the Uller. Everyone was so focused on who was in front of them. Happen doesn't really die in that moment. Valo's now at a point where he's kind of easy to deal with. Yes, he has beats, sure, as Karmic has to be a little careful here. He doesn't lose this 1v1, especially after committing that ultimate.
Uh-oh, Valo dashes onto the Hercules. He doesn't have a lot of movement to his name, but I'll tell you what, he does have FG, and he is very tanky. So with that, a little bit of mitigate wounds. No need. Dazzling offensive brings no demise this day, as Valo's just gonna let it go, I guess.
But I feel like Valo could have gone for that kill. Nobody available on the map. Maybe Paul could have ulted members over with the through space and time, but no shell in that moment for Karmic. You just saw him use ultimate on the mid wave. Why not go for that kill? Nobody was in the area. Glurp, they're not out of the game, but suddenly you're in a position where you're kind of sitting there saying, well, we just tried to team fight them and lost. Now what? What do we do? How do we handle this? And you're in the late game. Look at that gold graph, that climb back up for Clocked In. Hydrogen's got such important items completed. Paul's got the items completed. Tagveer in a really good spot all of a sudden. Karmic at a point where he's just a body that can, again, pull push bot. All of a sudden, Glurp are in a spooky position.
And Paul, too, like you said, important items. Obshot Rada Tahuti being done here.
Yep.
You get hit by that unstable vortex. It doesn't matter if you're a tank or a squishy. That's gonna hurt so bad. I particularly worry for Valo, this Amaterasu that is forced to stay on top of you. Is gonna stand in front of characters that are designed to shotgun you, right? The unstable vortex, the Jing Wei. Like, you stand in front of them and it's just very dangerous. Yeah, there's a spectral here, but how much of that is going to save you? As Clocked In, start pruning some of the towers off of the map here. Tier 2 and left, Tier 2 and mid. We're gonna mosey on over, take care of that Tier 3 and right. You got the Ancient Gold for your debuff. You're gonna make something happen there and just extend this gold lead further and further.
Pyromancer also available. That's likely where Glurp will go next, but actually Happen looking for a play here, trying to catch out Valo. I mean, Relic's available for everyone. Clocked In, they can go for this if they want to, but they just got so much gold. Why not back up, get the free pyro objective, and then reset, spend your gold, finish these builds that you're still working on. 6 items still needs to be completed for Hydrogen especially. Paul working on that soul gem, I would imagine, here next. So Clocked In are still only getting stronger. And it feels like all of a sudden, Glurp, they're not, again, out of it. They can still team fight. And actually, they're grouping as 5 here.
I mean, Ritual of the Night, they want to try to go for it. They shove Clocked In off of the Ritual site. But the rest of Clocked In is starting to rotate up. Happen finds a root on top of Speak No. Takes a little bit of poke. Driving strike out. Finds the block of the Benny Q. It forces the beads out. There's a boulder too. Paul, a crazy through space and time, deletes Benny Q. That's gonna enable Clocked In to go even further in. Tuba goes down to Tegvir, and the Snake. Valo's behind them, but where can they go? What is the target to be had? Speak no, very low in the back. Glurp is trying to stop Clocked In from getting that Phoenix, but we don't need a wave to take this bird. We don't need a wave to go on to this Titan. We're gonna go all the way in. 3 people up to defend this Titan room isn't going to be what you need. Dazzling offensive. It lands, but a Talisman of Purification negates the CC and kills Valo. 4K health left on that Titan. Hydrogen is gonna get rid of it all. It's gonna be a game 1 for Clocked In.
From 0 kills to 8 to the Glurp 7, that they didn't get a single kill after they reached that 7 mark. I mean, man, Clocked In fight back off of one important team fight around Fire Giant. They claw their way back in. Again, we keep seeing these teams go down early and just claw their way back into these games. These teams got to figure out how to close out these games going into the late game.
Whew, and we're going to figure out how to get back to you in just a quick second. We're going to take a little moment of respite before we come back and break down the game a little bit further. So please don't go anywhere. Game 2 is going to be coming at you in just a second. And we are so back, gamers. Hey, thanks for sticking around. It's me, Musey. I'm joined here still by Spirited Book, Jithens, and basically Billy standing behind us. And of course, we got Tess and Rosie making sure we can see everything. Everything runs smoothly. It was game 1 between Clocked In and the Smite 2 Bad Boys, where initially, or not Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys, sorry, Clocked In and Glurp had a blast in the past. Glurp had control, Book. They were doing it. It was happening. And then it didn't happen anymore.
Yeah, there was, look, I mean, it's tough to like argue like, oh, what went wrong there? Because Glurp just looked so good in the early game. They were, playing so clean, so methodical. They would pull a beads and then someone would kind of flank around the back and look to kill that target with the beads. And then it's just one fight, man. One fight around the Fire Giant, and it just goes all so wrong there. Paul gets to free cast, and part of it is Glurp just, they played slow, they played smart and methodical, but that allowed Clocked In to get to the point where they were really strong, impactful characters. Paul, we just saw it there. Nearly one-shot Benny Q. In fact, kind of did one-shot Benny Q, let's be real. Uses that ultimate and then lands the Unstable Vortex, finishes him off. But yeah, man, it's so tough, man, because you got to look at the comp and you're like, well, what went wrong for Glurp? And Diamo was great early. We talked about how Valo needed to play smart, needed to play fast and loose in the early game, and got 2 kills, 3 assists. Outside of that, though, really kind of didn't do a lot in the mid to late game, really struggled to get onto the back line, and that is the weakness of this Amaterasu is if you get to the late game and the enemy team just has CC to deal with you, you kind of don't really get to play the game as an Ama jungle.
It was one of those situations that kind of felt like where while Glurp was able to maintain such a steady hold through those even mid or early mid, even a little bit of the late stages there, I felt like they never really truly snowballed. No. If we've been saying the phrase, this team has been staying competitive a lot. And I really feel like Clocked In exemplified that because even though they were down significantly, consistently, they were always a threat. They were always competitive. They were always there to try to threaten something or make something happen if it came to blows, right? And I think because of that, Glurp wasn't able to actually finish extending their lead, and they couldn't really close anything out. They couldn't abuse that Amaterasu like you said they needed to. So ultimately, it's going to give Clocked In the 1-0 that they were looking for there. And that's going to mean, hey, you have a pretty significant advantage in this best of 3.
Yeah, especially because, I'd argue that was kind of a comp with some important picks that you want to see on the side of Glurp. Benny Q on the Hecate is now gone. There's, I think there's still options, like Bologna obviously is still available, Osiris still available, but I feel like there was a lot of really good picks that are just kind of off the table here now going into the vault system and whatnot that are just kind of gone. But Clocked In, though, they have options available to them. They banned away the Merlin last time around. Like, there's just so many options here for Clocked In going into it.
Well, hey, speaking of options, picks and bans coming at you really quick here. So we're going to go ahead and mosey on over to that screen. Little stinger action. Smite Prime. Whoosh, very nice. Right down there, you guys can see the vault bands. Like Book was saying, if something was picked in the last game, it is banned this go around. So a lot of important picks are just off the board, which is going to leave both teams maybe scrambling a little bit to see what they can put together. Knowing what's still out there and available, Book, what are you looking for?
I'm kind of curious. I feel like hunters need to be prioritized this game because 3 are completely off the table. Uller, Jingwei, on her, some of the top ADCs we've been seeing as of late, just all gone already. That's just going to be tough. I feel like you're kind of leaning on Agni if you're Hydrogen, because that's been the kind of next step that he's always kind of leaned on, is that Agni. But Glurp going to do the smart thing, take that one away, keep Hydrogen on something they're a little more uncomfortable with. So yeah, kind of curious. Paul has a few options. The Merlin available. Do they ban that away from Benny Q? I don't know, man. Clocked in. I feel like second pick is just kind of a rough angle here if you're clocked in. You don't want to give away too many good picks, but you also want to be prioritizing something for yourself. That keeps you competitive in this game. Gotta imagine it's either an Osiris or Merlin ban here.
Yeah, and there's that Merlin ban you were talking about too. So far off the board, right? Achilles, Agni, Hunbat's, Merlin. So that means that we're not going to have too many things left to play with in the old toy box, as Lurp tried to figure out what's going to be next on the chopping block. I wonder if we see, in that topic of hunters and everything like that, I wonder if we see something like the Artemis again. It made a brief appearance for Strength of Wood, I believe it was. So already clocked in are going to have a little bit of experience against that. Maybe that's something that they end up bringing out against Glurp. Or what's even like left? Oh my gosh, wait, remember Ho Yi? What happened to Ho Yi? We used to see Ho Yi every day of the week, right? Did I miss something, Book? Because in my eyes, that character is still kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, he provides a lot of AoE, space control, the lockdown as well with the stun. I still think he's pretty decent. He got a small numbers adjustment, and I feel like that's kind of made him a little less, shall we say, ideal to lean on as an ADC versus characters like Artemis, who scale really well, Jingwei, who can go lean on crit, Uller, who can 100 to 0 once you get a couple items. There's just, I think, better options than Yi right now. But as we get more into this vault bans and whatnot, I think he can easily become an option, especially now that there are 3 top ADCs just gone from this game. I got to imagine this is probably an Artemis angle at some point for either Tuba or Hydrogen. Though Hydrogen's kind of shown that maybe it's going to be a Danzabura angle, honestly, now that Agni's off the table. Yeah.
I don't want to think about the Danza. I'm scared. I'm scared of the Danza. It's going to be kind of scary as we wait to see what Glurp wants to have for their first pick. So many options out there and available. Osiris is there, still open. Luckily, we don't have to worry about the Bellona or the Jormungandr. But then, knowing that Osiris is probably going to end up being one of the solos, what does that leave you for the rest of the solo lane? Because I feel like we've been very focused on those 3 picks.
Yeah, I feel like Wukong's still pretty decent as well. Can provide a lot of, time in the enemy face and then get out with their life intact with that ultimate. So I feel like that's an angle here for Karmic or Zav. They both love that character. You got to imagine, though, it's Osiris first here for Glurp. They love running Osiris for Zav, and they love running Osiris for Valo as well. So it's an easy flex potential there between those two. Tsukiyomi, though, available here as well. You got to imagine Tegvir's likely going to be leaning on that. So is Glurp going to prioritize the Tsukiyomi over Clocked In maybe and say, look, Tegvir, we're already taking you off one of your comfort picks of Achilles. You're not allowed to play that. You're not allowed to play Uller. What are you going to lean on once your third one, your Tsukiyomi, is off the table as well? I feel like there's a lot of options here that Glurp can do, but I feel like they should prioritize what they want. Maybe don't take away the Tsukiyomi if they are comfortable on the Osiris. Say, this is our character. We're picking it. We're drafting something for ourselves, less focused on taking stuff away from the side of Clocked In.
So just making sure that you can run your own game plan and have that level of confidence, have that level of comfort, so that when it comes time for the rough and tumble, you're not playing something maybe you haven't had a lot of practice with, or you're taking for the sole purpose of like denying something. It's about doing, we don't win these games by destroying what we hate, Book. We win these games by saving what we love. And
Power of love.
sometimes that's, just locking in your own favorite gods. So that's why I really think we're going to end up seeing something like a first pick. Oh, actually, that makes perfect sense. Yemoja. First pick.
Okay, yeah. Look. Speak no, Yemo, pretty good. Love it. Ideal. Okay. Hold on.
All right.
Osiris
Not
makes
such
sense.
bad.
Osiris makes a
Osiris
lot
and
of
Neith.
sense. Yeah. We've been baited by the Neith before. Can we production confirm that's a Neith real quick?
Is that a Neith or an
Osiris,
honor?
is it an on? Well, honor's gone, so it is a Neith. Okay, so it
has
is
to
a
be a
Neith.
Neith.
So
There it is.
yeah. So Hydrogen gonna play the Neith in the ADC role, I would imagine. Neith doesn't scream much of a Paul god to me. It's quite interesting to see that. Tsukiyomi's still available for Tegvir if you wanted to go for it, but instead they decided to take away the Neith from BennyQ, I would imagine. Kind of surprised by that a little bit. Glurp now have the option to put Valo on the Tsukiyomi if they want, but you asked for it, the Huiyi as an avenue if they want to go for it.
Oh, Ye'll be the lock-in. I know BennyQ can also play things like the Anubis is in the back pocket there. The Ra, that makes a lot of sense. Being able to land those hyper beams, as Mort likes to call them. So, a lot of setup, a lot of walls for Glurp so far. I wonder if we see a shell in our horizon.
Potentially. I love this idea. Raw receiving a bit of a buff lately going into this patch, and so that's going to allow BennyQ to rock one of his most signature picks going to this game. And the Raw Yemo combo, it's kind of disgusting how much sustain you can kind of provide for your team here between those two characters. I love this as an avenue so far. Tuba on the Hui as well, a very safe hunter. We kind of put Hui in that safe category now that he can kind of hop up in the air with the iframe and then just kind of hover there for a moment, move around a little bit and stay safe for a long time. You look at Clockton's comp, if they decide to go for the Tsukiyomi here, I cannot imagine that Tegvir is going to have an easy time diving here. And he is going to lock it, but I don't know, man. This is a tough 3 characters to dive already. Hui's going to go up to the sky, avoid a lot of the damage. Ra's going to drop the sustain on top of himself. Yemo as well, the sustain. It's just, this is a tough backline for Tegvir to dive if he wants to go for it.
Clocked in, it's going to be the Silasuki, Glurp, Sun Wukong Hover, and the Loki for Valo.
Yep.
If this is a Loki for Valo,
Iconic.
I feel like Glurp is really strong here. Yeah, that's iconic right there. That's scary. That's a scary good team comp. Not gonna lie to you. I really like a lot of what this does. For Clocked In, you've got your last pick on the line. I mean, what's the perfect piece to this puzzle?
I'm just still trying to figure out, is that Neith ADC or is that Neith mid? I mean, Paul doesn't scream much of a Neith player to me, and so Scylla's likely going to go to Happen in support. Zeus makes a lot of sense to Paul. He loves this character. Against this comp, though, I feel like it's fine. You look at Glurp's composition in that it's Wukong, Loki, they want to be diving the backline, and Zeus is very good at just dropping the damage on top of himself, really providing a lot of that. The question becomes, to me, for Clocked In, how do they ever do objectives? They have good burn, sure, but can you really push towers if you have a Neith that's gone full int? I don't know, man. This Clocked In may have put themselves in a bit of a tough spot here just in terms of how they can play fights around objectives, especially going into the late game. They can never burn a fire giant in front of people, the likes of Glurp, unless they commit big ultimates, the Zeus ultimate to help burn the objective, and then you don't have it for the fight after. The tower push is going to be very difficult if this is a full int Neith build. Versus Glurp, again, it's Clocked In putting themselves in this way. They have to play this specific way. Versus Glurp, it's just fundamental smite. The mage that can play artillery from a distance also has sustain. The Emoji that wants to play setup, the Wukong that wants to dive the backline, the Hui that has big AoE stun lockdown damage, and the Loki that 100 to zeros you as an assassin. Glurp is just tried and true smite game and how you play the game. Versus Clocked In, I feel like have put themselves in a position where, yeah, their team fights can be good. They can look for global presence, plays with the help of the Neith ultimate. But if the game goes to late, and every single game we've seen today has, I feel like Glurp just have such an easy time of playing around objectives. They don't have to force a fight. They can take their time. They can let Clocked In pull. They can just sit back, wait for the game to come to them, wait to hit their power spikes. and then kind of do whatever they want as they please.
And I think you called it out too, how the Tsukiyomi's going to have a tough time trying to figure out who they want to go in on, because the Ra's got a lot of damage they could just put at their feet once Tegvir shows up there. Same deal with Hu Yi's able to peel for himself either with the stun or just the frame one leap where he's just able to iframe up and out of there. And if you end up ulting a Wukong or a Yamoja, good luck. Like it's not nothing anybody really wants. Maybe the Yamoja pans out, but not the Wukong. I feel like he's just kind of Ox forms away, and you're like, well.
I think Tegvir is going to look to one. Tegvir is going to look to 1v1 Valo more than anyone else this game. I feel like the all-in potential on this Loki is a possibility, and I feel like Valo can just afford to go Aegis this game and really try and counteract that gameplay here. He wants to be going in, diving Paul anyways, and so he's going to go for an Aegis, just immune a lot of that damage. He can use Aegis to avoid a lot of the Tsukiyomi 1v1 damage. The Osiris doesn't have major CC that he's worried about. He has a CC immune ultimate. I feel like Valo could just have a very easy game to play once he gets to late game. That is going to be my question mark, though, is how can Valo make an impact on the map in the early mid game, or if he's just going to sit back and farm. Are Glurp going to play the way they did game one? Probably not. I think they're going to be a little slower. I think they're going to give a few more of those rituals towards clocked in rather than contesting them, because they're concerned about the late game. They just want to get there. And once they get there, they're in a good spot.
I have a question for you, actually. Oh, well, hold that thought. I'll have a question for you in the game, which is where we're headed, Book. It's going to be Glurping clocked in game 2 of the best of 3. It's the losers finals, which is where Glurping clocked in have found themselves, oddly enough. But I was going to ask you, and the game has answered, Hydrogen going aspect Neath, and how that changes any of the dynamics that you were talking about.
So it does mean they will be able to kind of play more objective shred and play for they can play towers. They can play for objective shred and they can look to pull those objectives. They can also, push towers. My question is, though, is this going to be ideal? Why Neath? If we're picking an AA hunter, why are we going for Neath? It does provide some CC, yes, and is relatively kind of safe with the backflip, sure, but why Neath? Why not Rama, where you can go to the sky and just avoid a lot of the damage that Glurp honestly have? You could avoid all of Valo's damage if you go for a Rama angle. I get he's not the best right now, but still, I feel like there was just so many more options than going for a Neath ADC that's had to go aspect here to push towers with. I don't know. It does provide CC setup for the likes of Paul. You can just still root members in front of you, and that provides an angle for Paul to get his damage off as a Zeus. But man, I don't know. This might be interesting. Definitely something to keep an eye on, though, for sure.
So far, just kind of looking across everything we got going on, I see a couple of shells here for clocked in too. A lot of respect being put towards the River's Rebuke and the 10 Sons from Ho Yi. But it's going to be in the hands of Karmic and Tegvir, and not for the dual lane for clocked in. But I guess they've got ways to get out and around that.
Yep.
What are you kind of expecting, especially for this dual lane? I'm so focused on this Neath, like how she lanes, because it's very rare that we ever get a chance to see her in that dual lane.
Yeah, I mean, her clear is decent, right? Like, it's still a Neath that has some strength in the build, so she's going to be able to clear effectively off the 2-1. Not to the full same extreme, and, proccing that weave gives her just more attack speed, so the autos immediately after can still be cleared, but I feel like this Yemo Hui Yi lane just has so much pressure, honestly. It's going to be hard for Hydrogen to be impactful in the lane and still kind of be contentious around, maybe not the objectives per se. I think he can kind of still play to steal around these neutral camps, especially the red spawning soon. But in terms of the fight, I feel like you can't really trade early as effectively as, say, this Yemo Hui Yi can.
Who is doing quite a bit of damage to happen. Tuba throwing out that ricochet, but Hydrogen still full health, being very much a threat to this Glurp duo. Maybe not quite what they're expecting, but definitely still something you need to... I feel like the moment you kind of assume that something isn't going to work, or you kind of figure, it's okay, we don't have to respect that, is when it comes all crashing down on top of you. Meanwhile, Tegvir, an early rotation to this dual lane, kind of pokes his head out the window, says... What's going on, guys? Everyone behaving? Yes, Tegveer. All right. I'm going back to work.
Love that. And I do like that rotation from Tegveer because, you know, we kind of just mentioned it. The clocked in duo lane isn't going to be as, you know, strong as, say, this Hui Yemo is. They shouldn't have full push potential, but Tegveer just paying, not even a full rotation, just kind of walking over to the left-hand side, just allows the likes of Happen and Hydrogen to get themselves that red neutral and get themselves this, the next, you know, wave pressure. It's something small that just does so much for the clocked in duo lane that ideally for Glurp should just struggle a little bit, but yeah, it's a nice look. And Tegveer is able to go back to secure his own camps anyways and immediately pays attention to this right-hand side. Valo here as well.
Solo lane might have a little bit of action here as Valo and Tegveer have migrated towards these firebrands as they're spawning momentarily. And a Zeus ult as well gets thrown out there right as Paul hits level 5 just to see if maybe they can get something off of Benny Q, but not quite able to really force anything to happen on the map. Firebrands go the way of clocked in, whereas Glurp start to make their rotations maybe towards that duo side. It kind of feels like Valo's just looking for stuff to do so far. No kills yet. Gold's about the same, and now we see the real goal. Like you said, Book, it's going to be the purple buff. Spawning now. Valo's here. Speak No as well. Hydro is able to confirm it through the Sunder from Glurp as well. Speak No used it, but to no avail. Now Glurp make their retreat, and it's all back to normal.
That's really bad, though, because on the right-hand side, you can see Tegveer invading as well. That's the blue buff gone, and now they're looking to take the red buff as well. That's a lot of farm being taken away from Valo, who, on this Loki, we want to see scale. Yes, Valo is level 5 now, and Tegveer's still only level 4, but I believe should hit level 5 here off the red. Benny Q not able to secure the red buff here, and Tegveer should be able to confirm it.
I mean, I like the ultimate there from Benny Q just to try to make it happen, but when you know that it's coming, Tegveer knows just to drop it and then pick it right back up. Health bar's pretty low in this dual lane. Tuba trying to maybe not take so much poke. And Valo took the speed buff from clocked in. It's a lot of thievery going on here, Book. Not a lot of fighting, but a lot of subterfuge, a lot of Cold War maneuvers.
Yeah, I mean, Valo, you know, goes to the left-hand side, secures his own jungle there. Tegveer goes to the right-hand side and, you know, secures the enemy jungle in his own jungle. Valo goes to the enemy jungle on the left-hand side, takes some farm there, the speed buff. Maybe could have committed a little more to steal some of those back harpies the way I believe Tegveer has here, because there is just more farm, you know, ideal farm on the right-hand side of the map than there ever is to the left-hand side. There's just more, like, experience camps almost on the left-hand side compared to the two buffs over in solo side. So I would have liked to have seen Valo maybe commit a little more of their time to the left-hand side and take some of that farm away from Tegveer here. But still a nice look from the Loki, who a second ago I was saying, oh, this is kind of a tough spot now all of a sudden. You can't, you lost that purple buff invade, you had your entire right side jungle taken. And now another round of firebrands going the way of clocked in. Tegveer is going to benefit a lot here as a hybrid scaler with these firebrand little rocks here. Especially as Moonlight Phase is just about to spawn in 30 seconds.
Meanwhile, in game time, we're approaching 6 minutes, 20 seconds off. You'll know it's 6 minutes when that Moonlight hits. Still 0-0. Clocked in, maintain a bit of a gold lead here. Maybe 1.8k. I'm bad at math, but I knew my best out here. Again, another quiet... Oh, I'm so good.
There you go.
Another quiet game, right, between these two teams. And I feel like for Glurp, there's a lot on the line here. You lose this, then you lose your chance to take a shot at Strength of Wood. And for Clocked In, you're just trying not to make any mistakes. So I expect this game to be very patient until we're done being patient. We try to kill people. Maybe it could be right now, actually. Speak No gets the stun out. Getting chased down to half health. Happen goes after them. Hui ult comes down, and the Neath ult too. I'm a monster bit off the mark, but look who's here. It's going to be Tegveer that secures themselves the first blood, using that Tsukiyomi ultimate to be able to cross through what Tuba was trying to put down with those suns.
And there's nothing for Glurp to do on the right-hand side either. Yeah, they secure their own buffs, sure, but look at this, Clocked In immediately beelining towards the Gold Fury. And I don't know if Glurp even have a response for this. Benny Q on the way, the OG Raw Snipe, but I think it's going to go down too quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Zeus confirm, Sunder confirm, Clocked In. They get the first blood, and then they get a Gold Fury, so...
Whoa.
And yet, it still feels kind of slow. You know what I mean? Where like all that happened, and that's significant because now Clocked In are walking away with like a 4K gold lead, but it was very like chill, very relaxed.
Yeah.
Wasn't very
They
ba-boom, you know?
they killed Speakno, and that was the baboon moment for just a moment, and immediately just fighted back down again. We're back to this slow gameplay of looking for small wins here or there, maybe pulling a relic here or there. Clocked In, not gonna contest this mid ritual just yet. Valo on the right hand side looking at Karmic. Want to take a brief moment before the action breaks out to note Hydrogen Oathsworn Spear, first item on Strength Neath.
Your left tower is
Quite interesting to say the least. I'm kind of
What
not
does that do
quite sure
for
what it removes the prots of the enemy team, right? And you look at the composition. Tegvir on the Tsukiyomi wants to be diving in onto a backliner, so that's some more physical prots being removed off of targets just off of Neath Snipe right away, right? But when you go aspect and you're probably playing more towards a first overall, is it necessary? I'm not entirely sure. What could he have gone differently? Maybe something auto attack focused, like an elbow, like a sunbeam bow, especially with the death's toll. But I think Hydrogen has just said, look, I'm going to be sitting in this lane for a hot minute here. I might as well be useful and lower someone's protections from across the map.
Speaking of Evil, has just been harassing Tuba this whole time. And Tuba is losing the fight. Speakno takes the
trouble.
wind sprite away. Now Speakno shows up. And Happen finally gets dogpiled on by the rest of Glurp. So unfortunately for them, maybe they got a little bit too crazy trying to bully Tuba too much. You know, mom and dad are right there around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about so much with this Scylla pick in that it's so good. It can play in your face as, you know, it's well brighter on the map all of a sudden. But why commit that far? Happen dies in that moment, and this allows Tuba and Speakno to put pressure on this left-hand side. This tier 1 tower should go down, but Happen does have fast to get back to lane before it falls too low.
Even though the Naga was there too, we've got Hydrogen and Happen there to clear it out right away. Speakno and Tuba are going to take the rings to get back to safety, kind of return us to a sense of normalcy, back to what we're used to, which is just farming the lane. Yeah, it's very it's a death by 1,000 cuts, because you look at Clocked In, they've got a pretty chunky gold lead for the stage of the game that we're in. Maybe now we try to make something happen in solo, because Zav and Karmic are duking it out. Vala was in the area, but just not quite ready to go for anything quite yet. So back to the old grind, it would seem. Back to the old hitting things until probably gold for
Valo. Well, Valo's on the way, has ultimate. This could be the play that they're looking for on the Karmic.
There's the damage. In fact, up goes the Wukong and the Neath ultimate as well. Oathsworn Spear shredding away protections. Karmic is still alive though.
We
Very
mistimed it.
tanky. Down goes Valo. Picked off by the Neathal cross map. Wasn't same day delivery, it was 2-day. It took a minute. But I can't believe Karmic lived through all that.
I mean, Karmic is just, he's gone for this aspect, so he's got the mitigations, and now Benny Q shows up late to the party to take down Karmic at least, so 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, but it does cost Benny a lot here. This tier 1 in mid, getting focused by Paul and Tegvir and Happen. Tier 1 won't be long for the world much longer.
Speakno trying to keep these minions out as the tower falls below about half health here, but the real
Fury.
target for Clocked In here is going to be that Gold Fury. Yeah, and look who's all on it. Everybody who's alive. 4 people from Clocked In start to crowd around it. Sunder's available for both sides. Speakno trying to get
He has
there.
ult.
Zeus Lightning comes crashing down, and it is stolen by Speakno Evil. Takes the Gold Fury away with the River's Rebuke, trying to lock in Happen as well, but looks like everybody from Clocked In will be able to get away with nary a scratch. So all is well. Speakno also does a little victory wind sprite jump, but oh my goodness. Again, all of that. There's a lot of vavoom, and then, all right, everybody, places back to where you were.
Yeah, nice play from Benny and Speakno. I was not ready for Benny and Speakno to both try and hop over that wall and just not work out.
Yeah.
But still, great plays from Glurp, and it gets them kind of back into a pretty okay spot, around 3,000 gold lead for Clocked In, so it's still not a growing lead. But yeah, what a steal away from Speakno, and Raw Snipe to just help out, get the health bar kind of in a finicky spot for Clocked In where they can't just sit back and confirm it as easily. They're there's just a bit of extra damage for the timing that makes it harder for Happen to secure. And Speak No, expecting the raw ult, is able to sunder it away. And Glurp, that's something to their name, but again, we're just back to the slow pace, back to just farming our lanes. Tegvir on the left-hand side, but Tuba's gonna back.
And as we sit here 12 minutes, it's 2-2. Clocked in sit ahead. Or no, rather, actually, Glurp sits ahead with just a little bit of a gold lead here, 2K or so.
No, you had it.
Which at this stage
Clocked
of the
in.
game is pretty... Oh, it is clocked in. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at math. It's 3K gold for clocked in. Ay caramba.
Tuba.
Now Tuba's dead too. No, Tuba, I didn't mean it. They jump up and
Roll.
over, buying time, goes back in like a crazy person. It's to set up for Valo, but they're not able to follow up on it. They have to get out of there, but the rest of Glurp makes the rotation over. Speak Now and Benny Q in ults the Loki. Rivers Rebuke out. Tegvir stuck, tries to ult. They get it off, so they've got their damage before they go down. And with the Lifebinder proc, they're able to live. Glurp cannot finish off the kill. Benny Q misses. I'm a monster also misses. But the Neath ult, that also misses. Speak No Evil body blocks it for Benny Q. Happen is still trying to make something happen, but unfortunately, there's no follow-up to be had here. So the only person that dies today is Tuba.
Oh, Happen could get caught though, gets pulled back into the tower for a moment, but just a bit of poke going back, traded between the supports. Yeah, I mean, Tuba just goes back in like a crazy person, ends up falling. Paul is the biggest beneficiary, all the while pushes down mid, takes the tier 1, and now the Pyromancer as well. This Zeus is going to have a lot of gold when they back to base. Yeah, Totem of Death completed here for the Zeus here. Likely going to be working on what I imagine is a Rod Tahuti next item here, if not the Off Shard. No, maybe another cooldown item here. Deso would be quite nice here for Paul. It tends to go for this Rod Tahuti earlier than most mages do, but maybe it's next item. Nonetheless, though, Clocked In just gets so much value off of that play.
And it's so unfortunate. Glurp was definitely trying to make something happen there. They wanted to be the instigator to the fight. They wanted to be able to follow up, but it just didn't happen. They just weren't able to actually finish off any of the damage. The Lifebinder of a lifetime from Happen to keep Tegvir up at a flow too is actually ridiculous. If the River's Rebuke there from Yamoja was also a little bit closer to that wall, maybe Tegvir wouldn't have been able to make space to finish casting their ultimate. I don't know, there's so many small things I feel like that went wrong there.
You see it, but like Glurp stacked up for that Tsukiyomi ultimate, so Tegvir just has so much time in the iframe form that he lives. He outlives the Yemo ult, and that's a bit of an issue from Glurp. They gotta play their spacing of their characters just a little bit better in moments like that.
Definitely something they have to keep out for, and if you continue to make mistakes like that, Clocked In is going to walk away with this with a 2-0. And that's interesting too, because we were talking about how Glurp's team comp feels it's very Smite coded, right? You know what I mean? Like it's very classic, easy to understand, but we're not seeing it piloted that way necessarily. So maybe in a few minutes, maybe later in the game, the identity will show itself a little bit more. But for right now, Valo takes a look over at that mid lane as Tuba again getting jumped on.
Tuba.
There's the Neath ultimate, force the Aegis out, iframe to avoid the crush damage. And Tuba will be able to get away, but Clockton's going to make a play for that T1 tower in the left side, so they'll be happy regardless. Valo tried to make something happen in mid, but you can see Paul is still alive, namely without an ultimate, but still alive. Gold Fury being looked at and pulled. Speak No and Tuba are here. And the River's Rebuke is available as well, so Clocked In decide to take the path through the pit, but not actually commit.
I would like to see Glurp kind of, wait for their ultimates to come back up and then immediately look for a play onto Paul, who also got his Aegis forced in moments like that. 15 seconds here for this Moonlight ritual in mid. Gotta imagine Glurp wanna be here, but they're sending Benny Q back to base in moments like this. Speak No is able to juke out the root, but doesn't have members in tow to really punish Happen for dashing in aggressively.
Happen is just so consistently aggressive like that too. Like they're always just running at you. And it's so scary to me. If I had to deal with Happen running at me every single time in game, I would be so scared and upset all the time. Because the scary thing about the Scylla too is that while she's building almost full tank, I feel like she can still kill you. You can still die, for sure. Look at this. Just throws a crush. There's the Lifebinder. Hi, Speak No Evil. Bye, Speak No Evil. Now the Gold Fury is
Gold
getting
Fury.
picked up. Hydrogen's on it, and you have Happen making space, but right now Hydrogen's the only one on it, so it doesn't look like anybody really knows what's going on. Valo's in the solo lane. Yeah, there it goes. The second Gold Fury, or well, the third one total, will go to Clocked In. That'll be their second pip to have, and now they just start to disperse.
I feel like Glurp are just kind of really lackadaisical around these objectives. They're like,
Ooh, good
Clocked
word.
In are always there first. Yeah, Clocked In are always there first, and they're always pulling first. And Glurp are just kind of sitting back and waiting. And they can afford to do this to an extent. We talked about it in the draft. They are the better late game team if they can get there. You know, if BennyQ gets the items online, if Valo gets the items online, where those two can just do so much damage. BennyQ from a distance, Valo when he gets in there, it's great. It's fantastic. But until then, they got to keep the gold lead relatively competitive, and it's still they stole the Gold Fury. That was great. That was a great play. They keep themselves in it. But now a Pyromancer's being pulled by a Clocked In. You didn't really pull any relics while trying to defend that Gold Fury at the very least. This Pyromancer should be free here for Clocked In. I can't imagine Speak No tries to step up and steal with a Sunder here. He could end up paying his life for it. Could pay his life for it anyways, but no. Happened with the Great Zone. Speak No Evil with the Great Riptide is able to walk away. And again, Glurp are just kind of giving everything here. They're not contesting anything at all.
Yeah, it feels like Glurp also has tools to be able to threaten these objectives as well. I mean, you've got the Raw Beam. Speak No Evil has a Sunder, and Speak No walked up, but immediately got escorted back off the premises. But Glurp is just kind of happy to let it go. Karmic, the lone Osiris, time to fight off 3 people. The question is, can he make it happen? Hoi ultimate comes down, and Karmic's health bar not really moving too much. Tuba's got to run away. Karmic is chasing after them. Lifebinder, Sickle again. Tuba's dead. And now Paul has made the rotation as well. It's going to force Wukong into the air and over the wall. Bird form away, right back into the loving arms of Karmic to chase after them. Zav is going to run into Hydrogen. Rooted, boom, down goes Zav. 3 people jump on an Osiris, 2 people die, and it's not who you think. Clocked In, make a move towards that fire giant.
Karmic pops the shell and walks into the Hoi Dome to avoid the auto attacks. BennyQ on his own in mid here, just trying to kite out the damage here, but Tagveer finds that one as well. Speak No Evil, the only one here to try and contest this fire giant, but he's spotted out on a ward by Hydrogen. Gonna get zoned away here as Hydro's still on the hunt.
Tries to flip over, but the ultimate from Speak No. Paul, comes the lightning crashing down. Can Speak get the seal? No, they cannot. They'll die at the hands of Karmic as Fire Giant is confirmed by Clocked In and a dagger to boot. Man, where's Glurp?
Yeah, Valo was off in left lane pushing the tower, got the tier 1, just trying to find some farm. This is one of my kind of, I guess, least favorite parts when Valo plays the Loki. He just kind of tries to split the map when things start going wrong. It just tries to get to the point where he can hyper carry on Loki. But on your own, I don't know if you can necessarily afford to do that in a game like this, as Valo's still getting run down here by Happen.
Ooh, the Neath ultimate to hold him in place for a little bit longer. The second I'm a Monster hit comes down, but Valo's still alive. Clocked In have a couple of options that they can look at here. Ancient Gold Fury is respawning, but they want to crack that left side T2 to expose the Phoenix and make that vulnerable. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Valo was off pushing that left side. It felt like Glurp kind of went in one after the other. They lost 2 people trying to kill Karmic, and it just did not bounce back afterwards. Now Clocked In, take a look at that left side Phoenix.
They're not here.
This could be dangerous. Yeah, Valo's mid. Where's your team? Speak No taking a bit of poke. Karmic walks up, just deleting this Yamoja. Paul throws out the Zeus ultimate. No kills, but it forces Glurp away from their bird, and it earns Clocked In that left side Phoenix. They're going to move over towards the mid T2 and try to put that down as well.
Again, just so late to every important objective. Zav was still right lane, Valo was in mid. They're just not here to where they need to be in time, as there's the engage from Speak No.
River's Rebuke is up, splits up the fight. Speak No And Zav, now at this point, just trying to get away, but Speakno is not fast enough. Zav Wu2 goes down, and Valo's behind everybody, but can he get a chance to go in? T2 tower in the mid is going to fall. As Clocked In starts to coalesce around this mid Phoenix, looking for a target. Raw Hyper Beam out, a little bit off the mark. Mid Bird being looked at, and slowly but surely being put down. As Tuba has to jump away, the mid Phoenix goes down, and Valo still waiting in the wings, still waiting for that chance, that opportunity, but Clocked In never gives them one. Glurp lose another Phoenix.
Speakno tries to get that fight started there, just pops the ultimate, but it's just not at the right angle. Clocked In, they didn't even need to burn shell in that moment. They're able, I believe, to just walk out. I can't remember if they shelled or didn't shell, but I feel like they just walk out of there. They're absolutely scot-free. And then they just turn back around, kill Speakno, who's still playing too far forward, I think, in moments like that. There's just no follow-up from Glurp. Valo's still hanging around in the jungle, not being impactful as a jungler, just kind of doing poke damage with the 2. It feels like Glurp have just kind of disappeared from this game. They are not really being competitive as a unit, and we saw this team earlier be competitive as a unit together. You know, they lost, sure, but they still looked really good. And it feels like they've just disappeared this entire game after, you know, they get the 2 early kills. It's great, fantastic, sure. But then that's it.
Yeah, Clocked In have kind of maintained total control so far. I mean, we're at 23 and a half minutes, 2-8 in favor of Clocked In, who sit at, that is a big number. Is that 15, 14K gold lead?
Yeah.
Is that more than that? Am I bad at math? Is that a 24K gold lead? That can't be right.
It's a high number.
That can't
It's
be
a high
right.
number.
It's a big number. It's 15K
15.
gold lead. Thank you. Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate that. I'm so bad at math, man. But I'll tell you what I'm good at. I'm good at seeing the future here, and this does not look great for Glurp. As the moon rises, Clocked In take out a T2 on the right side, and Glurp are on their last legs.
Still no Titans being completed here for Tuba, so they're going to have a hard time chewing through these tanks, this front line here, but Clocked In, they spare the right-hand bird for now. They'll back off and wait for that next Fire Giant. The mid ritual as well, that's going to spawn in 60 seconds, is likely their next target. As Glurp, they need to find an angle, and they need to find some gold fast. They need to get something to their name. But I don't know, man. This is a tough one. The left-hand side bird's still down here before this next Fire Giant, like, you know, respawns after this Fire Giant spawns. Clocked In can just start the objective, I think, for free, and I don't know. Level 20 for Vala, though, and that's a big deal. I think Titan's Bane about to be completed here for the Loki. Yep, there it is. So that's something. Yep. Titan's Bane completed for Tuba. That's something. But this left-hand side bird is still down. Fire Giant's up. Clocked In here first, but they are ceding pick control because they probably want this ritual first to just threaten that left-hand side bird.
I mean, being able to push down and pressure those lanes is going to be so critical. Like you said, the bird is already weakened or, you know, actively respawning. So that Naga should be able to tear straight through it. Imagine there's a Minotaur wave mixed in there. That's terrifying to think about. 4 seconds till that ritual's up. Fire Giant is available for anybody who wants to take a crack at it. But at this point, we're wondering, if you are Team Glurp, how are you initiating these fights in a way that is beneficial? How do you even win?
Yeah, and I think that's a good question. I'm not entirely certain because they don't have non-committal engage tools. They don't have a Thorwall that they can just throw out and immediately poke off of. They don't have an Uller Axe. It's Yemoja ult. That's a big commitment ultimate. You kind of have some poke with Yemo stun from a distance, which is decent, but it doesn't last forever. It doesn't, you know, really keep someone in place for too long. It's not an easy to hit stun all the time from a distance, and Octon will get themselves a Pyromancer as they continue to get this mid ritual, and Glurp don't really have an answer just yet. That left-hand side bird is up, but gotta imagine it's going down soon.
Mid Phoenix also respawning and will be under a similar amount of duress. Look at the positioning here. Clocked In's on FG, and Speak No Evil just completely W keys at them. Throws out the River's Rebuke, but there's nobody caught in there. Speak No's dead. Completely abandoned by their team, rather went ahead a little bit too hard. Did not obey the speed limit. Now Tagmir throws out their ultimate, and this looks like a wipe to me. Clocked In just completely kill everybody. This is the game. That's it. It's all, unless Glurp finds a wild Hail Mary, unless the Loki that Valu's been cooking for the past 27 minutes has a chance to operate here, it's going to be Clocked In versus Strength of Wood.
The rematch between these two teams. Clocked In. They're going back. Happen does end up falling to Valo here, but Valo with no HP here. Tagbeer on the hunt while the rest of the team takes down the Titan.
Yep, there it is. Paul's ultimate comes out. Valo's dead. Zav's dead, and that is the game. That is... I don't know what happened there. If the W key got stuck on there for Speak No, if they just decided that they wanted the game to be over, that death just... it killed it for Glurp. That was insane for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was a wild Yemo play. I feel like that was just desperation from the side of Glurp. They just felt like they needed to make something happen, and Speak No says, okay, I'm making something happen, and just the ultimate just doesn't pull anyone. And yeah, commiserations for Glurp, but Clocked In are going to go for the rematch against Strength of Wood, and that is going to be crazy, I think.
I hope you all are as excited as we are in the booth, so please don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back just in time for Smite Prime Finals. And welcome back, gamers. We are back. Smite Prime, October, week 4. It's me, Musi. I'm joined here by Spirited Book. I still got Jithins, Billy, Red Rosy Panda, and Tess out there making sure that we all do what we're supposed to do and behave. I knew my best, but really quick, let's recap that set that we just had, Book, between Glurp and Clocked In. Really competitive at first, and then towards the end, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and I mean, Clocked In, they just had a good composition from the get-go. They could be active, they could make plays. Glurp, kind of similar, but it felt like they needed to scale a little bit, and you know, they could take their time, let the game come to them, like I said, but then they just never really looked for plays to get themselves in the game. They just kind of let the game get played around them. And then this play is crazy. Speak No just telegraphing disengage from a mile away. I don't know if the ult is there to try and, you know, maybe regen some of that Omi. That is a thought, maybe, but overall, just off the mark. No one gets trapped in that moment. And then Clocked In are able to engage for free onto the backline because they're exposed with no support. And Clocked In end the game, and they'll force a rematch against Strength of Wood, a team that has kind of been sitting back, waiting, watching some games unfold around them. And this is going to be a fine rematch. I'm really excited to see this one upcoming.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I don't have words for that last game of the play, or last play of the game there. Honestly, I think telegraph from a mile away is a great way to explain it. It just felt like Glurp's composition never had a chance to do whatever it is they were trying to do, whereas Clocked In, little unorthodox with some of the picks. I know we were a little worried about that Neath, but panned out, honestly. Paul's on Zeus, Tagbeer's on Suku. You don't really have a whole lot to worry about. Karmic with the Osiris, again, it's crazy that we don't see that pick more often just because it's so good, but that's that set. Let's take a look at some of the ones we had previously with the bracket to figure out how we got to the point where we are at today. Of course, it is going to be Strength of Wood versus Clocked In, the last match we see, but just looking at this is not how we thought it was going to go, but I have to say I am pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting here between these two teams, and they're playing for a lot. I'm really excited to see if Strength of Wood can really take it to Clocked In yet again here.
They are playing for 7,000 real American dollars and 125k diamonds to boot, which will be especially juicy, well, with all of the new skins and everything that we have in the game. But it's not just about the money, Batman. We also have things like the Smite Prime badge, little avatar action you'll be able to slot onto your profile. Just, you know, a little something you could show off when you're inside the party. But what about something you can show everybody else? Well, that's where the Smite Prime title comes in. Something you can use to flex on in some of your ranked games, show off that you are, in fact, a Smite Prime champion. But what about the IRL, Musi? Well, walk with me over here. We also have a Smite Prime trophy that we're going to give to the MVP of today. So, a little something you can have and show off to everybody. But what about for you, the people out there? I know what you're thinking and I know what you need. Got a little bit of a giveaway action, a little bit of that giveaway angle. I'm a man of the people. I want you to have when you can't. So go ahead and type in hashtag giveaway into the twitch.tv/Smite Prime chat. Remember, guys, Smite Prime, not Smite Game. It's very different. So make sure that you do hashtag giveaway in the Smite Prime chat. What else do we got? Well, Book, you've also got the Vault bands that the teams are going to be playing around with today. If you want to go ahead and walk us through that.
Yeah, so once again, teams, once they pick a character, no team can pick that character going into the next one, maybe two games, depending on how the set goes. So Thor's picked in game number one. Neither team can play Thor in games 2 and 3. Yeah, I mean, this has been exciting. And we saw in the last series kind of how these Vault bands really come into play as the series goes on. What's prioritized game number one is going to be so impactful between these two teams.
So, with that all being said, with all of this on the line that we have between Strength of Wood and Clocked In, Book, I've just got one question for you. How are you feeling?
I mean, this is a David versus Goliath matchup if I've ever seen one. Clocked In, and we've been saying it kind of generally all month long. Like, Paul wasn't there the first 2 weeks and showed up week 3 in a big way.
Well, it's time for the first step of the game, Book. It's time for picks and bans. So we're to jump in there. Little stinger action, little Smite Prime logo, and we are back here in the space that we all know and love. So many things on the table that we have to concern ourselves with. Book, what is just not going to be in the game right now?
This is a tough one. I think Osiris, again, is going to be prioritized a little more between these two teams. Jormungandr as well, maybe. Snatty hasn't really played a ton of Yorm, so expect Strength of Wood to maybe look to ban that away. Kaidon and Paul both love Merlin, so that is a character we have to be prioritized if you're either team. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes first overall if Strength of Wood decide not to ban away, or Clocked In don't ban it away. There's so many options though. Jingwei for Hydrogen and Kieka both love it. Uller, a priority for almost every carry player here. Kaidon, MMR, Kieka, Tegvir, Paul, and Hydrogen all play Uller. So that is a character that I would be surprised to see if it goes pretty early.
So far off the board, it's going to be Umoja and Hunbots, which makes a lot of sense. I think NMR looked pretty good on that one, and Tegvir, I think at this point, can play a lot of what you throw at him. Agni and Merlin, like you said, that Merlin is going to be off the table. 2 bans left, and I feel like there's so many picks that just have to be acknowledged in some way, shape, or form. I'm almost wondering if we see a Baron ban.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Baron ban, though. Now that Aladdin is off the table, remember Aladdin being comp banned here for our final 2 sets of the day. So wouldn't be surprised. It still might be the play, though. Tempo and Happen have shown that they love this Baron pick. And so I wouldn't be surprised if either of them decide to prioritize it. And I, again, could see it first overall, maybe for Strength of Wood, but Baron doesn't feel the best to be being picked first overall. So if you're Strength of Wood, maybe you're just prioritizing this Osiris first, as Jingwei is the ban away against Hydrogen. Makes perfect sense here. Clocked In, what will be their final ban? It is going to be this Osiris. And we saw Snidey pilot it earlier today. That makes a lot of sense.
And there's that Uller you were talking about. Highly contentious indeed. First picked for Strength of Wood. So Kiaka, or I think you said Kaidon as well, or NMR. There are so many. You could put that gun in anybody's hands. It's going to look pretty solid. Clocked In respond with a Kate, as well as to be determined. We're thinking about it a little bit, but there are definitely a few options out there to be had. Yorm. That makes sense.
Yeah, and this is already the winning solo matchup here. We talked about it earlier, how Bologna versus Jormungandr. It favors the Jormungandr in that solo lane. Love to see Paul on the Sakate. Very strong character in mid. Very good for the mid fights that we see a lot, the 3v3s. She's just very prevalent. Easy to throw the shield out onto the Jormungandr when he's diving the back line. Response from Strength of Wood is quite nice, though.
Whoa, Tsukiyomi and Baron Samdi. But look at what Clocked In instantly highlight. Cupid and Achilles. And what's interesting about this Cupid hover is we haven't seen them all day today, and Tegvir hasn't even had a chance to run this Achilles, but now it's locked in.
Yep. It's been banned. It's been banned this whole day, and Tegvir known for this pick for a good reason. He's like one of the only junglers kind of playing it here at Smite Prime, just consistently going back towards this kind of bruisery frontliner, but also a character that can do so much damage so quickly to your backline. Really facilitates a lot of what Clocked In want to be doing in terms of damage, but a lot of Clocked In, they don't have the highest damage potential. You know, it's Cupid, it's Hecate. These are kind of more setup-y characters. Hecate can provide decent damage, sure, but I don't know, man. I would like to see Tegvir maybe prioritize a little bit more of their own damage than playing more of that setup style we see from time to time.
Just got a chance to see the last 2 picks here for Strength of Wood, and that is a disgusting team comp that they've rounded out for themselves here.
I like
Giannis and Bologna. Yeah, I like it a lot. That is gross. I don't think I see anything here that I'm not a fan of. And it's going to be Ymir as the last pick over there for Clocked In to kind of round out, you know, a little more frontline, a little more geography, freezes. Pretty pumped about that, but let's not dawdle, all right? Let's just go ahead and jump right into the action. It is time for the grand finals of Smite Prime Week 4, Strength of Wood versus Clocked In. It's game 1, and we are ready to go ahead and jump straight into the action. Book, I'm already at the edge of my seat because these two teams, they've gone up against each other once before, but Strength of Wood won out, but that was a best of 1. This is a best of 3.
And already important characters off the table that won't be accessible in the next 2 games. You know, Paul's Yanis is gone now, Hecate as well. Tegvir, if they win or lose, can't really go back towards the Achilles. Tsukiyomi, Tegvir won't be able to go for that. I almost wonder if Strength of Wood, yeah, obviously they want to win this game, but I feel like they've taken away a ton of characters that Clocked In love to play. They love to play them themselves, I'm sure, but if this goes to game 3, Clocked In might have to really dig deep into the God pools to, you know, go for the win. But bring it back to this game, a lot of interesting options here. Blink on Tegvir. No beads, no Aegis, so the 1v1 between NMR and Tegvir will be fascinating to watch, to say the least, but also is able to just kind of get to the back line, look for a target. Ideally, Kaidan, I would imagine, in the mid game, because this is a Yanis who is highly mobile, and he's kind of really the only one able to deal with them to an extent. I think Hydrogen as well, with that cripple field, the Fields of Love on the ultimate, will stop Kaidan from getting to safety through the portals. But yeah, this game to me is Tegvir. It's the signature Achilles. You gotta win this game in the Vault Ban system, because if you lose here and you can't go back to one of your most prized signature picks, you're kind of a tough spot there.
Little low-key cooked, as it were. And I've seen Tegvir operate with this Achilles jungle quite a few times. This blink really facilitates a lot for this Achilles. Dude is just gonna blink in and go for the shield bash. He pops the Lernium bow on top of you, and it's just so much damage all at once. But you're on there. This blink is like a double-edged sword in my mind, because you don't have beats or Aegis. And that is so scary when you're going up against things like the Suku, or even the portal from Kaidan. If he blinks on top of this Giannis, he just portals at his feet, right? So it's kind of scary, but the damage potential is there. And I think it's the risk-reward factor.
Ooh, Paul has to be careful here as Kaidan and MR are playing aggressively, but Tegvir's wrapping around the backhand side here.
Ooh, low is NMR, down to about half health, walks over the Caltrops, pops the Aegis, but Tegvir gives chase. Little nimble footing there as he finds the first blood. Kaidan gets mezzed, but escapes through the minion wave, so they won't suffer any more damage or death. But already Clocked In finding that first blood and giving it to Tegvir is a scary precedent to set.
A nice little moment there, because more often than not, junglers are just happy to trade the neutral farm there. They're happy to go, one goes Oracles and the other goes for the neutral buff on the other side. But in that moment, Tegvir just shows up late to the party while NMR and Kaidan are just trying to force Paul out, look for the buff. Tegvir shows up late to the party and just ready to do all the work there, all the heavy lifting. First blood to the Achilles is a great start here for Clocked In.
And it's just another accelerant for the snowball that we've been talking about a lot today, especially with this day-night cycle. If Tegvir is able to hit level 5, if he's able to start pressuring out into Strength of Wood's jungle, it just gets scarier and scarier. I feel like the big question is just, now that you've got this little bit of a lead, can you extend it properly, or is it going to be kind of like a situation we saw with Valo earlier today on the Amaterasu? Open the gates. A little bit off the mark. That's okay. Paul's just showing up to show form, but NMR again looking very low. Tegvir making the magic happen again. Destroys NMR. This Tsukiyomi does not have the mobility to get away from the combat dodge of this Achilles.
Yeah, and still hasn't even had to use the blink just yet here. Tegvir just playing so aggressive in his own jungle as well, and around these camps. Paul just throwing out that ultimate just to force NMR to be like, what is this guy doing? What's he ulting for? And it's because Tegvir is right around the corner looking to follow up off of any bit of CC, any bit of damage, and just great play already from Tegvir again. 2 kills now to the Achilles. A purple buff invade on this left-hand side off of the pressure from a Ymir Cupid lane against Ullr Baron, who just kind of has to sit back and let that happen. There's nothing they can do. Their jungler's already dead. They can't rotate over. Clocked in. It hasn't even been the 6-minute mark, and they've got themselves around a 2,000 gold lead. A little less tempo, though.
Uh-oh, Fields of Love comes out from Cupid. Tempo taking quite a bit of poke, but NMR is here with the ultimate. Down goes Happen. Tries to extend it more on top of Hydrogen. NMR throws, it connects every single hit of those ranged basics, but still not enough. There's the blinking from Tegvir. Axe off the mark. Kyoka doesn't land it, but the threat of the axe is enough. Tegvir backpedals and decides to exit stage left.
Happen just plays aggressive there and doesn't realize that NMR is around the corner on the way to that little engagement. So a good answer back by Strength of Wood, but it's only a kill onto the support. We need to see a lot more happen on this left-hand side for Strength of Wood, or just in general for Strength of Wood. They got to find some answers soon, because clocked in, Gold Fury spawning in a few seconds. They could look towards it, or they can look towards just getting themselves an early lead off of this Moonlight phase coming up soon in another minute time.
5 minutes so far. Clocked in are in the lead in terms of kills. It's 2-1, but the gold lead, I think, is where it's already starting to rear its ugly head. 2.4k gold for Clocked in, and they want to try to make that more. You already called out the Gold Fury as a definite possibility. I feel like they've got the team to make it happen as well. Between Ymir's early damage, you've got the ultimate there too. Hydrogen's kind of difficult to approach with those Fields of Love, and then this day-night cycle, the Ritual of the Moon, 30 seconds away.
Kairon, I think, will be the person to pay most attention to for the Strength of Wood team. You look across the table for Clocked in, it's a lot of beads, a blink, a sunder, 1 Aegis. So this Yanis should have a field day. Yorm, the only person he's not going to be able to target freely, and Yorm is probably not the target he wants anyway. So pay a lot of attention to where Kairon is going to be in these team fights around these objectives. The Yanis is going to have to go big here, and he's given the opportunity to do so, but he's just got to get there first. It takes a bit to get online for this Yanis, and so has to play around for around 3-ish items, 3, sometimes 4 items before we can really start to see an impact from the Yanis. So Kairon's just got to take his time, farm a little bit in the mid lane. If you're down a little bit of gold, not the end of the world. You just got to get to the team fight phase where you can make the impact and be the impact player here.
Little scary. Gold Fury being looked at. You got 3 members of Clocked in the vicinity, kind of scoping out for where
Purple buff
NMR is.
invade.
The purple buff is starting up as well. Yeah. They start to group up around there. It's spawning. NMR's here. Ultimates are available. I smell a fight on the horizon, but do they want to take it? NMR behind everybody, throwing out some abilities, but Kyoka on the other side of things is taking a fair amount of poke. But with the buff cleared away, Clocked in get their small victory, so they'll go back to base.
Oh, a bit of poke there from Kairon on the Paul. Love that, especially because you can see Gold Fury being pulled here by Clocked in. Kairon has ultimate, and Tempo does have Sunder.
It's a little scary, down to half here. NMR walking up, there's the Ymir ultimate as well. Clocked in get the gold, but can they get away with their lives? In goes NMR, but the Fields of Love keep him in place. The Aegis gives him a little bit of time to maybe live through some of the damage, but Clocked in, having gotten the gold, are able to get away, completely negating the engage from NMR. Clocked in continue their gold lead.
We saw it there, kind of the issue with this Tsukiyomi pick of once NMR is in, he's in there, and there's a Cupid ult that could be dropped, there's a Hekate ult that could be dropped on him. There's so much damage that can very quickly, be dropped on this Tsukiyomi, and that's why NMR has gone for this Aegis pickup here. Great secure there from Happen. He's done it a lot here on characters like Ymir, like Scylla, where you're just popping the ultimate and then timing it with your Sunder as well to do just extra bonus damage to secure it in that moment. As this mid ritual is being contested here, clocked in, making it about close to even just yet at 55 to 39 and still climbing for clocked in. Do Strength of Wood want to still contest this though?
I mean, Tempo's here. They don't have ultimate though. And a Baron by themselves against Paul doesn't fare that well, especially when Happen makes the rotation over 2. Now with 2 people standing inside the ritual site, it's going to be hard. The rest of Strength of Wood start to show up here. Contest over these moon shards. They have numbers, but I don't know if they have the confidence to really go for more. It's so funny. This day-night mode, everybody just starts congregating around. As it's time to start the pillow fight, Tempo takes a lot of damage, but into the portal from Kaidan, so Tegir can't look for more. NMR goes in for the stun, and Karmic from below gets the knock up. Open the gates, lands, but doesn't pull anybody in. Tsukiyomi ult does a fair amount of damage, but not enough. NMR is down, and Karmic is going in underneath the tier 1 tower trying to find Kaidan. He'll land just barely off the mark, and Kaidan gets away with the portal. It leaves Tempo to die alone, however. And that means Clocked In will be able to finish up not just that wave, but maybe take a look at that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I think they're just going to look to pressure out the jungle so far, but they're still really grouped up here in the mid lane. This tier 1 won't be long for this world. Kaidan gets trapped though, has beads, is able to use the portal to get away to safety.
That Fields of Love was so dangerous there for a second. Tier 1 tower looking very low. Karmic takes a lot of damage, but the damage has already been dealt. Stampede pops. Strength of One want to go for it, but a great wall from Happen denies the chance in.
Portal.
Happen gets caught in that portal, takes the unstable vortex as well. And for all the damage that Karmic has been taking, it's still not enough to kill the snake. Hydrogen getting looked at by NMR, but it doesn't look like Strength of Wood can actually finish on any of these pushes that they want to do. Clocked In, make a full retreat.
Snatty all the while has been able to just farm out this right-hand side. Has gone for the Devo's Glove. First item is stacking that up at 48 so far. Has had free farm. Expect to see Snatty maybe rotate to this next Gold Fury. Bologna is someone to keep an eye on here because they've just had free farm for these past couple minutes.
Snatty trying to get aggressive on top of Tegvir, arguing over these firebrands, but it looks like Tegvir was unable to get that last little bit. Snatty walks away with a few extra rocks and still feeling okay about themselves. Coming close to about 11 minutes here so far, Book. It's 1-4. Clocked In, maintain a pretty significant gold lead, around 4K or so. But the question is, what can you do with that? Gold Fury is going to be spawning up soon, and Strength of Wood, I feel like they're just a couple steps away from actually being able to finish and commit onto one of these fights.
Yeah, but Strength of Wood, they need to find an answer soon because, I mean, you look at the gold graph, 4,500 gold, but Tegir just completed the Reaper. Hold that. NMR in a world of hurt here. Has that Aegis forced early.
And they go down. Paul gets the last hit there. And unfortunately, Strength of Wood are just not able to find that strength that they need. The Ymir wall is doing a lot, I think, too. Happen cuts off where NMR wants to go. And that just means that Suzuku has nowhere to run to. Now the Gold Fury is getting looked at once again. Clocked In, start grouping up around it. Tempo is here. Sunder is available, but a Ymir wall stops anybody from going forward. Here, you want to join up with me? Open the gates. Here, come, have fun. Tempo getting run at by the rest of Clocked In. Life of the party? No, a death of a bachelor. Down goes Tempo. Clocked In not only get the Gold Fury, but they pick up the support of Strength of Wood.
I mean, you mentioned the Ymir wall, and right then and there, it works out huge for Clocked In, just zoning off the members of Strength of Wood. Keka and Tempo cannot step up to contest that objective, and it is another Gold Fury going the way of Clocked In. And this gold lead is starting to balloon a little out of control. It's around 6,000 here for Clocked In, and still climbing here. Snatty, again, still on this right-hand side, is still farming. This is what Strength of Wood did earlier, right? We saw this twice from them earlier. They just kind of sat back and just farmed, got to the important item spikes, and then team fought better. Snatty able to survive over here on the right-hand side as Tegvir showed up, and NMR also on the way, but I don't know. This is a gold lead that's still a little more out of control than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, it's the Strength of Wood special, but Clocked In is a little bit more focused this go around, I think.
I agree.
They have shook off whatever was affecting them the last time we saw them play against Strength of Wood. And because of that, they're just zoned all the way in. NMR throwing out some damage, but not enough. Tegvir, blink, kaboom. And they've also got that Reaper there too, so off that kill, they're just getting crazy stacks. Open the gates, catches tempo.
Oh no.
Try to get away. Baron can get pretty fast, but how fast can you be? The damage on top, portal on top of Paul. Kaidan shows up. It'll keep the Baron alive and safe, but Clocked In just keep mounting this pressure.
I mean, you can see Kaidan has good damage, sure, on the Yanis, but just everyone is dying before they can really group as 5 and team fight. And I love this from Clocked In. They are just not letting Strength of Wood breathe. They're just playing aggressive, playing for these walls to trap someone in as a target. Snatty, looking to contest this, has beads available to go in with.
2k health left on the Pyromancer, now getting jumped on by Clocked In. Life of the party comes out. Big silence from the Ancile, pulls in happen, but now left alone, frozen his tempo and taking a lot of poke. Meanwhile, Paul keeping Kaidan out. Tempo gets executed, Paul does a switcheroo, NMR goes in with the Tsukiyomi disarm, but cannot find the damage that they want. Snatty ults over the wall, Tegvir's very low, Kaidan looking for a way to get in there, Paul's low pretty too. And over jumps Kyoka on top of Happen, trying to get that last bit of damage that they need. NMR running away from Karmic, who's just relentlessly pursuing this guy. A lot of low health bars, but nobody's quite ready to die yet. Unless you're Kaidan. Getting looked at by the Jormungandr. A little bit of mana left in the belt means that they'll be able to portal away if it comes to it. Pyromancer was abandoned. Clocked In only got 1 kill out of all of that, so somehow Strength of Wood might have that Strength of Wood special around the corner.
I mean, Kyoka with the rotation there, just out-rotating Hydrogen, who decided to push this left-hand side. Now a 1v1 between these two AD carries. Kyoka getting the worst end, but Hydrogen can't commit because tempo rotated over.
NMR's looking really low here too. I mean, Tegvir's got the blink, combat dodge, another one, shield bash. Yeah, that'll be enough. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's just constant scuffling, constant brawling, but now this earns Clocked In a chance at that Pyromancer, and it's scary every time Tegvir gets a kill. The Reaper gives you more max stacks off every god kill. We were looking at this earlier today. This item is disgusting.
8 stacks already on the Reaper, 4 more than you start with. Tegvir is in such a good spot to keep snowballing this game. And we talked about earlier, just in the day in general, the map is kind of, it feels very snowbally. And when you give Tegvir, someone who's already started off with 2 kills to their name, an item that lets them continue to snowball, Tegvir's going to take full advantage of it as much as possible. Yeah, let this Achilles get the last hits on the kills because he's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger to the point where even though Achilles kind of falls off a little bit in the late game, he's a little easier to deal with. He's still going to be doing so much damage once he's there because of these Reaper stacks.
Clocked In taking a look at that Gold Fury, another grouping on it, and Strength of Wood is going to try to make another crack at it. 4k health. Snatty, ultimate available.
Good call.
The rest of the team as well. Clocked In just drop it. They're not quite interested in going for anything. They pick it back up. Just a little bit of the give and take here. They need Strength of Wood to get a little bit closer. There it is. Wall off Tempo. And freeze them as well. Tempo's losing a lot of health. Tegvir loops around the backside. Life of the party comes out. But Tempo does get executed through space and time. A little bit off the mark. Tegvir goes on top of Kyoka. Hits him with the ultimate. And Paul offers a lot of damage of their own. But Kyoka seems to dodge and weave through everything. Paul takes open the gates out. Happen takes it in.
Oh, Happen!
To what end? Is able to wall themselves out, but their Cersei's got body blocked. Felt like maybe they weren't quite ready for what happened there. Clocked In takes another look at this Gold Fury. Kaidan's full health, though. You do have NMR around the corner. Clocked In. Don't know if they actually want to take this so far. NMR is looking pretty scary, walking up on top of them. In jumps Hydrogen, and Karmic underneath the ground, able to get a knock-up, making space for their team. Now World Serpent chasing after Kaidan. It allows Clocked In to take a look at that Gold Fury. 2.5k health. NMR's walking back up. He gotta try to go for that seal. Gold Fury is confirmed by Clocked In, and NMR is dead. That'll be the 3rd Gold Fury for Clocked In. And on top of all of that, Clocked had been collecting a lot of rocks, so their ritual site looks pretty solid.
Yeah, the Clock didn't come out on top, and that's a great way to continue snowballing the map here. I liked the play initially. NMR just hanging out on the right-hand side, because every time they've shown up to a team fight, they end up dying. 1-7-0 on the Tsukiyomi so far, not having a good game on this pick. But Snatty was in a good spot. He was kind of, even with Karmic at the time. He had some important items online, the Berserker Glad Shield, the Devourer's Gauntlet as well. He could be competitive in that fight, and so they sent NMR to the right lane to just continue farming up. Snatty rotates over to contest the Gold Fury, but Strength of Wood, they're still just really struggling to find the right targets. Kaiden's ult goes wide. Kieka can't really make an impact in that moment. Clock didn't just have so many impactful AoE ultimates, the Cupid ult, the Hekate ult, and Tegvir again, man, just able to 100-0 whoever's in front of him with all this damage he has to his name. And Strength of Wood, that's 3 Gold Furies to Clocked in. Strength of Wood cannot find a response just yet. But they've been in this position before today. They've been down a lot of gold. They've been down a lot of experience. This time around, though, the comp doesn't fight the best from behind. I'm not entirely certain if they can really fight back because of the major deficits in, say, jungle, for example. NMR just down so much gold and experience to Tegvir, who is just in a hyper carry position, one could argue. Yeah, it is absurd over here. A Magi's Cloak completed as well for Tegvir, making him extra safe on this dive. This Achilles is scary to deal with. We saw Kieka try to make a play for it, but just the CC immune ultimate as well makes this Achilles so hard to lock down.
Coming across to about 20 minutes here, Book. It's 2-11 in favor of Clocked In, and they've got, oh geez, what is that, 15k gold? No, math is so hard. Don't ask me to do math. But know that it's a lot.
12K, I think.
And I'm bad at math. 12k. Thank you, Book. Thank you so much.
I think I'm
but, yeah, that's all right. I gotta get a little calculator on the side. Try to figure it out. Nice, 12k. Shout out.
Hey.
Spirited Book. Good at math. Good stuff. That's my analysis right there. But Clocked In are looking to make it a little bit more. Snatty's gonna ult away, try to get towards that teleporter, but Tegvir, hot in pursuit, gets the stun, Fields of Love. Snatty's gonna fight for their life, but Snatty can fight till they die, and they will. So with no solo laner, Clocked In starts to look over at that Fire Giant.
Free fire as well. Look at Kieka on the left-hand side, nowhere close. Strength of Wood are gonna cut their losses and split the map, find whatever gold that they can. And this is the call that they have to make. There's no way they can contest this Fire Giant with Snatty dead, with Kieka in left. Tempo is gonna try and Hail Mary it though, but immediately all of Clocked In look to kill off the Baron.
Yeah, he's gonna go down, unfortunately. The Hail Mary pass, no one was there to catch it. Fire Giant confirmed by Clocked In. They'll be able to have that. Like you said, though, Strength of Wood tries to cut up the map a little bit. Left side T2 goes down, so a little bit of gold in their pocket, but a level 20 Karmic chasing after a level 14 NMR. This jungler, it's so tough to be in. Clocked In, look at Pyromancer. You know they're getting that too.
Yeah, the good news is tier 1 and tier 2 on the left-hand side was taken by Kieka. That's a lot of gold to his name. Tier 1 in mid as well by Kaidon and NMR. So again, more gold to these two carries that needed at this stage of the game. Kieka, I think, yeah, has Titan's Bane completed now, so can kind of deal with some of these frontliners in front of him. With the help of this Oathsworn that they have second item, I think there's a world that Kieka can play setup style for NMR to just slowly poke and whittle down the frontliners in front of them. If there's an axe that does connect on a Tegvir and that Magi's is already down, there is a world that NMR and Kieka together can 100-0 this Achilles. The problem is the Magi's Cloak is there, the CC Immune ultimate, the blink, if he, pre-blinks whatever cooldown is flying towards him, as Tempo is just gonna die on this left-hand side. There is nothing he could do here.
Yeah, that's a dead support if I've ever seen one. You were saying, Book.
I mean, that sucks, man. I mean, Tempo's dead here now for another 25 seconds. I feel like Clocked In, they're just going to beeline down left and look to force this Phoenix here. They have a wave on the way as well. NMR trying to shadow mid tier 2 here. Snatty is on the way to this left-hand side. Karmic is a bit of a distance away, though.
The Jormungandr on the opposite side of the world, but the Serpent does not care. They're going to start to make their rotation, maybe pincer off NMR in that mid tower.
Well,
there it
NMR's
is.
dead.
Aegis popped from NMR, and not a lot you can do in that scenario. You get the
good
ultimate
juke.
off, but the damage is an inevitability as NMR will fall, but did he buy enough time for the team to maybe respond? And the answer so far is no. Snatty walks up, able to get the disarm on top of the Cupid, who dashes away. Health bar's looking pretty low. Fire Giant buff ticking away. So they're gonna sustain back up. Karmic finds the knock up on top of Snatty. Open the gates is out, but Beads is popped, so nobody gets pulled in quite yet. World Serpent to chase after Kyaka, and through space and time, it does connect, but for not a lot of damage. Karmic looks for Kaidon now, and that Yanis is able to slip away through the other side of the wall. In fact,
Karmic's dead.
forced to pop their Aegis, is dead. Snatty, a crazy good kill for them. Lots of gold in that pocket, but clocked in, finding that mid Phoenix. They're okay with this trade, and they're gonna back up and maybe look for something like a Gold Fury.
As crazy as this is to say, I feel like Strength of Wood are also somewhat okay. Oh, Snatty looking for Paul here, trying to get him chased down, but can't find the ultimate. That would have been a big pick if they could find it, but you know.
Uh-oh. Whew. I was gonna say speaking of picks, but no, he's good.
Yeah, he's all right. Gold Fury should go the way of Clocked In as Hydrogen starts that one up. But Strength of Wood, they lose a lot of towers, yes, and that is, I think, important. NMR hunting happen here. I don't think he kills the Ymir just yet, but tempo's around. But now it's just the mid tower, right? It's just the mid Phoenix. The fire waves will be there. That's a relatively easier tower and wave to push out if you're Strength of Wood, especially with a Yanis. You can kind of clear that wave and then rotate on over to the Fire Giant for this Fire Giant siege. With a weakened bird, though, I would like to see Clocked In maybe have Tegvir just split push this left-hand side, threaten that bird, because you're in a really commanding position that there is a world you could just take a 4v5 and win. Even if you don't win, you get the left-hand bird and you can threaten a Titan. Tegvir has 11 stacks of the Reaper. He's got so much strength to this Achilles. He's in a really good spot going into this late game. With Fire Giant due to spawn, you can already see NMR threatening this left-hand side, just looking to push this wave as far as he can. Maybe teleports on over using the upper left-hand side teleporter. 12 seconds on this mid-ritual as well. And Tegvir does respond over here as well to the left-hand side.
Tegvir's gonna try to hunt out NMR while Clocked In take a look at this Pyromancer. Looking pretty low, sub 4K. NMR gets soloed by Tegvir, but the question is, can they follow it up with a solo on top of Snatty, who is not so far behind in terms of levels. Snatty putting a lot of damage on, but the Eagles rally off the mark. That's a little tough. Tegvir, combat dodge. Damage is there. Kaidon makes a rotation. Boom! That's a big shutdown for Kaidon. As Strength of Wood take away the life of the jungler for Clocked In, and he's going all the way towards that Phoenix, but Snatty backs. So it's just going to be the Yanis alone to take it out, but nobody else is here to defend. Karmic's actually backing right now. Phoenix falling down, half health or so. The Minotaur is chunking away at the health there, but Karmic submerged underneath, knocks up Kaidon, spits on him, and Kaidon teleports away. He's got the portal out, so he is safe, but look at the damage on that bird.
I feel like Kaidon could try and backdoor this, and that's why Paul's going to back off to base here. But Clocked In, man, they find an important shutdown onto Tegvir, and those Reaper stacks will start to drop as he dies more and more, and you can already see Kaidon with that damage on the Yanis is starting to chunk now. That's a big kill going his way. Snatty hoping that one happen as well. I feel like Snatty could have also gone for the left-hand side bird, and they forced that, but maybe a little concerned that Clocked In would have forced that 4v3 situation around the Fire Giant, and that would have been a little tricky to deal with if you're Strength of Wood. Tempo kind of needs a little bit of another, bigger body before he can step in and try and steal, and that's why Snatty has consistently been over here to try and defend it. But all of a sudden, man, it is Nagas pushing this left-hand side, and so I think Strength of Wood have to be a little careful of that, but I feel like Strength of Wood should be able to contest this objective.
Clocked In's going to start up this Fire Giant. Strength of Wood is here. FG falls down to about 10k. Sunders are in play for both supports and ultimates as well for everybody except NMR.
This is quick.
Order Team activates the ritual. So they'll have vision. Karmic gets a double knockup and goes straight into the ultimate. Fire Giant
Commit.
looked at. It is taken by Clocked In. They'll be able to confirm it. Snatty into the mix, trying to get their damage off, but Tagbeer offering them a lot of damage. Snatty takes the Yanis ultimate portal away. Looks like it's going to be a similar situation for NMR, as the low health Suku just has to get out of dodge. No deaths quite yet, but a Mez from Paul will put Tempo in a bad spot, just barely out of range for the execute, but Paul follows up the damage regardless. A good wall from Happen keeps Kaidon away from where they want to be. Karmic finishes chasing down NMR, and Clocked In. Take a look at that mid bird. Dead for 50 seconds are 3 members of Strength of Wood, so Clocked In, 5 strong. Take a look at that Titan room. Fields of Love is out. Snatty is dead, and it looks like a game 1 victory for Clocked In. Kyuka all alone. Happen dives into the fountain just to look cool, just to be the cool guy, and as many abilities as Kyuka has, it doesn't matter. Clocked In are gonna round it up.
Karmic goes in first, just makes everyone on the side of the enemy team just hesitate as soon as that knockup comes through, goes in the ultimate, and then just buys space for the likes of Clocked In to commit to that Fire Giant. What a call, what a play. And sometimes you just got to make those 50-50 calls and say, guys, we're going to be better in this moment, and we're going to secure this Fire Giant in front of them.
Well, that was clean. I think the cleanest I've seen from Clocked In in a minute. But it's a best of 3. It's not over quite yet. In fact, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. And when we come back, it might be time to end this for real. And we are so back. Hey, what's up, everybody? Musy here, back with a little bit more of the Smite Prime. Oh, who else is with me? It's got to be Spirited Book, of course. Going to be right next to me here in the booth. We got Jithins and Billy, keeping the admin stuff running smooth. A little bit of that replay action. Then, of course, the camera work is going to be done by Red Rosie Panda, and Tess is making sure that we all behave. But, Book, that game 1 that we just had between Strength of Wood and Clocked In, it felt like the Clocked In show.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were just back in form, ready to play, just their old classic, just running it down off the back of Tagbeer, and he did exactly that on this Achilles. The signature pick worked out big time here, and it just didn't even matter that, say, there were moments like Snatty and Kaidon working together to take down Tagbeer on the left-hand side. It just didn't matter, though. They were just too far ahead, Clocked In, and they just continued to snowball an early game lead off of Tagbeer into what was eventually the Fire Giant, the Birds, and eventually the game victory as well. And here it is, a great play by Snatty and Kaidon overall. And then I feel like if Snatty maybe commits to that left-hand side Bird, they can stall the game out a little bit longer. It makes sieging around that Fire Giant a little bit harder for Clocked In because they have to do a little homework on the right-hand side. Just a little bit more, but ultimately it is Clocked In who take game 1. And remember, all of these characters, all 10 of these characters will now be gone for game number 2. And there's a lot of characters that I think Clocked In really like to prioritize that Strength of Wood have kind of just taken away from them now.
So Strength of Wood definitely playing the long game this go around, but if they want to play that long game, I feel like they need to be a little bit more assertive, is I think the word that I'm looking for here. Getting a chance to look at some of these slash lines and stats. I mean, we did not see the Strength of Wood that we were seeing earlier today, but we did get a chance to see the Clocked In that we are very used to seeing as that number 1 seeded team, where they had to go all the way from the bottom now up to the top against Strength of Wood, climbing through that losers bracket. So this could be, in my eyes, this is going to go one of 2 ways, right? Strength of Wood has a crazy picks and bans here, forces Clocked In into some really awkward picks, or Clocked In are just able to do what they do, and that is just be better than everybody else, regardless of whatever they have to, lock in for their picks and bans, which we're going to be moseying on over to right about Meow, I do believe. So we get a chance to see all of the vaulted bans are right below us, a little graphic you can see down there. They're going to be grayed out, but that means that there are still some heavy hitters out there that we need to be aware of, Book.
Yeah, so Osiris was banned away last time around, is available here, and he is probably now the top solo laner here. You got to imagine Clocked In are going to be banning it away, seeing as Strength of Wood are on order side. They're going to have first pick option here. a great ban already from the Yemo. I love taking that away from Happen, who already had a good Nate game number 1. Don't let him have another signature pick. Take that away from him. I agree, though. There's still a lot available here that I feel like Strength of Wood is more likely to lean on than, say, Clocked In. I feel like Paul has a lot of his options kind of taken away here. The Uller, Hakate, and Yanis are some of his best picks. Merlin, I can't imagine Clocked In allow Kaidon to prioritize that this game. But there is a world that Clocked In might have to let the Merlin go through, because then they can prioritize something like the Osiris. So I think Clocked In are going to have to play a game of what are we okay letting through to then trade for something to get of ourselves a good option here going into the first round of picks.
Looks like the Yemoja ban, like you said, Hunbots and Agni also off the board. I'm also kind of looking out for things like Jing Wei, but also the Scylla for Happen, if that ends up kind of slipping through here. There's the Osiris banned away from Clocked In. Only 2 bans left, and already I'm kind of thinking we're gonna see some nonsense here. There goes Merlin, and then so Jing Wei's getting through, unless Clocked In bans it. So Strength of Wood on this first pick. Oh my god, that is a huge decision ahead of them.
Yeah, so I think Jingwei has to be first picked here by Strength of Wood if it's open here. And I don't know how we feel about Jingwei first. I feel like there's a lot of times you're often banning Jingwei from that first pick option. The Ares is the ban away here. And I am shocked that Strength of Wood are the ones to ban away the Merlin themselves. Look, if you're beating Clocked in a best of 3 and you have these vault bans available to you, this is how you need to play. You have to play for the game 3, I think, because you're not going to beat Clocked In on some of their best picks. So I like what they've done in the sense of, okay, game 1, let's take away a lot of what they like to play. And let's really focus on picks and bans for game number 2. Let's get picks that we think are going to be good. Jingwei first for Kieka is going to be great. Or even Kaidon. We saw Jingwei mid earlier today. This could be the run back here for Kaidon in mid. I don't know, though.
Yeah, and then we also have this Neath and this Thor locked in for Clocked In. And the Neath, I think, could be going back to Hydrogen, like we saw earlier. So it could be a Zeus angle for Clocked In moving forward. Strength of Wood pickup on her and Scylla.
Yep. Jing mid. It's going to be Kaidon on Jing mid again. Unless it's NMR playing Jing jungle, which I don't imagine that's going to be the case here. I think that's going to be Kaidon rocking the Jing mid here. It's a good farming angle here and getting a crit hunter, sure, but I don't know why you're just not putting it in ADC here and just saying, all right, let's just farm it out. Let the Jingwei farm it out, get to crit, late game, the Titan's Bane, then they can be impactful. Really honing in on their late game here and having pressure in the duo lane instead tells me that Strength of Wood want to play through their side lanes more than they ever do their mid.
When was the last time you saw a Princess Bari? It's been a minute. Danzaburo.
All right.
So we have a tank. Okay. So Clocked In's team composition. We can talk about. Hey, we can this over here. We don't worry about that. Let's talk about this over here.
It's looking pretty good. So far.
Susano, Athena. Okay, I like that. That's nice.
The Athena's quite great. I like it. You're gonna be easily pulling beads there. It's gonna be a great taunt angle for Paul to just go off with the lightning storm. You have a beads pull with the Thor as well. We can talk about it. Let's talk about it. I
don't have a lot of faith in this. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's my personal opinion. But maybe you know something else. But I'm not.
I feel like, look, I can't imagine Strength of Wood are so tilted. Maybe they are, but I can't imagine they're so tilted that they're like, guys, we just got smoked game 1. It's not even close. Let's just have fun game 2.
There's gotta be something here that I'm not seeing. This might be secret tech. This might just be sauce. So I'm looking at this, and Princess Bari jungle was very popular for a bit. I know Scream liked to play that quite a bit. I know a lot of players like to consider that her best role, but I don't know if that's the actual lock-in here, knowing that there's a Jingwei and an Honor on the horizon and a Danzaburo. It feels like Scylla is going to be the tank. Scylla has to be the tank. It's Scylla support, right?
Yep, that's fine.
what do we do about the fact that we just will not have a lot of front line to deal with what feels like very, very powerful engage from the clocked in composition? Be real with me, Book. Is it cooked, or is there something we can do?
If Athena dashes in and you Donza taunt where Athena's going to be, you can just 100-0 her because you have 4 hunters. You know, that's an angle.
You are so much nicer than I am. You're
I'm trying really hard.
I like that about you.
I'm trying really hard here to think what is the angle here. What is the, because I don't know. This strength of wood composition is, I'm just gonna say it's garbage, man. It's really bad. I think you're just playing for this scrappy play style that we've seen all day long. But hey, tanks and Smite 2 are pretty good. You should probably be playing them if you want to win Smite Prime and play for all that cash and all those diamonds that we've been talking about all day. And
7K?
Yeah, I mean, they lost game 1 strength of wood, and they've already lost picks and bans in my eyes for game number 2. They have to like come out with a crazy strategy in game number 2 already, and just, I don't know. This is a tough one for sure.
Yeah, well, and I really like Clocked In's comp, even if Strength of Wood's comp was a little bit different. If they had maybe more traditional picks for some of their roles, I still really like the Clocked In comp more than what I think we could have over for Wukong was open.
Yeah.
Wukong was open. I'm not crazy, right?
Yeah,
So like the Wukong was open. We got...
And Wukong would have been really good against the Athena. You know, she dashes in. She tries to taunt the Wukong. Pop the ultimate.
Well, we can't talk about what could have been. Let's talk about what's happening. I'll tell you what's happening. It's game 2. Here in Smite Prime, the final Strength of Wood versus Clocked In. Our eyes do not deceive us in that picks and bans. It is as we had assumed.
So Snatty's going for an Int Donza build, and I imagine is just going to try and split push around the map, and just try and be a nuisance and a menace. But is actually going kind of a strength build. We already see that axe available to him, but doesn't have the aspect, so can't just use the Tanuki clones to just take towers anywhere and everywhere. The only bright side for Snatty in this matchup is he is against an assassin in Karmic who will be building defense, sure, but in the early game, it's kind of a volatile matchup between the two, and it's going to be about who just plays the lane a little bit better than the other. But Tegveer, Chain Lightning already, though, doing so much damage in this trade.
Yeah, Paul is just kind of smacking people. You cannot group up around a Zeus like this. But Strength of Wood, 30 gold. Yes, sir. We got that. I'm going straight to Arby's.
Nice. It only cost us 2 health chalices on Arcilla. Yeah,
it's tough, but okay. So far, I can kind of see the vision, right? There's a lot of damage to be had in the Strength of Wood comp, right? And I feel like Dan's is probably going to be going for something like a Triton's Conch if you're starting with Axe, surely, right?
Yes. I imagine so as well, especially because, although I don't know, I feel like Snatty, there's a ranked menace out there somewhere who shall not be named on this cast, who plays a lot of Danza solo and would just go aspect and split push the entire game and win games off of it. Problem is there is no Danza aspect this time around, and it was a full int build that you went that for. As Tempo getting looked at here, taunted, not level 2 just yet.
Dang. Shot's a little bit off the mark from the Neath there. Hydrogen couldn't land it, but already I feel like the taunt to Spirit Arrow combo gets really scary for Clocked In. Snatty is actually being able to put out a lot of damage. Karmic's pretty low, forced to use that shell. Snatty, this Danza Burrow can sneak up on you. Oh, the hammer to get away. Ooh, Karmic. I mean, here's the thing. You're a Thor up against a Danza Burrow, and Danza's gonna have the ranged attacks on you, but I feel like Thor can come out ahead, but Snatty's gonna have crazy pressure.
Oh, Paul in a world of hurt here. MNR on the backhand side. They're looking to take down the Zeus.
Oh, and Kaidan threads the needle with that auto. What do you mean? NMR doesn't get it. It goes to the Jing Wei. So Paul's gonna fall down. Maybe this is the start. Beads used by Kyuka to get away. Taunt comes after. Happen cannot get that last bit of damage. Book, I'm gonna level with you. You gotta buckle up.
I'm ready for it.
You got the bucket. You got your seatbelts on.
I agree. This is
You gotta put your seatbelt on. This is about to be insane. This is gonna be the game of all time. I'm so ready.
This is gonna be one of those games where it's just scrapping across the map. Tegvir already on the way to the right hand side, looking to take down Snatty, who's just a lone Tanuki, is level 4 to Karmic's level 3, and Tegvir has to back away because actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's gonna be hard to kill this Danzaburo in the early game because of the taunt. I hate this, man. I hate this. Tempo playing aggro on left-hand side. MMR is here.
And MR is here. The taunt as well pulls in two. Kyoka jumps after Hydrogen. The impale. The damage is just shy. Oh no. That's actually going to end up saving Hydrogen's life. But meanwhile, the Tanuki getting ganked. The Aegis forced, and they get pulled back in. Tegvir is able to get that gank off on top of Snatty. So down goes the Danzaburo. As Clocked In, try to damage control around the map.
As soon as Karmic hits level 5, Snatty's going to be cooked in this lane more than likely. Thor having access to that ultimate, especially with the Aegis being down as well, happen. Kind of low here, but charging that dash. I wonder if they go for a play here now that they're 4.
They do want it. I can imagine that the only thing these players want to see is their slash lines going up. But it doesn't look like Clocked In's quite ready to commit. Clocked In was able to get those Firebrands over by the solo side. There was a little bit of a grouping, but no real scuffling. Close to 4 minutes here. It's 1-1. 200 gold in favor of Clocked In, but already I feel like we've been watching this for 3 years with how much it feels like is going on all the time.
Do we want to place a bet on like at what point do we think Strength of Wood can be competitive in this game? Because they have 4 hunters, right? They have Princess Bari, who is more of a, is magical. It's that Strength of Wood have kind of somehow balanced out their comp in terms of physical to magical ratio. Shoutouts to that. But it's still 4 hunters. When do we see Strength of Wood get really just scrappy and just look for plays and get a little silly goofy at times? You know what I mean? Like, when do they just kind of push the big red button? I'm gonna say it's gonna be the
right now.
Well, maybe right now. Tegvir's here though, and I don't think they can go for this.
Happen gets pinned against the wall. Tegvir's here, and NMR is around the corner. But as easily as they started that fight, everybody kind of disengages. Honestly, if it's not in these first couple minutes here, it's got to be in the mid game, where some of these characters are going to get a couple of items online, just enough to be able to play off of each other and kind of, you know what it could be? This could be an angle for the bedtime madness, the ritual of the moon, or
the ultimate
hard confirming of Gold Fury. Like, yeah, the ultimate pillow fight to be had between Strength of Wood and Clocked In. Or is it an objective burn angle?
I mean, at the 5 minute, we're past the 5 minute mark, so Gold Fury has been sitting there for a minute, as they're gonna look for a play right here, right now. Tegvir looking for NMR.
NMR nowhere to go, forced to use the ultimate, but Paul, with the lightning that they calm down, strikes NMR right on top of their head. They'll go down. Karmic gets soloed by Snatty, and it's just like you said. You can see they both use their ultimates, but the Rocket Raccoon is going to be able to get there first. So, is that the angle? Are we winning through solo lane? I feel like we both are like trying to figure out what's going on here.
We're really digging deep, man. We're really
Tempo's
digging
getting
deep.
Jumped on. It happened. Ready to have that taunt. Kyoka moving away from the bush, but the taunt's off the mark, so nothing else from Clocked In.
Okay, we asked before, like, what is the point of which Strength of Wood can kind of be active, be proactive, and look for plays? I think it has to be when Kaidon gets Rage, at least. Gets that crit online for the Jingwei, can start to be a little more proactive. Has 42 stacks of the Devourer's Gauntlet already. Shoutouts to 6 for NMR. Now 8. It's going up at least. But once Kaidon can kind of get a couple of Devo stacks, finish that stacking, get the Rage online, I think we'll start to see Strength of Wood just go all in for fights and try and get as many Rage stacks as possible. As Tempo, left-hand side, holding that dash for as long as he can, and Hydrogen right there waiting for him.
Yeah, Kyuka's gonna jump away, clocked in, find the kill, and probably start migrating over towards that gold fury, or rather the purple buff is what they're gonna have
Purple
instead.
to gold.
Purple to gold. Yeah, that's gonna be the angle here. You've got Paul, still has the ultimate available. Strength of Wood is scattered across the map, trying to look to see if maybe they can find anything else in exchange for gold, but all the camps are down. So, Gold Fury confirmed for clocked in, first one of the game, here at 7.5 minutes. 2 to 3, 1k gold lead, a little more than that for clocked in. Now NMR in this mid lane. I fear for
He's
their
almost
life
7.
because while they try to get active here, you do have Tegveer and Happen around the corner. Paul still has the ultimate to throw out there if need be. Dash in from Happen, gets the taunt on top of NMR, who very swiftly loses their health bar, soon their life as Tegveer finds the kill. I'm a Monster comes out, but that means still is stuck inside the storm, nowhere to go. Kaidon with this Jingwei is able to slip away back underneath that tower, but clocked in already finds a couple of kills and take control of the Ritual of the Moon site. No pillow fight to be had. It's more of a murder than a scuffle. Meanwhile, though, Karmic's making it happen on the map. Aegis is used to keep their health bar up, but Tegveer and Karmic are too low to look for anything else. So if anybody is having a good game right now, it's going to be Snatty.
Yeah, I think Snatty so far is the only one having a good game already. I mean, NMR just doesn't use beats in that moment. Just dies after using the ultimate. Just doesn't beats the taunt happen, and the follow-up damage is just there. Tegveer on the Susano has so much damage at this stage. Already first item completed here. Paul is Zeus. I mean, you just cannot stand in front of him. Tempo is trying to contest this, takes a bit of poke, and Kaidon, I mean, has rage completed, sure, but just, I don't know. It is a tall task to ask the Jingwei mid be effective in these early skirmishes if we're just not using our relics to deal with the CC in front of us, if we're not punishing them for dashing forward aggressively. This is just a tall task already for Strength of Wood, and they're the ones that put themselves in this position just based off of the draft entirely.
The thing about Rage is that once you build it, you have to stack it to really get the benefit of it. Happen goes in, gets the taunt off, Tempo pulled in, stun from Paul, and then chased after by Tegveer, dives underneath the tower, and the ultimate as well. Kaidon ults after them, but I don't think Happen and Tegveer care too much. NMR makes the rotation, but Tegveer says, oh, sweet, I'm gonna get you, but NMR is able to beats it. Now Kaidon might actually be able to find some last hits here. Happen's pretty low. Paul's about half, but with the minion wave there, doesn't look like they'll be able to get too aggressive. Karmic makes the rotation, Anvil of Dawn's off the mark, and the wall isn't there, but it pulls the beads away from Kaidon, so they go back to farming that wave, and clocked in, disperse back into their jungle.
This is what Karmic needs to do on this pick, though, is rotate early, force relics just like that, and he does exactly that. Really well done from him so far, and he doesn't really need to play for this lane. Yeah, sure, Snatty has a kill on him. Yeah, sure, he's got the Transcendence and is stacking a Book of Thoth now, but it doesn't matter if Karmic's just able to rotate out of this lane, make impacts in other lanes, in the side lane and left, in mid lane, forcing a beads. It just doesn't matter if this lane matchup goes poorly for him. Is Snatty looking for another solo kill here?
Oh, there's the Neath ultimate too. Aegis, it's early. He's gonna go into the ultimate, dives underneath the tower, Athena ult as well. Tegveer gets the pull on top of Snatty, and overwhelmed by numbers and by ultimate economy, clocked in. Pick off the solo laner of Strength of Wood. Gold Fury's not up, so there's nothing to really look for. So clocked in just get to go about their day.
I feel like as soon as Snatty gets Neath ulted there, he just needs to leave because he has to know that the rotation is coming through from the likes of Tegveer, who's just so mobile on this map, as well as you have an Athena ult that you can just globally rotate with. I feel like Strength of Wood, yeah, their comp is a little funky. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I feel like they're just disrespecting a lot of what Clocked In are able to do so far.
The global presence is there in spades. Like you said, between Neath and Athena, there is no such thing as a 1v1. Ooh, Tegveer, the pull's a little bit off the mark. What happens? Still goes for the dash. They're holding on to taunt. Tegveer underneath the tower. Ults Kaidon. They're forced to ult away. Half health is Tegveer. The Gold Fury's up, so Clocked In take a look at that. Sunder's available for both sides, but that's only if Tempo can get there in time. Gold Fury, 2,400 health, and dropping. Doesn't look like anybody's actually able to go for that steal attempt. It is, in fact, freer than a penny than you found on the ground. Clocked In. their second Gold Fury at 12 minutes here. 4K gold lead, 2-7 favoring Clocked In. Maybe 3-7? Snatty getting quite a bit of damage off on top of Karmic, but Karmic does not have to play the game, and they're going to be okay.
Tegvir and Happen have worked so well together as Strength of Wood get themselves a Pyromancer. And that's an objective to their name. Their first one, I feel like, this game so far. That's something. So they are looking for angles to get back into this game at the very least. But I mean, again, like Happen and Tegvir on these two characters. I mean, Happen goes in, you know, Tegvir throws that 3 onto Kaidon in the mid lane. Happen goes in, forces that Jingwei dash. Tegvir then teleports to the likes of Kaidon and just tries to all in the Jingwei there. A great play between these two players so far. And you know, this entire team from Clocked In has worked so well together all circuit long. Paul missing weeks 1 and 2. Shows back up for week 3 and just absolutely carries. Has that vacation buff available to him, apparently. Just goes off on characters like the Yanis, the Merlin. And this week, you know, Paul kind of taking a step back a little bit, but Tegvir, Karmic, Happen, and Hydrogen are just all stepping up back into their roles of being the supporting cast around Paul.
Paul catches out NMR here. Ultimate comes down, beads is used, so NMR will be okay, but the damage you have to respect. NMR's down, Tegvir goes in underneath the T1 tower, Snatty gets picked off. Karmic just barely able to live through that damage as well that Snatty was putting out. Turns out, when you know that your Thor isn't going to do well into the Danzaburo, you just call in the reinforcements. And like you said, the supporting cast Clocked In have been doing a great job playing off of each other and playing with each other. Now Happens taking a look at the mid lane. The Athena can make something happen. Tegvir's behind Kaidon, who is forced to ult away. Clocked In aren't able to give chase, but they are able to take a look at that tower. As Tegvir moves around towards that left side to group up with the rest. Tower's still alive, actually. They didn't have the damage to quite finish it off. 400 health, Tempo and Kaidon here to defend. So Clocked In, their push is stymied.
I feel like Tegvir could have committed a little more, just kind of packed in a bit of an odd spot. Had to because of just where they were positioned to try and force Kaidon out there. But Kaidon, if Tegvir walks, you know, just north down the lane, I think he can kind of commit a couple more autos to that tower. But we're splitting hairs at this point. Still, that tower in mid is low, and Strength of Wood, they're not really finding any angles here. Again, just losing NMR in mid, losing Snatty in right, and Gold Fury is spawning soon. The Elementals are due to run out, and Fire Giant will be up soon. Clocked In are just in a commanding position so far.
Oh, NMR makes the rotation. Paul has to get away. They drop the ultimate, though. And Neathalt comes out as well. It's going to confirm the kill on top of NMR. In the mix is Kaidon, but unfortunately, in the mix is not where you want to be. The Scylla Crush does not have the damage to finish off anybody from Clocked In. So it's going to be another couple of kills for Clocked In, and Happens going to finish off that T1. Well, he'll try. That T1, it represents something for Strength of Wood. Danzaburo ultimate. Solos out Karmic. All right. Well, you know, I'll tell you what. The Strength of Wood composition, you know what it does? It does damage, right? The Snatty is able to farm Thor, so you've got that going for you. But I do feel at some point Clocked In is going to start fighting as 5, and things are going to get really hairy.
Yeah, I think as soon as Clocked In decide that they're going to group up and take an objective, and it's likely going to be this Gold Fury in the next couple of seconds, I feel like Strength of Wood, they're just so far behind at this point. You know, only a level behind in ADC. I think ADC has, you know, one of the more realistic matchups that we see as Tegvir is here.
Oh, gets the pull on top of Tempo. Able to chase after them as well. Takes away about half of the health from the Scylla there, but all of this is here to make space for this Gold Fury pull. Clocked In's got it down to about 5k or so. NMR's in the area, Tempo 2. Sunders are available. 3k. Clocked In. Can they confirm it? Tempo taking a bit of poke here. Gold Fury still on. It is confirmed by Clocked In, and Paul releases lightning and the thunder as he finds himself with that double kill. Tempo left all alone is gonna get picked off. Boom goes the Neath ultimate, and Paul in the background of it all finds himself with the triple kill. Snatty alone in that mid lane. The one Danzaburo against the world, but Clocked In ignores him and starts pushing on towards that Pyromancer, maybe even towards that Fire Giant.
Yeah, this should be fire here for Clocked In. I mean, that's not game. The Titan doesn't die right then and there. But that's basically game now for Strength of Wood. They are just so far behind. 3 Gold Furies to Clocked In, a Pyromancer as well. They're going to get this Moonlight Phase ritual as well. And the Fire Giant just 17 minutes in. This 7k gold lead is about to get a lot bigger. Snatty is here, though. But he's getting ulted by Karma. Can't really step up aggressively. This should go the way of Clocked In.
Fire Giant gets, or Clocked In gets Fire Giant by Snatty. It was, I'll miss you. It was nice knowing you, as they're gonna get a chance to buy some items and back the hard way. Yeah, uh-oh. All right, NMR looks to go on top of Happen, but Happen wants nothing to do with it. Able to take a couple of steps back here. Clocked In have FG, but are they gonna let the ritual go? Paul's here, but nobody else is, so Chaos Team still earns the Moonlight Favor, but they won't be able to get any of the items that comes with it. NMR hit by the Lightning Bolt. Level 13, by the way. Level 13. Poor NMR has not been able to farm last game, not been able to farm this game. Clocked In at 18 minutes. It's 3-16. They've got an 11k gold lead. It's uh-oh territory. It's ridiculous to try to play up against, but can Strength of Wood feasibly do it?
Not really. If I'm being completely honest, not really. As Happen plays in aggressively here, finds NMR.
Yeah, NMR loses half their health to a single ability, and tempo goes down. Clocked In surges forward, trying to get that last bit of damage on top of Bari.
Oh.
Lightning strikes twice, and NMR bites the dust. Mid T2 goes down. Clocked In move forward. They've got the Naga to push. They got the minion wave. They got Fire Giant. They got a game on their hands. $7,000 to win. The question is, can they close that out, or can Strength of Wood bring it back? Anvil of Dawn a little bit off the mark. Karmic goes forward with the damage. The spacing ultimate from Paul. Zeus denies the ability to walk up to them. So now Clocked In take a couple of steps back and start to reorient themselves, reorient where they want to look. T2 on the left side picked away.
Kieka on his own in left-hand side. Snatty stepping a little too far in mid here, but still Clocked In. They're not done. They're pushing down left.
Kieka here to defend along with NMR, but it's not enough. In goes Tagveer, finds the pluck on top of NMR. Bye-bye, Princess Bari, as they are deleted. Athena ultimate comes crashing down for Thor. Karmic uses the stun, forces the beads away from Kieka. I'm a Monster comes out, but your bite is not strong enough. In goes Danzaburo. Snatty tries to find a pick on top of Paul, but Paul is actually picked down. Costs the life of Kaidon and Kieka. It's a double kill. Tagveer looking forward, finds the stun on top of Snatty. There's the knock up too. Bada bing, bada boom. It is gonna be a game 2 for Clocked In. It is gonna be the victory for Clocked In. Paul is back. Daddy's home, and he is here to put you to bed. Clocked In are gonna take the whole thing.
NMR's up, but I don't think you can do anything about it. 2,000 HP here, and Clocked In, they can continue to farm out the Titan, and they'll get it. Clocked In 2-0 in dominant fashion here against Strength of Wood.
I mean, it was not even close. It really, there was something that changed in Clocked In from the first time we saw Strength of Wood versus Clocked In to now, where there was some coaching sessions, there was some warm-ups going on. I mean, Clocked In just were able to show up and show out. We're gonna have more to talk about it, but first we're gonna take a really quick break as we compile some of this end of day stuff for you. Hey, welcome back everybody. It's Smite Prime October Circuit, week 4, the final week. We just saw the finals between Strength of Wood and Clocked In. Well, it's me and Spirited Book, of course, right there next to me. And we also have Jithins and basically Billy running the admin, giving us replays, Red Rosie Panda, making sure we can see everything, and Tess making sure that I do what I'm supposed to do when I'm supposed to do it. Shout out to Tess. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of these replays here. Book, I mean, I think you said it best. We lost it in picks and bans, and that's just a sad fact, I fear.
Yeah, and I was so ready. We had such a great day of Smite action here, and just I'm not saying the day has been ruined or anything. Just an unfortunate final game here where it's, you know, Donza solo, so we have decent fight pressure, sure, but such an easy avenue for Tagveer to really focus out and gank. There's so much global presence with this Athena from Happen. Hydrogen underneath as well can make an impact over there. So it never really is a true 1v1 here for Snatty in the right-hand side. NMR on the Princess Bari jungle just has no pressure to deal with Tegvir on the Susano, who wants to be mobile and make plays, doesn't have a real way to deal with the Athena taunt as well. So it is a tough one here for Strength of Wood to, really play a game like that out. Clocked In, though, just look so clean and good there. Just such a strong team. The top end team of Smite Prime yet again. And I was a little worried for them going into today. We saw them take an early spill in the bracket. They kind of fell down a little bit, but it's not about how you fall down. It's about how you get back up.
You get knocked down, but you get up again. You ain't never gonna knock Clocked In down. I mean, they definitely did show up as the day progressed, had a little bit of a stumble against Strength of Wood, but definitely rectified that mistake in this last set. And in sets previous, they even had to fight the Smite 2 bad boys in losers. And in fact, we can show you the story there as we take a look at brackets really quick and see just how the day progressed. It was an exciting one, to be sure. I mean, there's a lot here to love.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, shout out to Clocked In for going down in round 2 of upper bracket and having, I would argue, probably one of the harder lower brackets to actually get through to get again to the winners final. They had to face a riding hot SPA team. They had to beat then Smite 2 Bad Boys, the other team that we've been heralding as the other top team that we'll be seeing in finals, and then defeating Blurp, who were in winners finals, to then go back for the rematch and just absolutely dunk on the likes of Strength of Wood there in finals. Is Smite 2 Bad Boys versus 800 GPM was the first matchup of the day here, but Smite 2 Bad Boys, they looked really good here, but they took a spill as well in the bracket, got sent to the lower bracket as well. Just a lot of upsets that we saw today. I think a lot of it comes down to this meta change from the new patch, honestly.
Just the fact that there's so much action happening on the map, the day-night cycle, definitely encouraging a lot more player versus player conflict as opposed to a focus on farming. And I feel like maybe not every team was quite ready to adjust in the way that they were hoping for. This game, Clocked In versus Strength of Wood, I mean,
this was wild.
You really got to hand it to Tempo. This game, I think Tempo really showed up with this Baron pick and was able to kind of shut down anything that Paul was trying to do. The coordination between Kaidan and Kyoka, it was kind of insane to watch. And then to see, the Glurp versus Strength of Wood again, able to replicate that magic. This team knocked down 2 of the high seed teams. I know they lost. And they lost in a fairly spectacular fashion, especially towards the end. I don't think you walk away thinking that this team is bad. I think you walk away going, these guys play really hot, and you cannot let them run hot because they will kill you.
Right, and I think that's why it is so disappointing at the end of the day to see the matchup that we just witnessed, in that we know this Strength of Wood team is just so competitive, can take it to these top teams. Like you said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Just was there. That was their opportunity to just win Smite Prime. And I feel like just they lose game 1 and it was tough. But then instead of just kind of locking in and really, hunkering down, getting into the grind set, mode, and they just fall apart, I think, in moments like that. And that is just a tough thing to witness. I was ready for 3 games, I'll be honest. And this play, I mean, we just avert your eyes, man. That was
That's another tough one here. I mean, Tegvir was doing really well, shutting out Valo for Clocked In versus Glurp. I think Happen also really starts to show up in these last few sets, just absolutely enabling Clocked In to do whatever it is that they want to do. These Ymir walls, I am telling you. Dude. Otherworldly, celestial Ymir walls, gifted to you from heaven. These Ymir's wall did so much for Clocked In.
Right here as well. You see Kaidan just about to get around the corner, and another Ymir wall just knocks him up a little bit, and then that allows the rest of the team of Clocked In to contest that. And this is our final game of the day, and unfortunate for Strength of Wood that they just couldn't convert it, man. They couldn't convert it to a win here today in the finals, and Clarkton continue to prove their dominance. No team can contest against them right now in Smite 2. And yeah, congratulations to them, man.
And let's take a look at what they won here. $7,000 in cash prizing, up to 125k diamonds. So good to have in your back pocket. But that's what the players won. What about you out there in the audience? What did you win today? Well, let's take a look, because we do have our giveaway winner. It was, drumroll please, Trenzend! Congratulations, Trenzend, on your little Thanatos Cupid. Well done. Being able to tap in hashtag giveaway in twitch.tv/Smite Prime. I'm sure the comments about Musi being handsome actually helped out quite a bit. But what else did the players walk away with today? It's going to be the Smite Prime badge that they'll be able to flaunt in their lobbies and on their profile screens. Sure, you want to know what that looks like? Oh, it's a little shape that we all know and love, that little Smite Prime logo.
It's
Mythical
so cool.
rarity, by the way. And now what else you got there? The Smite Prime title. Not just any Smite Prime title, by the way. It's the Smite Prime champion title, right? You really got to flex on these other plat players in your lobby when you're out there queuing. A little bit of the ranked reset, but what about the trophy? Who walks away with that? A little bit of deliberation in the booth. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of names came up, but I think at the end of the day, Book and I can agree, Happen wins the MVP trophy for today. I mean, just completely enabling Clocked In, showing up for their team, being able to be the peel and the aggressor for Paul, for Tagveer, for Hydrogen, and Karmic the tank. Really does make and enable a lot of these plays, and Happen embodied that for Clocked In. So congratulations, Happen, for getting that. But I got a little bit more here for you. In fact, I got one last thing for you here. There's another Smite Prime on the horizon. That's right. You're hungry for more. You want to see more gamers. You want to see more action. Well, guess what? It's the November circuit starting November 1st. The Smite Prime circuit. This will be the last one this year. So if you haven't signed up yet, if you and your 5-stack haven't given Smite Prime a shot, now is your time. $7,000 in cash prizing, 125k diamonds. You get a championship title. You get a Prime badge. One of you can even walk away with a little light up trophy. It's everything you want and more. You just got to go in and sign up. So be sure to check out the Discord and be involved, get involved. And if you're excited to watch some more, don't worry. We're going to be right back November 1st with another week 1 for you. But as far as October, as far as today, that's all we got. That's the end. So from me, from Book and Red Rosie Panda and Tess and Jithins and basically Billy, everybody here at Smite Prime, thank you so much for coming out here and watching tonight. Thank you for the players for playing and showing off your skills. We're going to be right back with the November circuit next week, so be sure to tune in then. But until then, we'll see you out there in the queues. So good game and good night.